Crowds of bloodthirsty monsters with weapons in their hands rushed to torment the guy standing there, who didn't even bat an eye in fear. To the great surprise of the attackers, the young man began swinging his sword in different directions, taking everyone's life. In just a few seconds, all of the big-eyed goblins had been slaughtered, while the cold-blooded Ban Yu remained standing still. Standing proudly in place, the daredevil eyed a whole mountain of goblins, which he swept aside in a swoop and wasn't even scratched. This was not the end, as there were still many aggressive goblins in front of him, who became even more angry. Lifting his head up, the young man saw the crumbling ceiling, which was gradually falling, crumbling rapidly. The monsters meanwhile took every opportunity to try and attack him and rushed forward, naively believing they could overpower the brave man. The aggressive opponents bloodily glared at the youngster still standing still, who was not afraid of them at all. Suddenly he looked at them with a stern gaze that said that the goblins were clearly in trouble. At that moment, a sharp arrow flew at the young man from one of the goblins standing in the crowd, who was eager to finish him off as soon as possible. The astonished hero could not believe that the arrow that touched his spiked weapon was destroyed without intervention. The nervous gunslinger froze in place, and his sweat-exhausted comrade in arms looked at him in bewilderment. The protagonist began listing their blunders, saying that they stormed in, relying on numbers while also firing without warning. Ban Yu said that if they thought he had come to the dungeon relying solely on his skill level, they were mistaken. After saying those words, the young man used the transformation technique, endowing his weapon with inconceivable power. The ferocious goblins took this as a threat and immediately rushed to attack, flashing their heels and swinging their blades. With a slight smirk on his face, the hero launched the energized weapon towards the crowd of opponents running at him. With a snap of his fingers, the Hulk flew towards the goblins, bringing even more joy to the self-satisfied youngster. As early as 4 years old, Ban Yu was already reading books in the original language with great interest, which delighted his parents. The father said that his dear wife had given life to a genius, while the sweet mother, on the other hand, asked him not to embarrass her and asked when he had taught their son in English. The man said he had never taught it to a child, and didn't understand how he could know the languages of countries he had never heard, which alarmed the woman. The parents sat down beside the child, and a familiar voice suddenly said that young Ban Yu had inherited the rich lineage of their ancestors. Holding the baby girl under his arm, the grandfather exclaimed that a child had been born, who would fulfill a long-held family dream and bring the Tower of Babel back into the family's possession. The young ones looked at the old man in bewilderment, and Yumi told his father, and that he should have at least washed up first since he was back. The mother began brushing her daughter's hair, and the father reading the newspaper, which infuriated the grandfather, who exclaimed that the Tower of Babel existed, but no one believed him. Grandpa took the book away from Ban Yu who was reading, saying he would borrow it for a while, much to the boy's surprise. Looking at the book, the man said that long ago, in a world full of chaos, the great ancestor of their family had something different from others. The ancestor had the ability to allow people to communicate with each other, which sounded very amazing. Grandfather also added that it was the power to lead the people and build a tower that would never collapse. Showing illustrations from a children's book, he said it was the very Tower of Babel he was talking about. A delighted little boy, Ban Yu, and asked his grandfather if their ancestor was the owner of this great building. The old man exclaimed that the ancestor was a master linguist, capable of translating and converting any language, and they should never forget such a man. The curious boy began to ask his grandfather where this tower was, but he only put his arm around his shoulders. The man only confidently said that once they found her, their family would regain all power and glory. This made Ban Yu even more delighted as he listened to his grandfather with his ears hanging open and wished for this to happen. When the hero was young, his grandfather constantly told him of their betrayal's adventures, hoping that his talent for knowing languages might fulfill the family's dream. However, his abilities exceeded all expectations, and one day, sitting at the computer, the hero realized that he should definitely pass on the points for admission. He pressed one of the buttons on the keyboard to save the results and relax a little after sitting in the chair for so long. The young man realized that he was passing to the Department of Political Science and Diplomacy at the University of S, which was not a bad result. That said, he was alarmed that it had taken him so long to get results, and realized he had to try something. The laptop suddenly began to malfunction and behave very strangely, and a lot of multicolored stripes appeared on the screen. With a sweaty hand, Ban Yu reached for the keyboard to try to fix something and figure out what was wrong. What startled him even more was that a blue numeric display popped up on the screen with strange symbols on it. The confused guy began to read the notice that popped up and didn't realize what else it was. The hero couldn't understand why his screen had turned blue and quickly realized it was garbled writing. but he hadn't seen the alphabet like that anywhere before. Tensing his meanderings, Ban Yu-won managed to read that his papers had been accepted into the best alternate reality academy. The system wrote to the anxious young man that he would be called to the site of the practical assessment, and if he passed, he would be a future student. Wagging his head, the hero didn't realize who was messing with him, and didn't believe it was all true until the last. Suddenly, the fidgety youngster noticed the sound of the notification and turned around to read it. He was immediately excited because he received an email on his laptop about his enrollment and successful completion of the exams. After calming down, Ban Yu smiled and assumed that he was just nervous. But the transfer to the exam venue should have already started. The young man did not give it any importance and said that he was only dreaming and it was not real. But he was very wrong. One moment he was gone, and his cute little sister Ban Yumi entered the room to ask her brother if he had passed the exam. The girl didn't hear anything in response, didn't pay attention to the fact that Ban Yu-won wasn't in the room at all. The displaced hero meanwhile landed firmly on the ground, covering his head with his hands. The excited youngster immediately saw a notice that said that the special practical assessment for candidates from the lower dimensions had begun. The hero could not understand what was going on here, and the system asked him to defeat the blind goblin and destroy the dungeon core. Falling to his knees, Ban Yu grabbed his hair and begged to be sent back, because he hadn't even applied. The bewildered kid turned around with sweat on his face as he heard strange noises behind him. One of the goblins said he heard a man's voice, and his ugly buddy said the prey was somewhere nearby. The horrified hero realized that they meant him by saying prey, which stressed him out even more. Covering his mouth with his hand, he wondered if he really needed to defeat these goblins to get out of here. Ban Yu-won didn't know what was going on, but the feeling was extremely realistic, and the surrounding scenery and headache were adding fuel to the fire. The young man realized that if he wanted to get out of this place, he had to fight the blind creatures that walked nearby. Falling to his knees, the desperate hero wondered how he could even do it, since modern humans aren't entirely sure how to defeat a chihuahua. Suddenly he heard a loud rumble, and with terror in his eyes he covered his mouth with his hand, frozen in place and trying to figure out what had happened. Up ahead, Ban Yu saw another bulky man, wondered if someone else was like this, and if he could see him. After a few seconds, it was already clear that the monster couldn't see the guy, and that gave him some peace of mind. The sweating youngster repeated in his head that he shouldn't panic, but suddenly made a rustling noise that was heard by the goblin ahead of him. The ferocious monster immediately turned around and rushed to attack the guy, who froze in place from confusion. Clenching his teeth tightly, the maximally stressed hero tried to dodge the blow, feeling extremely stressed. Fortunately, he managed to bounce to the side, and the goblin's powerful blow landed on the stone floor, which was shattered. The gnarled Ban Yu-won covered his mouth with his hand while lying on the ground, while the blind monsters tried to figure out what it was. One of them indicated he was sure the sound was coming from a few meters away, and his associate asked if he was sure. The goblin was confident in his words, and the very tense hero still lay on the ground and tried to remain calm. He realized that these creatures were blind, but more sensitive to sound and movement, and they hunted by corralling prey while they communicated with each other. The guy understood perfectly well that if he didn't want to die, he needed to think, and he needed to do it as soon as possible. After paying attention to the blind goblin's behaviors, Ban Yu came to the conclusion that he could use this against them. The hero began to rise slowly and very calmly from the ground, in his thoughts telling himself that there was no time to lose. He threw the stone behind the goblin's back, continuing to cover his mouth with his hands so he wouldn't accidentally make a sound. The enraged goblins immediately rushed to the spot where the stone had fallen, realizing that the victim had discovered himself. They ran headlong and were eager to deal with whoever had dared to disturb their peace and break into the den. One of the monsters immediately began to drive its paw on the ground, hoping to touch its victim, but found nothing. The second goblin ran up to his comrade, who was crumpling a stone in his hands, being perplexed and not understanding what it was. Ban Yu-won, meanwhile, took the chance and grabbed a huge boulder, swinging at the monsters. A huge rock hit the back of the head of one of the goblins, who didn't expect it at all and barely survived. The insidious attack from the back enraged the monster, who immediately gripped the wooden club tightly, eager to take revenge on his victim. He began swinging his weapon left and right, hoping to find his prey and strike his first blow. The second goblin decided to support his comrade in arms, and began swinging his club along with him, searching for a victim. Very soon, Ban Yu-won attacked the second freak as well, throwing a rock at him, while he himself was confused, not realizing what was happening. The enraged protagonist exclaimed in their language that the prey was resisting, and ordered them to try and destroy it. The goblins were well oriented by hearing, and one of them immediately decided to try to strike after hearing this. The monster delivered a powerful clubbing blow to one of the seats, which triggered vibrating waves underfoot. But to much laughter, the blow came on his comrade's head, which turned into an accordion, and his teeth flew apart. Blood began to face the goblin's head, and he himself was completely confused and didn't understand how this had happened. Within seconds, his life had already faded away, and his body began to fall. But a confused companion caught him, not knowing what to do next. The still tense Ban Yuan stood to the side and silently watched the scene, trying to calm down. What he saw horrified him, and he could not believe that he had caused the death of one of the deep by his actions. With horror, the young man looked at the goblin lying on the ground, who was no longer showing any signs of life. Near the dead monster's hand lay a wooden club that was stained with its own blood. The second goblin lay under the body of his comrade and began to gasp, panicking as he couldn't get out. The heavily breathing monster sensed the presence of Ban Yuan, who at that moment walked over to the baton lying on the ground and picked it up. The troubled young man looked silently at the goblin who was trying to fight for life, though he was struggling to do so. The kid apologized to the stranded blind man, going to make it clear to him. He said that the monster had also tried to kill him, so he should have expected a similar outcome and been mentally prepared for it. Ban Yu told himself in his mind that if he couldn't finish off even this dying creature, there would be no chance of getting out of here. After a few seconds, the goblin was still killed, and the hero looked at him and mumbled that he had survived this time. Suddenly there was a bright yellow light that slightly blinded the eyes and alarmed the protagonist standing there. The flustered young man couldn't understand what was going on, and the system congratulated him on successfully completing his first dungeon hunt. It was said that the Babylon Codex had been successfully opened, and a bracelet with inscriptions appeared in the space. The bracelet immediately hoped on the hand of the bewildered Ban Yuan, who understood absolutely nothing. The hero watched the process silently, and his eyes seemed to be endowed with the energy that surrounded him. The system wrote that the power would be transmitted using videograms of the wearer's language, which was incomprehensible to the kid. It was also said that life demons were taken from the flesh of goblins, and other concepts were too difficult for the current level of the wielder. Hearing about the withdrawal and absorption, the worried Ban Yuan became even more nervous. Not understanding the situation, he became aware that his abilities didn't end with tongues, and he could extract concepts from opponents. Looking at the dissolving bodies of the goblins, the hero fell into deep thought and began to realize his abilities. Demons are inherently a concept that humans are incapable of possessing, so it was recommended that such a thing be kept in the Babylonian Codex. The youngster realized that he could either save the concept for later, or apply it immediately, and wondered if it was worth trying it out on himself. Without thinking long, he used the concept on himself, resulting in a life increase to 10.5%. The system notified that the overall ability and potential had improved, and Ban Yu exclaimed that he already felt more confident. Then, the flesh absorption was increased, and the hero's strength and body became healthier, giving him even more confidence. Waving his hands to the sides, the pensive guy said that it wasn't just a feeling, but something else. Concentrating on the sensations, he said his grip, strength, legs, and skin had definitely improved. The protagonist has absorbed the concepts of the blind goblins, and now the concepts of withdrawal and absorption have become clear to him. He said that the bodies of the goblins whose abilities had been absorbed had disappeared, and only 2 wooden clubs remained. The guy realized that if the act of applying the concept worked for him, it worked for other objects as well, and so such a thing was possible. A sliver of confidence appeared inside the young man, and he told himself that if this really worked, he would be able to leave this dungeon. Smiling happily, Ban Yuan exclaimed that he was able to do it and was willing to try and put in a lot of effort. Using the unlocked power, the hero was able to quickly mop up the blind goblin dungeon, leaving a pile of bodies behind him. Being as focused as possible, he spread his palm and shattered the metal ball on the anvil with powerful energy. The system congratulated him for successfully passing the practice test, and Ban Yu exhaled in relief, realizing that he would finally be going home. But suddenly it was said that the candidate would be moved to the hostel and was immediately teleported. The guy wasn't transported home, but to a world he had never seen before, and it was a place called the United Academy. The nervous young man didn't realize where he was, and the system congratulated him on passing the practical exam and becoming a provisional student. The youngster was asked to carefully put on the provided uniform and come in for an interview, and he was perplexed and didn't understand what was being talked about. The hero needed to put on the proud uniform of the United Academy, and he couldn't believe that he had just passed the entrance exam. After changing into student attire, Ban Yu called it ridiculous that he had been put in a near-death situation and now wanted to conduct an interview. He took responsible care of his appearance and adjusted his backpack a few times before setting off. Shining his brown leather boots, the businesslike young man began to walk forward, pondering the essentials. Clenching his fists, the angry young man said that when he met the person responsible for this, he would definitely tell him everything he thought about it all. Loudly swinging open the door of the office ahead, in his thoughts the boy told himself that he would at least demand compensation for such brazen displacement. In the room sat a lovely woman with a flower woven into her hair, who looked a little worriedly at the student who had come in. Banyu was surprised by her attractiveness, but wondered why she had green skin and assumed she was an alien. The madam introduced herself as Yumina, a professor of magical combat at the United Academy, and said it was a pleasure to meet you. She congratulated the student on passing the practical exam, and the shy young man scratched the back of his head and thanked her. The professor asked if the hero knew that the faculty was looking at him during the test, which made him even more embarrassed. The lady said he was the first student in 500 years to create a new artifact during testing, but the awkwardly self-conscious guy didn't feel any better. Banyu was moved here knowing absolutely nothing and almost died, but the joyous Yumina didn't let that bother her and continued to praise him. The youngster assumed that because they were from different worlds, their way of thinking was different, and told himself that he would leave this strange school after the interview. The tense fellow shifted his wary gaze to the window, and in the meantime drops of sweat ran down his cheeks. He asked the professor what the column was called, and the surprised woman didn't understand how a student could not know it. She said she heard that people from the lower dimensions don't know anything about unification, and said that this pillar is the reason for the academy. It was said that they nurture students with great talents from all dimensions and help them reach the top of the tower, which is the purpose of the academy. Yumina added that the Tower of Babel has a dungeon that is the source of all the mysteries and dangers in this world, which surprised Banyu. The protagonist realized that this was the structure he was talking about so much, and wanted to find out from his grandfather what was going on here. The pensive young man wondered if everything his grandfather had told him about as a child was right here. He remembered his little surprised face as he listened intently to the old man's stories about the Tower of Babel. The guy took into account that according to Yumina, this was the dungeon of all dungeons, and wondered if that meant that strange monsters had infested the tower. Gritting his teeth proudly, Banyu confidently told himself that his family's glory and everything that belonged to his ancestors would be brought back. It was then that the youngster decided to enroll in the Unified Academy, and thanks to the special treatment of the professor, he was sent home. After he gathered his entire family and told them what had happened, he had the opportunity to prepare for enrollment. After that, the capable fighter Banyu Wan went to the dungeon where he fought a mob of goblins alone. It was in the lower dungeon, inside the Cave of the Blind Men, where preparations for admission had begun. A large number of muzzled monsters died at the hand of the daredevil, losing limbs that flew in different directions. In a very short period of time, all the goblins lay down, having been stripped of their lives, and the young man walked over their bodies. Firing the automatic rifle with his index finger, in his mind, Banyu said that he had finally succeeded. Before, the brave had been limited to his linguistic skills, but now things are very different. The Babylonian code allowed him to verbalize, absorb, and manipulate the concepts of all objects. After defeating the enemy, the protagonist is able to recognize and master his concept, which has already changed a lot. The more of the concept he mastered, the more he stopped, and his eyes filled with lust for battle. The confident Banyu Wan was walking on the heads of the fallen goblins, but one of them appeared to be alive and prepared to stick a knife into his leg. The youngster, who was pondering about the concept he had obtained in the first dungeon and put into the baton he had gotten, turning it into a weapon, immediately turned around. Slightly confused, he still managed to react and fended off his opponent's attack, preventing him from hitting himself. The goblin's teeth flew apart, and his jaw flattened and nearly turned into an accordion. The mace that Banyu wielded revealed its true form at the owner's command, and was capable of acting freely, being an autonomous artifact. The young man thanked Lucky Chance and the goblins, thanks to whom he had created the mace and gotten a good score on the assessment. The daredevil then decided to sort out the loot and check everything against the code, but was suddenly very surprised. Among the concepts obtained from the monsters, there was something that Banyu had never seen before, and that something was a soul. The guy noticed that the iron mace was making strange noises and asked what was wrong. He immediately inquired of his steel buddy if he really wanted it, and received a nod of agreement in return. The hero didn't refuse his buddy and said he'd give him some life, ghost and spirit too, being not greedy at all. Acquiring even the smallest concepts so far, the young man filled the mace with them, which bore fruit. This time was no exception, and yet another concept focused on the hero's iron weapon. After the action was done, the head began to be saturated with powerful energy, raising the wind, and the surprised Banyu covered his face with his hands. The system wrote that united in perfect harmony and concepts cause transformation of the artifact, and perfect synergy leads to fusion. The youngster recognized that ghost and beast automatically united and wondered if one of the concepts he had left behind had suddenly transformed. The powerful transformation meanwhile continued and blue rays began to radiate everywhere, blinding the eye. The astonished Banyu couldn't believe what he saw, and the system wrote that thanks to the transcendent fusion, the ghostly beast was complete. The snake-pleased kid realized that by combining the symbols for ghost and beast, you can get a ghostly beast, and it's very much a fantasy. Then, with a slightly trembling and sweaty hand, he reached for the lovely silver snake and asked if he could touch it. His arm was bleeding more and more with sweat, and the hero feared that the cute-looking animal might bite him. The blue-eyed snake stuck out its tongue, looking a little frightened at the brave man who was reaching for it. Banyu began stroking her, realizing that the personality remained the same and wondered if she could still transform into a magic cannon or shield. The cute animal enveloped the guy's hand and he said her name was Eva from now on, and suggested she just check the growth status before returning. The character said that based on his experience, life is like a level in a game, and flesh seems to represent physical characteristics. The abilities were something like all-seeing eyes, perfect hearing, and Babylonian mouths, and the kid assumed they were related to his linguistic skills. He then asked Eve if she thought she would now have the opportunity to surprise others, but she began to wave her head negatively. Banyu said that what was really important was the growth rate and agreed to go back since the core of the dungeon had been destroyed. The student was soon teleported back as he needed to get to the entrance ceremony for the combined academy. Near the auditorium of the Unified Academy, which was only for the admission ceremony, people gradually gathered. Inside the room, there were students waiting for the event to begin, feeling a slight thrill of excitement. Some of the students were surprised by the sudden appearance of Banyu Wan, who teleported right into the auditorium. The surprised young man began to look around, not expecting so many people to be there. He then activated the all-seeing eyes, which read everything, and depending on skill, allowed for a deeper understanding of the target's aura and spirit. As expected, unlike the hero who passed the special clearance for below measurements, the normal students looked very strong. Each of them possessed a powerful structure and a serious face that instilled fear even to him, even though he was not their opponent. The tense young man began to look around and wondered where his seat was. But suddenly, someone approached him. The big guy told Banyu Wan that if he was from a lower dimension, he should just get lost instead of hanging around. The peaceful kid realized that messing with such tough students was not worth it, and decided to remove himself. He realized that those who passed the regular selection process had a very high opinion of themselves, and were discriminating against him just because he was from a lower dimension. The protagonist realized that even here those with strength and power looked down on those below them and wondered if it was like that everywhere. One of the students in the back row called out to Banyu, saying that this was where the special selection students were sitting. The youngster approached them, and wondered if students from the lower dimensions were sitting here, which felt like exile. The wary hero used the ability because he found something strange about the guys sitting in the chairs. He looked closely, trying to figure out what was wrong with these students who seemed like simple people from the outside. The hero wondered if they were really special selection students from the lower dimensions. Yet their aura was quite strong. The entire trio sitting in the row alarmed him because even their abilities were vastly different from the others. One of the modest-looking girls was very strong, but she didn't show it and seemed withdrawn. A surprised Banyu was sure that at this level of ability, the trio was able to wipe the floor with regular selection students. The main character said hello to a boy named S-Light, whose eyes were very sincere and kind. The young man called the places delightful, saying in his mind that this cute kid really did seem to radiate light. He was a cute roommate that Banyu had met in the dorm before he got to the ceremony. Their first meeting was slightly unusual, as the knightly armor-clad S-Light threatened with his sword and asked the hero who he was. The terrified young man was greatly confused as the tip of the sword was right at his throat. The kid exclaimed that he was a freshman, and the threatening S-Light was his roommate from now on. The blonde apologized, saying he was only after a practice screening and a bit on edge, and asked his blue-eyed vis-a-vis if he was okay. Banyu observed for himself that this guy who looked one and the same like a prince from a fairy tale was quite fiery, but he wasn't that bad since he apologized. S-Laith said that even a novice familiar with only the basics could easily defeat a goblin, and in his exam, he had to deal with a group of trolls and ogres. The hero picked up on the fact that they had started chatting and hadn't even washed their faces, and added that he hadn't talked to anyone since he arrived here. He then began to peel off his t-shirt, asking his dazed buddy if it was true that the dormitory showers were shared. The young man offered to continue the conversation while they bathed, but a knocked-out S-Laith suggested he go to the showers first. After these words, the blonde turned his head away, which caused bewilderment to the protagonist, who did not understand why he was acting so strangely. Maximally embarrassed and blushing, the kid said he'd come over a little later. A bewildered Ban Yu-won had no idea what was going on with his buddy who had been fine until a few minutes ago. Smiling oddly at S-Lath, he said in his mind that time would tell, and he found something interesting in his sense of unease. The hero then noticed the two girls sitting on the row and decided to politely say hello to them. The cute student looked into the guy's eyes with great surprise and slightly flushed cheeks. Her cuteness was greatly admired by Ban Yu, who tried to contain his emotions and said that he was very happy to meet her. The youngster then turned his attention to the girl sitting next to him, who was more cold-blooded and reserved. With a drop of sweat on his face, he looked into her eyes, feeling awkward as her look wasn't cute at all. The cold-blooded maiden looked at the brave man with dark eyes, as if she had analyzed him from head to toe in 1 second. The young man asked if something was wrong, and the beauty called the curious thing that wrapped itself around his arm. Ban Yu-won immediately realized that she was talking about his cute snake Eva, which he immediately summoned. The delighted trio looked at the cute animal with fascination, and the hero was amazed that they could see her. S-Lath asked how the artifact was able to change so quickly, and the cute girl asked if she could touch the snake. Her blonde girlfriend introduced herself as Dokgoon, Master Muram's daughter, and asked the hero what his name was. The friendly Ban Yu-won introduced herself and asked if her family uses something like martial arts, and creates gusts of wind between her palms. An awkward silence hung over the company after the words were spoken, and the trio laughed discreetly at the young man. Experiencing gusts of laughter, Dokgoon said that he was thinking correctly, and wasn't even the least bit wrong, which surprised the kid. The hero said that if you strain your imagination, there's no reason to think martial arts can't exist, and the cute girl introduced herself as Rochelle. S-Lath introduced himself to the girls and said he was glad to meet them, but Dokgoon didn't reciprocate, which confused him. A surprised Ban Yu-won noticed Professor Yumina nearby, and the blonde man asked if he had already had an interview with her. The young man confirmed this and asked Light if he had it, and the puzzled man gave no answer. The blue-eyed man looked silently into the eyes of the brave, who also suspected a strange resemblance between them. Suddenly, those sitting in the audience noticed that the ceiling of the auditorium began to close, but no one could understand what was happening. A frightening voice then said that everyone in the assembly could begin, and panic began among the students in the hall. No one understood what was happening, and some of those present grabbed their heads in great pain. Like everyone else, a tense Rochelle didn't realize what was going on and tried to stay in one place. A sweaty S-Lath gritted his teeth, keeping a hand on his shoulder and feeling the intense pressure that kept the pressure at bay. Grabbing his head, Ban Yu-won couldn't understand where the exorbitant pressure that spread to everyone in the audience came from. It was very hard to tolerate such a thing, and the protagonist lifted his head up, trying to figure out the cause of the problem. While he looked up nervously, the Dokgoon sitting next to him remained perfectly calm and didn't feel pressured like the others. The young man quickly realized that something huge was looming over them, and a voice said that it was starting the 2557th Academy's opening ceremony. After a while, a delighted Professor Yumina asked the students if they agreed that the rector's speech was impressive, but none of the four answered her question, for pressure was a thoroughly unpleasant part of speech. Taking a sip of tea, Ban Yu-won startled everyone present by asking if that giant eye was really the rector. The dumbfounded Yumina and S-Lath began to ask if he had really seen that eye, for many were too frightened to look up. In his thoughts, the protagonist said that this creature had completely hidden itself using some special method. He had no idea how such a thing was possible and tensed up, noticing the intimidating look in the eyes of the seated Dokgoon next to him. A slightly alarmed young man said it all felt like a huge eye was looking down on them. The professor said it was indeed the rector, whom they would not see again unless they achieved something special or provoked an incident. She said that apparently Ban Yu would get a private meeting with the rector, and the nervous guy asked if it wasn't more like a curse. Yumina said that the students' accomplishments are also her accomplishments as a professor, and asked everyone to try their best, which surprised S-Lath. The slightly anxious kid asked if she was going to be their leader, and Yumina confirmed that she was. He couldn't believe that one of the Academy's 9 professors would be leading them, and the woman asked if she should introduce herself formally. The nice lady said she had been put in charge of their 11th grade class, and offered to work together for the next 5 years. S-Lath asked if regular students aren't assigned lower-level responsibilities. The professor confirmed this, but said that so unusual students were admitted this year that it was her responsibility. Taking the hot tea in her hands, she said that while they were all assembled, she would give them a little advice to adhere to. Madam advised the students to be careful of envy and hostility from the regular students. Her words sounded unexpected to Ban Yu-won, who listened attentively and deepened into his own thoughts. The hero realized that her words of envy and hostility were no longer just about competition, but something more meaningful. It was about physical confrontations between students, matters outside of internal disputes, and unprotected by established rules. Yumina said that the foursome should stick together, as they are rare, specially selected students. Banyu realized that if they wanted to develop alongside other students, they had to be strong enough to ignore envy and hostility. The professor added that they were also partners who would climb the tower together until they graduated, which sounded unexpected. With a snap of her fingers, she said that was enough talking for today and added that the academy had prepared small gifts for each of them. The lady promised to explain the rules and details to the foursome after they received their intended artifacts. The bright light dazzled the surprised students who were expecting to receive something valuable and interesting as a gift. Holding up a red pendant with a gold chain, a surprised S-Light asked if it was a student ID. Yumina said they could use it to identify themselves and access all objects, and even teleport. The frozen young man said that the professor was just great because this present was very valuable. Suddenly, a bright yellow light appeared in the room and the equally surprised Rochelle echoed her companion's words exactly. The trio then exhaled heavily in a single tone, while droplets of sweat ran down their faces from the realization of the situation. A frustrated S-Lath said they would need to have this ticket with them if they wanted to enter the tower, and it would have to be carefully monitored. A pensive Rochelle wondered why there was only one Banyu Wan left, which was very alarming. The blonde replied that no one knew that, and he didn't make any more guesses because he was weak at it. Silent Dogoyan suggested perhaps, since the only one able to sense the presence. Earlier, Professor Yumina took a few minutes away from her students to answer a phone call. She spoke in a whisper, glancing carefully at the students, saying into the phone that they were just about to have a tea party. At that moment, a suspicious Dogoyan was watching her intently, trying to overhear important information. The maiden realized that Banyu Wan's simple appearance was the only one in all the students who could look directly at the rector. Outwardly, the boy looked like a fool who understands absolutely nothing and does not think. But in reality, it was different. Currently, the protagonist was sitting in the rector's office, waiting to meet with him and sweating from nerves. The young man wondered if he'd gotten himself into something since a personal meeting with the rector on his first day was rather strange. Very suddenly, an unfamiliar voice said that the youngster could look at him calmly, which roused the student. The voice came from the doll lying on the table, and said that his true incarnation was not here. The tense Banyu Wan silently stared ahead, trying to remain calm to avoid embarrassment. He went to the rector, who asked to be called Master, and told him that he must first explain why he had summoned him. The mysterious man said he usually doesn't interfere with students' learning, and if they are weak, leaves them weak. If they are strong, leaves them strong. The voice added that whether they died in the tower or survived and gained power and glory, he didn't care at all. The rector confessed that he had only one goal in mind, and that was to see whoever managed to reach the very top. A frightening smile suddenly appeared on the doll's face, and the mysterious man added that everything else was meaningless. The worried Banyu Wan remained completely silent as he didn't know what to reply to these words. Looking at the doll, he fell into deep thought, thinking over what he had heard and drawing some conclusions. Strictly speaking, the Tower of Babel from ancestral times to the present day, the Ban family was determined to reclaim it. The protagonist took on a pensive look and said firmly in his thoughts that he really wanted to regain all the power and former glory. The determined brave was willing to risk his life to retrieve the tower, but the rector stood in his way and would get in the way. The curious young man wondered what the Tower of Babel meant to other students. Tense, he clenched his fist and decided to approach the master, asking why the students were coming all the way up to climb the tower. The youngster inquired as to what exactly the great tower represented, but received no answer at first. The nervous boy stared silently at the smiling doll on the table, while the rector thought about how to answer his question. He chose his expression carefully so as not to mislead the kid or hinder his goals. It was said that the tower was a test on the path to the divine, which puzzled Banyu Wan. Upon hearing about the divine, the protagonist tensed up even more, as he wasn't expecting it at all. He was curious as to what ordinary people meant by this, and imagined a certain shaman standing on top of a tower that people worshipped. Smiling slightly, the young man said that it was getting harder and harder to understand anything, but he wasn't going to give up. The rector, however, said that he did not interfere in the difficulties of students, but this time he would make an exception, which was incomprehensible to the boy. Mysterious said he would do this because he sees the greatest potential he has ever seen in Banyu Wan. He promised to make arrangements to help the young man climb the tower, and began to imbue his student ID with powerful energy. The restless protagonist looked at the red gold chain pendant and wondered what it was. Master, on the other hand, said he had extended his rights to explore outside the academy, and now he could go to any dungeon. The empowered pendant glowed brightly, and the mentor asked the lad to remember to hone his skills before climbing the tower. A sweating Ban Yu asked the rector if it was true that he could move outside the academy, which was confirmed. The mysterious one then said that the young man could go, whereupon a blue-green portal appeared beneath his feet. The rector once again asked him to improve his skills before entering the tower, for it was very important. He promised to unlock the next privilege for the guy if his progress was notable, which sounded pretty amazing. The next privilege was called Solitary Tower Exploration, which strained Ban Yu even more. Lastly, the master said that he would look forward to their next meeting, after which the portal was held in action. The very frightened protagonist screamed in fear as he moved, but very soon found himself in a normal world. The exhausted youngster found himself in the arms of Professor Yumina, who inquired about the meeting with the rector. He was very embarrassed and immediately jumped up from his seat, feeling his cheeks redden, much to the lady's surprise. Feeling the conspicuous pendant, Madame was very surprised, for the rector had given the student permission to leave the academy. Ban Yu said that Master had advised him to develop the skills he lacked as soon as possible, and the lady confirmed that it made a huge difference. She added that a daredevil could freely explore the outer dungeons outside of the tower and visit the outer cities at will. It meant he would get a lot more experience and training, and it was unprecedented to give such privileges to an ordinary student. The hero thought it meant something like he was weak and should take extra assignments, but Yumina said he was lucky. Smiling sweetly, Madame said that professors were usually very busy to leave the academy at this time. She added that because the association is an academy, everything is designed with students in mind, which can be uncomfortable for professors. The young man said he understood that, and Yumina added that he would have the opportunity to explore the dungeon as well as visit the outer city. Without hiding her white envy, the lady said he would have the opportunity to enjoy the goodies as long as he wished. She warily told Ban Yu that there was one good outer city she could recommend, and that was Ronica, where the Spring Temple was located. After a while, having gone traveling, the protagonist was wandering along a stone path, enjoying the nice weather. Yumina asked him to bring her 2 bottles of bridal wine prepared by the priests of the temple, which was famous for its sweet flavor. Opening the inventory, the kid smiled and said to himself in his thoughts that he should be thankful for getting an expanded inventory. With a surprised look at one of the objects, the young man thought deeply and froze in place. He wondered if this wasn't the item his grandfather had given him when he stayed home briefly before enrollment. That day, grandfather asked Ban Yu if he had prepared well before leaving, to which the boy replied that he had more or less. The old man asked him to open the bag and take as much as he wanted, and the shocked boy asked what it was. The bag contained solid gold items, and the guy asked if it was okay to take them, and Grandpa smiled and said it was okay. The man said that it was all the legacy of their ancestors who had dedicated themselves to finding the Tower of Babel, and now it all belonged to Ban Yuan. It came out just as the hero thought it would, but now that he has an inventory, it's very convenient, and everything fits in perfectly. Some time ago, his grandfather had said that gold was valued all over the world, so the young man decided to take a couple pieces with him. Looking away, the guy shoved his hands in his pockets and said that the preparations were over, and it was time for him to move out. Looking at the enchanting huge city, he said it was time to go out into the new world and learn something new for himself. The cityscape looked very familiar to Ban Yuan, even considering the fact that it was another dimension. As he looked around, he noticed the flying vehicles being driven by ordinary people. The guy was curious about what it was and how it flew, and one of the law enforcement officers suddenly turned to the stranger. Together with his colleague, the guard began to approach the young man, asking where he was from, as he had not been seen here before. As they approached, they were very surprised, and one of them asked if it was true that the youngster was a student from the merged academy. The guards greeted the guy, saying they were in charge of the western border of the academy town of Ronica. When asked by surprised people how he got here, Ban Yu replied that the rector had given him the right to freely pursue his studies. Residents said that thanks to the hard work of the Vector and academy staff, their city remains peaceful today, for which they were grateful. The guard said that as a freshman, the hero probably doesn't know much about the city or its workings, and added that they'd be happy to help. His colleague said that if the young man was interested in something, he could feel free to reach out, which he decided to take advantage of. With a sharp movement, the protagonist pointed a finger upward to inquire about the flying machinery. He said he'd like to get his hands on one of those things for transportation, because they looked pretty interesting. The guards of the western border of the academy town immediately raised their heads to realize what the academy freshman was talking about. A curious boy inquired about the cost of the kind of motorcycles he was eager to experience. Already very soon, the young man got the desired transportation, which he was eager to test in practice. He turned the gas knob smoothly, enjoying the roar of the engine, then plowed forward at high speed. At a tremendous speed, Ban Yuan rode forward, leaving behind a large amount of dust and enjoying the wind beating in his face. Bouncing off the edge of the cliff, the brave man stood up slightly, gripping the steering wheel tightly and enjoying the adrenaline he was experiencing. The boy was screaming with joy because he had never experienced such pleasure and extreme pleasure before. Casting in different directions, he screamed that it was freaking awesome and couldn't get enough of it, while forgetting everything in the world. The guard said the base model hoverbike cost $250,000, and the young man wondered if he had the ability to trade gold and buy it. The dumbfounded law enforcement officer could not understand where the freshman got such a bullion, and he replied that he got it from his grandfather. After getting on the hoverbike, Ban Yu said that he should say thank you to his grandfather for giving him the ingot without hesitation. At one point, the young man was distracted by the baby Eve who came out, looking at him sweetly with blue eyes. He cheerfully said that adding in spirit and ghost turned the hoverbike into a living artifact and asked what she thought about it. Lilith was a bike created by Ban Yu by fusing the concept of spirit and ghost, thus making it a living artifact. Joyful little Eva showed her solidarity and hissed sweetly, praising her owner. The hero realized that everything was going great, as he bought wine for Professor Yumina and also created a little sister for the snake. The guy had done everything he needed to do, and realized that now it was time to head back to the merged academy. A short time later, the young man sat at his desk, agonizing over an incredibly bad headache. Unexpectedly, Slate came over, who put a glass of water on the table and said that Ban Yuan had disappointed him. But he was disappointed that he had left after their meeting without saying a word, and now he was back with a hangover. Hiro said that Yumina insisted and he couldn't refuse, and added that it was the first time he had ever gotten drunk. The angry blonde said that if the guy had told him sooner, at least he wouldn't have waited for him. Whereupon Dakoan interjected into the conversation. She said that the badge on Banyu's chest was the symbol of the headman, and asked if it was true that he got it in exchange for becoming the professor's drinking buddy. The young man asked why not, and Eslaith reminded him that Yumina was in charge of them, and if he was appointed, they needed to accept that. Doc Goen stunned the guys by saying that if anyone should represent the four of them, it should be her. The silent girl considered herself the strongest of the four, which sounded unexpected to everyone present. With a smirk, she asked Ban Yuan if he agreed with her, but the guy didn't drop a word in response. Angry Eslate said they should be equal, but felt it was necessary to clarify something about what the damsel had just said. He firmly said that treating as if Dokoan was better than them at something would definitely not reflect well on their future climbing the tower. The young man also disagreed that she was the strongest among them, but his words only brought a smile to the girl's face. The words about equality sounded funny, and it reminded her of the person who had asked the professor about whether students could conquer the tower alone. The bewildered kid assured that he was just curious, and it didn't mean he didn't want to go in a patty with them at all. Ban Yuan realized that they had hostility brewing, and from the morning, and he was going to say that they should at least develop a plan in advance. That said, it looked as if the game was off to a rough start as the atmosphere inside was tense. In particular, the hero would not have wanted to become the head of the class. But now he was beginning to understand why the professor had chosen him out of all four. Eslaith was remarkably ignorant, but his pride was ridiculously strong and was not taken seriously by anyone. Dok Goyong in turn is incredibly self-centered, while strong is sure to make enemies. Sweet Rushil, on the other hand, is remarkably passive, and also lacks the character to lead or nurture others. The young man exhaled tensely, realizing that these were the special selection students, which he could only hardly believe. Raising his hand, the newly minted headman asked his companions to calm down and allow him to speak. The brave man said that old age doesn't have to be the strongest. In fact, he doesn't have to be the strongest at all. The wary and self-centered Dok Goyan immediately asked why he felt that way and what influenced it. The youngster replied that if the strongest was the headman, he would make his own decisions at his discretion. The hero surprised his companions by saying that the headman should be someone who could offer a fair solution for everyone, and in this he considered himself the most malleable. Dakoan said that since Yumina has the right to appoint the headman, she would agree with their reasoning for now. Whereupon the young man exhaled slightly. The girl startled Bang Yu-1 by suddenly saying that the only person she really wants to lead herself is him. Then she said that even if something bothers her, if she wants to get what she wants, she will have to put up with the unnecessary. The unexpected statement stunned Eslaith and Rushel, who stood behind and did not interfere in the conversation. Dakayon began to walk away, and the outgoing Ban Yu-1 then tried to calm down the associate who realized that the girl thought they were unnecessary. The desperate protagonist felt like he was on a battlefield rather than a university, and didn't know what to do next. He realized that pride issues would take time to resolve, and he was suddenly approached by Rochelle. The delighted girl asked if he still had that cute snake, saying she wanted to touch it just a little bit more. Ban Yu's first lesson as head teacher started off with difficulty, as one of the fierce students said that he was curious to know the abilities of these scum. A whole crowd of ordinary students, along with the four, had gathered on the field where the general lesson was taking place. Standing at the head of the protagonist tried to remain calm, and not to give in to provocations, so as not to make missteps. The ordinary students looked at the four with anger and hatred, as if they had crossed their path somewhere. The professor said he thought they would start the first class with light sparring and asked the students what they would say about that. The battle-hungry students were eager to fight, begging the professor to give them the right to do so, and each was sure they could do it alone. Ban Yu-won listened silently as one of the students angrily asked if he wanted to remove that brooch from the left side of his chest. The worried blonde said that the academy had split into classes based on ability, and now the first class hated the 11th class. One of the big men remained silent and looked sternly at the protagonist that everyone showed great hatred for. Gromala wondered if this weakling dared to wear Professor Yumina's brooch, also known as the Goddess of Flowers. Gritting his teeth angrily, he said in his mind that he would never agree to it, because the tubby man had the nerve to wear it right in front of him. Suddenly, the big guy shouted out, asking the professor to let him test Ban Yu-won's abilities himself. The surprised man looked at the monster, his eyes lighting up with rage, and said it sounded good. He then looked at the hero and motioned for him to get up, telling him that he would have a practice fight with Erecto. From the looks of it, the young man remained absolutely calm and tried in every way to keep himself in control so as not to allow embarrassment in public. Meanwhile, Professor Yumina was sorting through papers, sitting in her office, and being a bit tense. Pretty soon she wondered why the students in her class had a joint session with a special class on the very first day. The lady realized that there was no way that a specially selected student from a lower dimension could stand up to sparring with someone from a higher dimension. Madame suspected it was something they must have been thinking about when they made the schedule. But she didn't know whose prank it was. The challenged Ban Yu-won, meanwhile, raised his slightly sweaty hand and apologized to the professor. The young man said that his fighting skills were not good enough yet, and it was unlikely that he could learn anything from this fight. The man pondered a bit and threatened that the guy would lose 3 points to start with, much to his surprise. The persistent professor said that was no excuse at all and once again asked the young man to come out to fight. Ban Yu didn't understand why this guy was acting like this and assumed that he was dragging him into this to humiliate him in front of everyone. The character said he was accepted as a special selection student because of his abilities, therefore combat skills. So it's a fact, they're an excuse. He wondered if it wouldn't make more sense to evaluate it differently, rather than have him get into a fight if they were interested in his skills. The enraged professor asked if he was now going to get it too, and the young man replied that they all had to learn what they didn't know. After saying those words, he lost another 5 points, and Ban Yu realized how the cunning professor was going to play. The daredevil then raised his index finger and asked what about the terms he was willing to declare. He suggested that this week be considered preparatory, and the sparring would take place the following week, which surprised the man even more. Everyone was surprised, and Ban Yu said that if only he could take this week's vacation and go to the upper dimension once, a lot of things would change. With a smile on his face, the hero confidently said that after all these actions, his preparations for sparring would be completed. All present were puzzled at what they heard, and for a time a silence fell over the area. One of the higher dimensional disciples chuckled when he heard about the sparring being postponed for a week and the preparations. No one could understand the nonsense the kid was suggesting, but a girl sitting nearby who was a mage gave it some thought. His words seemed interesting to her, and the disgruntled crowd of higher dimensional disciples felt even more hatred for the youngster. The professor asked if Ban Yu really expected that in a week he would have the opportunity to confront someone from the special class. Shivering with anger, the sharp-eared man wondered if now the boy would just ignore him completely and change his schedule as he pleased. The hero didn't care since it wasn't even the professor standing in front of him, but his behavior made the behind-standing S-Lite worry. Suddenly, the long-eared man turned to Ban Yu-won and Erecto, about to make a loud announcement to everyone present. He loudly proclaimed that they would have an official sparring match next Tuesday, the format of which would be completely open. The professor added that the entire academy would have a chance to see it live and asked everyone to get ready. Ban Yu-won was well aware that the bastard wasn't just trying to humiliate him, but wanted to make a big show out of it. The wily Eeyore added that since it was the hero who had asked for a prep period, he had better show off his skills. This did not frighten the young man at all, who immediately shouted to Erecto standing nearby, whose name he clarified. With a snap of his fingers, the headman smiled and said that they would have an official match in a week, and he was looking forward to it. The big guy didn't take him seriously and called him annoying, realizing he could easily overpower the kid. It wasn't that Ban Yu-won expected a polite response from his opponent, as his target wasn't him at all. He was interested in Erecto's characteristics, which he was going to analyze with his omniscient eyes. The young man immediately used his eyes that read everything, and he could immediately see the enemy's characteristics. As expected of a special class, the magnitude of its characteristics, life and flesh, are ridiculously unfair, as life was 5 times the size of Banyu. This did not frighten the protagonist at all, although it was a reason to think, since the characteristics were very different. Looking at Rochelle and Eslaith, the headman realized that to climb the tower with these guys, he would have to surpass Erecto's level. He then asked if they were worried about him since they were so gloomy, and Dogoyan asked if no one would come out. She said that unlike the headman, she specializes in fighting and got into a fighting stance. The damsel asked the youngster if he wasn't curious about the abilities of the special selection students. Ban Yuan immediately smiled, realizing that the strong Dogoyan could stand up to anyone. The fearless girl took a rubber band to her hair and began braiding it, saying she was more than willing to accept the challenge of sparring. Silence once again fell over the battle arena, and for the first few minutes no one responded, as her confidence grew alarmed. The special class students sitting in the spectator seats grew nervous, and none of them were ready to challenge her. The professor standing nearby, who had previously behaved very relaxed, was also sweating. Ban Yuan in turn enjoyed the silence that had prevailed thanks to the beautiful Dogoyan. All-seeing eyes couldn't fully comprehend the extent of her power, and it was simply impossible for the students from the first class not to feel her overwhelming aura. The girl got tired of waiting and asked what was wrong and if she should back out because of their insecurity. Suddenly, the damsel pointed her finger at Erecto, who was previously very vocal against Ban Yuan, eager to fight. Smiling, she began beckoning him with her finger and confidently said she would crush him in seconds. Her overconfidence infuriated the big man, who could no longer tolerate such humiliation. Ban Yu thought that Erecto should be terrified after all. His original target was him, but now he was being challenged by someone no one expected him to be. Looking at the fierce-looking, bulky man from the special class, the protagonist realized that the coming battle would be the end of him. The young man was certain that the Ambo would be so traumatized that they would not recover in a week. Still, he rushed over to Dokoyan, realizing that this shouldn't happen, and asked her to calm down. The guy said that Erecto has a sparring session with him in a week, so if she wants to fight him, she should wait her turn. The girl asked if he was sure about that, and the hero thanked her for standing up for him. He then confidently said that this time, he wanted to prove what he was worth with his own strength, which even surprised Doc Goyen. She admitted that she thought Bang Yu-won was just a guy who relies on stunts, but maybe there's a bit of masculinity in him. A nervous Erecto sat back in his seat and doused himself with sweat, while the confident damsel asked if anyone else wanted to fight her. Spreading her hands at her waist, Dokon asked if anyone wanted to step forward, but the people eating the cowardly crowd didn't dare. Everyone present from the special class was doused with sweat and even shaking with nerves, but no one dared to challenge her. The bold maiden sighed heavily and scratched the back of her head, saying that the crowd had been barking so loud just a second ago. As she left, she said that now that there was a real threat, it was as if the arrogant upstarts had grown attached to the ground. Ban Yu-won and S-Light smiled as they stood aside and silently listened to the monologue of Dokoyan, who startled everyone with her confidence. Some special class students fortified vice grips or fists, feeling a great desire to beat up the girl. Suddenly a guy sitting away from everyone made himself known, who asked the maiden who she had called dogs. He startled the companions sitting next to him by rising abruptly and saying that the weak and foolish always band together in packs. The guy smiled and added that such people growl, pretending to protect their little groups. Dokoan listened silently to the overbearing stranger, who said the sight couldn't be more gratifying. A tense Ban Yu-won wondered what was wrong with this guy, since he was acting rather defiantly. Eslate said that even with the special class, this young man looked like a bird of a completely different flight. It was a guy named Ortima, who was the ruler of the Cedius dimension, which really stressed the protagonist out. Perplexed, and the young man asked the blonde man what this was even about, and Light asked in surprise. Excluding unification, there were 10 upper dimensions, and Ortima was from the family that rules one of them, Cedius. A surprised Ban Yu-won asked if it was true that this guy was from a top 10 family among all dimensions. Ortima turned to the agitated professor, who was very nervous and out of place. In his hands, a surprised Rochelle saw a device, and Eslaith explained that it was a recording device, and they must be taking a video. The hero asked what they were going to do when they were done, and the blonde man replied that it was rumored that they would share what happened with everyone on the internet. Light asked if he knew what the internet was, and Ban Yu explained that it was a network created by a company or educational institutions to share information. A perplexed Buddy asked how he knew about the internet, and the hero replied that where he was from, events were moving in a similar direction. In his phone, Rochelle saw a channel with recordings and broadcasts, and Ban Yu-wan thanked her for helping her find it. After a couple seconds, they saw a live feed on the screen where Dokoin and her opponent could be seen. The earnest protagonist realized that the conniving teacher really wanted to embarrass them. However, the young man doubted that events would unfold as the long-eared professor thought. The cold-blooded opponents meanwhile looked sternly at each other, ready to face each other in a duel. Ortima said they should get started, and his opponent smiled, calling him a rookie. Smiling, Dokoin said she'd let him make the first move, and began to annoyingly beckon with her palm. Her defiant behavior was slowly pissing off the guy, who wasn't about to endure such humiliation in public. Using the first technique, the young fighter offered to see how far arrogance could take the maiden. Remaining as composed as possible, he spread his palm and used the ability, ordering his opponent to kneel. The magic waves were directed towards the completely calm Dokoin, who was still standing still. The agitated Ban Yu-wan and the rest of the companions watched in awe, but did not get involved. Drops of sweat dripped down the face of the tense protagonist, and his eyes widened at what he saw before him. Feeling the atmosphere around him, in his thoughts, he said that it was much different from the force he was controlling. It felt like water flowing from top to bottom, with the air suddenly heavy and it became difficult to breathe. The young man paid attention to the faces of the students sitting on the podium, and realized that the laws of nature and everything around him had suddenly changed. The magical power made him fall to his knees as if it was the most natural thing he could do. He called it something a distortion of the laws of nature, which surprised the blue-eyed S-Light standing next to him. The worried blonde asked if the hero understood how the ability worked, and a terrified Rochelle trembled with fear. Suddenly, the trembling girl clutched onto Ban Yu-wan's hand, who didn't expect this, and asked what happened to her. The sweet damsel's eyes showed the terror and fear she felt, which she could not resist. The cold-blooded Dokoin in turn did not give in, firmly continued to stand on her feet, resisting her opponent's magic. She used the strange gesture while looking sternly into the eyes of her opponent ahead of her. Both opponents stood to the end, and neither of them was going to give up, while the girl tried to put more and more effort. The dumbfounded professor didn't understand what the hell was going on, and Eslaith was very worried about his companion. The bewildered Ban Yu-wan was surprised to see that Dokoin had increased her energy very easily and completely suppressed her opponent's energy. Not at all frightened, Ortima chuckled lightly and recognized that it looked like the girl was capable of something not to underestimate her. The maiden, however, said that apparently his power was as ridiculous as his horns, and added that if that was all he was capable of, she would be disappointed. The boy smiled and used magic again, saying that they weren't done yet, and the wary lady was ready to fight. This was followed by an attack from her side, which resulted in loud rumbles and pops. Using her lightning-fast speed, Dokoin was already near her opponent in a couple of moments, and kicked him in the stomach. The dumbfounded young man with horns on his head couldn't believe it, and the maiden asked if he thought she would let it happen twice. She said it's an obvious attack that gets stronger the closer one is to the opponent. An exasperated Ortima said he would have to use both hands to do so, trying to continue the resistance. Dokoin was suddenly at his back and asked him if he agreed that if one didn't have enough brains, one should train the body better. The enraged hornblower swung her fist, calling her an upstart, but the wispy girl managed to dodge effortlessly. The maiden then grabbed the lad by the collar and blocked his hands, saying that as expected his movements were stilted and clumsy. This time the blow came right into the face of the devilman, who was confused and couldn't do anything about it. The young lady smiled, and sarcastically asked not to be told that someone had to spoon-feed Ortima. Angry young man really wanted to take revenge on the upstart, who humiliated him at every turn and ridiculed him in front of everyone. He called her a mutt, and with eyes burning with rage he rushed to attack, but the maiden, laughing at him once again, managed to bounce back from the blow. Shocked by what he saw, S-Light froze in place, his mouth open as he continued to watch the spectacular fight. The astonished young man could not believe that Dokoin prevailed over Ortima, who was the ruler of Cetius. Everyone was amazed that a little-known girl had crushed the ruler while laughing in his face. Ban Yu-wan said that it looks like all of this is because the guy with the horns is used to suppressing the opponent's actions. Looking at Dokoin, he picked up on the fact that Ortima also defeated opponents by distorting the laws of nature. With a sharp movement, getting close, the maiden struck a fist straight into the jaw of her opponent, who was confused. The befuddled hornblower barely remained conscious, and the girl continued to act skillfully against her opponent. The protagonist said that Ortima's method doesn't work on Dokoin, and actually that's why it's the way it is now. The incredibly angry guy clenched his teeth tightly, realizing that there was nothing he could do to resist such a strong opponent. With a smile on his face, Ban Yu said that the ruler had the power of suppression and physical abilities, but it could be said that he himself did not move while doing so. S-Light realized that Dogoon and the main character are truly special selection students, as one fights on par with Ortama, and the other comprehends them both. Endowed with incredible strength, the maiden meanwhile continued to crush her opponent, and the blonde didn't understand what was going on here. The horrified, horny man asked his rival how dare she insult him in front of everyone and not give him a chance to even get up. The nice lady didn't answer the question, and very quickly closed his mouth with another fist punch to his jaw. The stern girl asked if the youngster had come here to thrash his tongue, or if he resisted her cutting it off because it was too long. The rage of Ortama's tolerating taunts blew his head off, and he suddenly used a magical charge, knocking his opponent back. He longed to destroy Dogoon, and shouted asking how dare she humiliate him in front of so many people. At the top of his voice, the horny man shouted that he would never forgive her for this, and if she was so willing to die, she would be killed right now. The cold-blooded madam remained composed and remained calm, waiting for action from her opponent. Squatting down for a further attack, she slightly contemplated death because it had been mentioned by her opponent. The battle lady said that death is fundamentally not a concept that a child like Ortama should be talking about. With a slight squeeze of her hand, she gathered all her strength, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to end her opponent. After saying that, Dogoon rushed to attack the hornblower, who remained furious and ready to tear her to shreds. He prepared an incredibly powerful fire charge, eager to finish off the upstart who had humiliated him in front of everyone. The absolutely calm damsel in turn was prepared for this outcome and stuck to her plan. Suddenly, a sweet female voice said that was enough and praised the results of the fight. The bewildered opponents froze in place as the blow was delivered, trying to figure out who said it. When they looked around, they saw a flowery meadow, and a few meters away stood a calm Professor Yumina. A tense Dogoon couldn't understand when they had managed to end up in a beautiful flowery meadow that smelled of tranquility. The equally perplexed Ortama froze in place, and his incredible rage disappeared in an instant. Yumina said that at the academy, they don't encourage students to fight to the death, so it would be overkill. Smiling sweetly at the young fighters, the professor said she would prefer they leave it to the tower. Madame then snapped her finger to slightly dilute the tense situation and smooth things out. A multitude of petals began to fall from the sky onto the small battlefield, enveloping the asphalt. Frozen in place with surprise, Banyu-1 silently watched the scene while deepening his personal thoughts. The young man was curious as to what it was, and very soon he assumed it was a trivial illusion. The protagonist could smell the scent of the flowers too strongly, so the theory about the illusion seemed untrustworthy. A nervous Ortama realized that they couldn't continue the battle any further, and the only solution for him was to simply leave. Turning around, the young man began to silently walk away, disgruntled, and Professor Yumina looked after him with a smile. The cold-blooded Dogoon suddenly recognized that Madame was very even strong, which sounded surprising to her. The lovely lady smiled at the student, saying nothing in response and continuing to stand in one place. Exhaling, the stern-looking maiden began to slowly walk away, left alone with her musings. An overjoyed Banyu-1 congratulated her on her return, but the battle lady didn't share his positive emotions. She only calmly asked how the duel had looked, and the young man replied that it was simply amazing. He continued to compliment her, but suddenly, his head was smacked into her back by Rochelle standing behind him. The bewildered protagonist asked what was wrong, while S-Light and Dogoon watched silently. The shivering girl looked at the martial maiden in horror, and Banyu-1 asked if she was still frightened by what she saw. This appeased the hero, who began to soothe the little girl, saying that everything was fine, while Dogoon looked at them with a serious look. Suddenly, the young man heard Professor Yumina's loud tones scolding Farrell's teacher, saying that his negligence deserved to be punished. She said it is extremely unprofessional to push students into sparring from the very first class and think they can get away with it. The teacher, experiencing great shame, could not say anything, and Yumina asked if he realized that it was a huge mistake. The proud professor said Farrell might not even think he could get away with a simple apology and asked him to be prepared. The lady then noticed the real nearby Banyu-1, who became very nervous when she looked at him. The woman approached the young man and touched his headman's badge with her index finger. Smiling sweetly, she said that dignity was everything to the headman, and asked how come he wears his badge upside down. The dumbfounded disciples from the higher dimensions began to pour sweat and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Professor Yumina said she would now go about her business, and wished everyone present a good day. Sighing, Banyu-1 said that the professor had come to stop the fight, but there was one big but. The lady had further inflamed the situation, and now a crowd of furious higher dimensional disciples were eager to tear the hero apart. Soon, news spread throughout the academy that Dogoyan from the lower dimension was on the same level, fighting against Ortama. People were discussing how awesome the new students were, and some were getting angry and asking them to stop with the nonsense. Students also discussed that Professor Farrell recently made a new post on his page. Some enjoyed the beauty of the newcomers from the lower dimensions, and some couldn't believe who that Ortama had been beaten by some girl. Many fell in love with the beautiful Dokgoyan, who proved herself very worthy and soon became the favorite of many. Some students wondered why Bang Yu-wan was negotiating with Farrell, but someone said he is a master negotiator and his words are sharp. After a few seconds, the students were dumbfounded to see Professor Yumina playfully touching the hero badge with her finger. Lots of posts about how the guy is now Kana were flying all over social media, and no one could believe what they were seeing. Sitting with his associates in the joint, the young man read all these posts and said, smiling, that the whole world seemed to be talking about them. Dokoan asked if that wasn't weird, and a giggling S-Lite said he didn't understand a word of it. The girl, however, asked if this horny Ortama could be called the most promising, and added that it couldn't be true. Remembering the student sitting on the podium with a mage's hat on her head, she said that there was definitely one person in this class more capable than them. At that moment, the silent damsel seemed to her a very interesting person, but she did not show herself in any way. Dokgoyan said Bang Yu has a sharp enough eye to notice that, and he said he was too focused on her sparring. Eslate said the hero's name is also mentioned, and the young man said people are afraid to talk about who challenged the top student, so they discuss him. The damsel said that not everyone says that, and the flustered blue-eyed blonde added that he doesn't say that about everyone. Strangely behaving, Rochelle asked the guys sitting at the next table if they always sat so far apart. Something was troubling the pretty girl, who was looking at the table with a slight shiver and couldn't find her place. The trio of boys looked at their companion, who was not herself, as if something was bothering her. Bang Yu-wan realized that Rochelle looked scared because of Dokgoyan, and therefore couldn't approach her, and he couldn't imagine them sharing a common room. Looking at the trembling little girl, the young man assumed she was just nervous about what had happened a few moments earlier. He decided it would be best to use items from his inventory to cheer her up. After all, people always need a little goodies. The generous young man took out the 1000-fruit concentrate from his inventory, which in addition to tasting amazing, contributed to the increase in characteristics. A very surprised S-Lite and Dokgoyan looked at the special elixir created by the guy's abilities. Bang Yu-wan opened the jar with a sharp movement, saying that they would be surprised and asked them to give him some bread. Sitting at a nearby table, Rochelle still didn't even raise her head, continuing to shake with consternation. She took a bite of the loaf and opened her eyes wide in surprise as she turned her attention to the table of fellow travelers. The protagonist surprised the girl even more by handing his friends 2 plates of toast that were watered down with his tantalizing golden elixir. At his request, S-Lite and Dokgoyan tasted toast with the miraculous elixir, which turned out to be incredibly delicious. The incredible elixir was delightful, almost maddening with its subtle flavors and aftertaste. The surprised blonde asked how it could have such a flavor, and Bang Yu-wan smiled and asked if they agreed that it was a good flavor. Even Dokgoyan said she's had time to try all the goodies in the Central Plains, but this is on a whole other level. The girl seemed very interested in it all, and the smiling protagonist in turn turned his attention to Rochelle. He asked the drooling little girl to sit down with them to taste the incredibly delicious jam. The shy girl blushed and still sat down to join them at the table, as she was also very curious to know the taste. All beside Bang Yu-wan, the girl asked if he could make her a toast, and the young man replied that she could consider it done. After tasting the miraculous elixir, Rochelle blushed even more as she experienced incredible pleasure. She said it was the most adorable fruit flavor she had ever tasted, and Dokgoyan asked the hero if he could make her another toast. Licking her fingers, the girl said it felt like she was eating something too precious. Bang Yu-wan said that since they are a team, it's great to share something good, and it brought him joy. The guy said he'd consider it a return thanks for the courtesy Dokgoyan had shown him, but she said it was over the top. The impulsive girl jumped up sharply and exclaimed that she had made up her mind, and the young man almost choked on his cake from surprise. Grabbing him by the tie, she declared that in exchange for the elixir he gave her, she would personally teach him a martial art. The shocked hero looked at her with astonished eyes, but the girl only smiled at him. After a while, they teleported to the training room where a blue beam appeared. The agitated Bang Yu-wan spent the first few seconds trying to recover, while Dokgoyan was completely composed. The lady said there's enough space to move freely, and the guy said this room reflects a psychological state. He asked why she was going to teach him, and the girl only said once more that there was plenty of room around. She alerted the boy, pulling out her sword and began swinging it, asking him not to make any sudden movements. Grasping the hilt of the sword firmly, Dokgoyan said that they would start their training from the basics. The center of her palm rested on the round tip of the hilt, acting like a piston and pushing the sword forward. A moment later, the tip of the sword was at the chest of the confused young man who didn't know what to do. Looking at the sword emanating sweat, the boy marveled at Dokoen's abilities more and more. Smiling, the girl said that this technique is called a stabbing blow, which not everyone is able to resist. It was a move made without the slightest hesitation, and it was hard to believe that the stabbing attack was executed by a living creature. However, to his great surprise, in that short moment, Ban Yuan discovered something he hadn't expected at all. His yellow eyes lit up, and without even blinking, he stared at the tip of the sword that was close to his face. As it turned out, in that precious moment, the protagonist discovered a new concept called piercing. But why? He had no idea. Stolbanella didn't understand why piercing if it was closer to swordsmanship, and Dokoen wondered if he was listening to her at all. The girl told him to focus and pay attention, telling him that stabbing didn't exist on its own, outside of the combination. She said that a stab at a gift could be the end of anything, which was something that should have definitely been considered. The fighting lady also added that what she is showing now is the very basic fundamental essence of the reception. With a sharp movement, the beauty swung her sword and said that it mattered how often the stabbing blow was delivered. Also, an important detail was where it was being applied from, all of which Ban Yuan gradually memorized. Dokoyong also emphasized that it is important to understand what one is imitating by using such a powerful technique. In the end, it was very important to consider what intent the stabbing contained. With a good series of swings of the blade, the white-haired madam again presented its tip to the face of the frozen young man. The smiling girl said that there are countless variations, but that it is the simple stabbing that is the basis. Swallowing his saliva, Ban Yuan listened to her attentively, but he was also troubled by the wooden sword pointed at his throat. The protagonist had learned perfectly well that the technique demonstrated was the basics, and this was something that needed to be memorized forever. The actions of Dokoan, who had mastered one concept perfectly, felt much deeper than several concepts mixed together. The young man long remembered the cold-blooded face of the maiden as she swung the wooden sword at him. He assumed it was the very essence of a stabbing blow for her. But the girl had asked if he wanted to try it, and there was no refusal from the young man. The guy said it would be a pathetic parody, and Doc Goyen giggled, saying that if he could copy her movements perfectly, it would be glorious. Continuing to laugh, the lady added that if that happened, all the years she had spent honing the skill of striking were meaningless. Suddenly, the protagonist delivered a stabbing blow with stunning speed, making the smile from the madam's face abruptly disappear. The wary girl couldn't believe it, and wondered if such a thing could happen. Dokoen was surprised that the guy had really mastered the essence, having only seen the kick in practice once. The young man, however, was unhappy with himself and tried to focus, realizing he couldn't fully replicate the blow. So far, he had been too focused on combining concepts, and thought it was enough to reinforce them by simply combining or adding new ones. As life proved, that was far from all. Whereupon the panting lad began to remove his cape. Throwing his jacket aside, in his thoughts, he said that his power could increase even more, and it was only now becoming clear. Standing firmly on his feet, Ban Yuan told himself that he would only become stronger by perfecting what he already possessed. Swinging his sword around, the guy wondered why he had latched on to piercing if there were many more symbols for stabbing. The answer was the important fact that to Dokoen, a stabbing blow meant unmistakably piercing the target. Gritting his teeth viciously, the protagonist continued practicing his striking technique with great effort. It was now clear to him that this was a fatal blow that carried an incredibly high danger. The surprised girl carefully watched how skillfully Ban Yuan wielded the sword using a stabbing strike. Suddenly, she said there was no point in exhausting herself like that to begin with, and asked her to stop, whereupon the young man fell to his knees trying to catch his breath. Doc Goen asked the hero to use what was shown when there was more room and against an enemy he could kill. Suddenly there were a lot of system notifications around the exhausted guy, which he didn't have time to read. The young man wondered if he had raised the characteristics just by waving his sword a few times, causing him to laugh lightly. Suddenly he became very wary because he noticed one of the notifications that was different from the others. Ban Yuan's characteristics soared, and he was amazed that he had just learned about the concept of piercing, but she was already at the 16th level. Swordsmanship, which didn't increase at all no matter how many goblins the hero destroyed, suddenly increased to 20 points. The astonished kid couldn't believe that his stats had doubled, and Dokoen admitted that she hadn't expected to lose so easily. She said that no one would have thought that the youngster would be able to demonstrate the very essence of the technique even with a practice sword. The shy guy said he just repeated after her without realizing anything, and the dumbfounded lady asked why everyone couldn't do it the way he did. Bang Yuan assumed that it's all because she's such a good teacher, which really surprised and a little embarrassed Doc Goyon. The young man added that he wasn't just saying that, because the first time he saw her move, he could feel their depth. He was amazed that someone could even reach this level of skill and was so entranced that for a moment he even lost track of time. The cute charmer's cheeks flushed, and her eyes filled with a glint. But she remained silent. She was surprised that they hadn't even gotten to know each other well enough yet, and Banyu-won was already incredibly easy to say such embarrassing things. The lad said she could keep the elixir for herself, and the lady said it hardly equaled her time spent learning. The knocked-out hero asked what he should do in such a case, but the damsel laughed a little and said it was all right. Dakon asked him not to worry about it and told him that he would compensate her for the loss in time, much to the youngster's surprise. Slowly walking away, the nice lady smiled at the guy frozen in place, asking him to be prepared. The bewildered boy stared at her wide-eyed, while not even knowing what to say. The girl said that classes would start soon, and it was time for them to teleport back, and the shy kid agreed with her. He stood in place and waited for the most likely move to the United Academy, thinking over all the events that had happened. Smiling little Rochelle, meanwhile, was walking around the academy grounds, surfing social media. The beauty was noticed by one of the students in the special class, who found her very interesting. It was the usual rude man who was prejudiced against people like her, and abruptly snatched the phone out of the defenseless little girl's hands. Nahal inquired where such a peach had come from, which frightened the weak-willed Rochelle even more. The confused girl looked at him with wide-open eyes, not even realizing how to behave in such a situation. But unexpectedly, the confused little girl was interceded for by Eslate, who arrived in time to prevent her from being hurt. A student in the special class asked what the hell that was all about, while looking seriously at the guy who stood up. The blonde said firmly that Rochelle was in the same group with him, and asked the cocky man what he wanted from her. And those words made the bully very angry. Rude called the guy a lowlife from a lower dimension and told him to get off into the bushes, and he gave him a stern look in return. Suddenly, a portal appeared from which Dakoyun and Banyu-won, who surprised everyone with their appearance. The girl said they got there just in time, and the main character asked the guys what they were doing here and suggested they go to class. As he left, the cocky man frighteningly advised Eslite to look around more often now, showing his hatred for him. His words startled Rochelle, who thanked the blonde man for standing up for her, while Banyu-won, on the other hand, didn't understand anything. The troubled hero asked his buddy what was wrong with those cheeky guys, but he didn't say anything. In class, the teacher told the class that the history of unification began when the tower appeared in the main dimension. Sweet Rochelle listened quietly to the teacher, hearing the hallway bullies taking pictures of her at that moment. The bullies laughed at her, and the chief of them asked if she shouldn't look for something better to do than conquer the tower. The girl couldn't stand up for herself and endured ridicule, and one of the creeps said she would have been pampered every day if she worked for his family. Banyu-won, who was sitting on the same row, pondered over this, thinking of ways to rub the noses of the underdogs interfering with his companion. The guy realized that no matter where the creepers were, they were the same everywhere, but he couldn't understand why the professor didn't care that they were so loud. The impulsive Eslite rose abruptly from his seat and turned to the professor with a shout, while the hero suspected that the teacher simply ignored the insolent man. The blonde complained that some students were making noise and interfering with concentration and asked if the teacher could intervene. The old man calmly asked that no talking be allowed during the lecture, and to focus on what he was saying. Banyu-won, his buddy, was shocked because after what happened, the professor reluctantly made a remark. The trio of misfits continued to mock Eslate, who was getting pretty fed up with it, and looked at them sternly. One of the bullies said it was just because of this guy that he couldn't get the number of the hottie in the hallway. They laughed at the fact that maybe the lovebirds were dating, and those words pissed off the blonde man, who thumped his fists loudly on the table. The scoundrels were discussing the figure of Rochelle, who, hearing this, cried, but could say nothing. An angry Eslate could no longer hear the taunts, and he wanted to rip the entire trio to shreds. With a firm clench of his fist, the boy broke the handle in two, and imagined he was clenching the heads of the scoundrels. A subdued Banyu-won put his hand on the shoulder of his buddy sitting next to him and asked him to calm down, which discouraged the guy. Light asked if he was suggesting he back off considering all this, and the hero said he didn't like getting into silly things, and a fight was unnecessary. He said getting in trouble at the couple would only make things worse, and advised his friend to just chime in and look at something on his phone. With a sly smile, the young man said that those morons discussing them behind their backs would get what they deserved, and showed a live broadcast of the lecture on the internet. A disheveled Eslite began to realize his mate's intentions, which he immediately disliked. Banyu-won said that these idiots can keep laughing, but all the filth they say while on Steam is broadcast in real time. The live broadcast was racking up tons of live views, and the lunatics didn't even realize it. In this, the main character was helped by a cute snake Eva, who held the camera with her tongue and broadcast the whole thing. Smiling, the young man said the discussion was in full swing, And Slate, reading the comments, said the bullies were just trashed. Doc Goyon called it interesting that Banyu called the broadcast the story of unification to subtly draw public attention to the case. Slightly flustered, Rochelle suddenly heard the trio of lunatics finally realize that they were broadcasting to the world. The underdogs immediately began to cover their faces, and one of them nervously said that they needed to find the camera and eliminate it quickly. Soon the bully pointed his finger at a snake with a camera attached to the wall and said that it was the one that was filming them. But suddenly, the snake was gone, and the vicious bully immediately assumed it was the work of the blonde boy. The stern professor said their behavior was appalling and told them to get out of class, and the frightened bully said someone had uploaded the video to the internet. The old man wouldn't listen to them and once again shouted loudly for them to get out of here immediately. The exasperated professor said that he would give them D's for the rest of the year, and gave the rest of them an admonition for the future not to disrupt the order in class. A disgruntled Banyu said the twos, for all said Russell looked kind of condescending, and Slate said that at least the reputation of the scum was ruined. Suddenly the sweet girl said that everything was fine and that was enough and she was feeling better. The guys were surprised as the little girl blossomed before their eyes and thanked them both for sticking up for her. Banyu Wan said he didn't do anything special and just thought of what he could do with it, and it worked. Sweet Rochelle looked at the brave Slate, who had been the first to stand up for her back in the hallway. At that moment, the blonde boy felt like a hero and sighed proudly, realizing that he deserved this moment of glory. What was happening brought a smile to Dok Goyon, who said she felt calmer knowing that the main character was the headman. After class, the four were walking down the corridor of the academy, but suddenly someone approached them with an angry shout. A wary Slate immediately turned around, and the voice said it was addressing him. The tense Banyu One immediately realized that it was the trio of hooligans again, and the frightened Rochelle immediately hid behind his back. The trembling girl didn't know what to expect, and one of the creeps asked the blonde man if he'd heard him. The cold-blooded Slate turned to them, showing his disregard with all his appearance. The leader of the gang of underdogs, holding the hilt of his sword, looked him angrily in the eye, and the young man inquired what they wanted this time. The bully called him a bug and asked him to explain what had happened in class yesterday, for they had been dishonorably banished by the professor. His angry minions said that thanks to yesterday's broadcast, their semester grades were destroyed, and they were flagged by their seniors. The second sassy asked if the foursome knew that they were now being shunned by their classmates, much to their annoyance. Banyu Wan noticed the three students looming in front of him, weapons drawn, and the teachers looking like they wouldn't and trying to stop them. The hero realized that they, students from the lower dimensions, were not even considered by the teaching staff as people. The exasperated bully asked the absolutely restrained Slate to repeat what he had said earlier, citing that he hadn't heard. The appeased young man said that apparently it didn't get to them, so he decided to do them a favor and do it again. In a calm tone, he asked them to ask politely if they wanted to hear what was said, and called them savages. The insult in their direction made the bullies even more angry, and the main one of them grabbed the kid harder. The angry big man asked if the young man dared to speak to him like that and called him a lowlife from the lower dimension. Unexpectedly, the restrained Slate swung his sword, which emitted a bright yellow light. What was happening really stressed out the cronies of the main bully, who was still holding the kid's collar. The alarmed Banyu Wan and his companions also took notice, but no one had any idea what was going on. The protagonist immediately used a keen eye because the system notified him of the discovery of a new concept. The completely calm blonde man, meanwhile, held his sword tightly, which was studying the strange yellow light. Looking at the magical weapon, the dazed bully cried out in fear, realizing that it was twice as big as his puny blade. The harsh Slate began to raise his blade to his face, which further frightened the scoundrel who had previously felt like a god. Suddenly he fell to his knees, as if about to beg for forgiveness or accept his impending doom. The cold-blooded young man once again told the long-eared man that if they asked nicely, he would be willing to talk. His emotionless stare put wind on the bully's soul, which poured sweat and trembled with fear. The astonished Banyu Wan didn't understand how it was possible for a person to suddenly change completely. He was curious about the dazzling concepts that were bursting forth like that, and as Lath said, he was pleased that the bullies had quieted down. The pacified young man murmured softly that now that he had received a proper greeting, he would go. The maximally stressed special class student was very nervous, because he couldn't move his legs due to the pressure. His exasperated cronies called Slate a bug, shriekingly asking how dare he behave like that. The enigmatic Dokgoyun watched from the sidelines while analyzing her companion's behavior. The completely calm blonde turned to the teacher sitting nearby, who was even a little worried. The guy asked what grade the academy gives to a group that suddenly attacks their classmates with real swords during class. Upon reflection, Eeyore replied that the academy encouraged outside sparring, and the youngster reminded him that he never agreed to it. The professor, on the other hand, said that in doing so, the boy exposed his personal artifact, but he assured that he was simply reacting to the provoked attack. The old man still claimed that S-Slate was to blame for everything, and a tense Ban Yu-wan noticed his buddy's furious state. The gruff kid asked what the eared man would do with the insults and slander spit out at him, and he smirked and began to ponder. The kid was blown away with rage when the annoying professor said he hadn't noticed such a thing. Everyone around them was stunned by S-Light's sudden use of the mighty sword. The enraged young man shouted and asked if the long-eared old man was being serious and had really seen nothing. What was even more unexpected was that Dokoyan came up to the guy at that moment and flexed her middle finger. The girl gave the young man a flick, calling the whole thing very silly, and he nearly collapsed to the floor in surprise. An abrasion appeared on the blue-eyed blonde's forehead, and his terrified victim was equally dumbfounded. S-Slate tearfully yelled at Dokoyan, and she only calmly said that he was being too noisy. The maiden asked how omnipotent he thought you were while swinging his sword to behave so arrogantly. The energy of the mighty sword began to disappear before his eyes, and the kid said that he was really in a lot of pain. The evil professor, meanwhile, became very angry and got up from his seat, while Ban Yu-wan was happy that the situation was starting to calm down. The protagonist and Rushel looked at the departing old man, who called the foursome insignificant creatures from the lower dimensions. The bewildered young men stared at him in silence, saying nothing, and remaining where they were. The surprised young man asked the little girl if she found what had happened dangerous, because it could have ended differently. Dokuyan continued to moralize, and Ban Yu-wan made sure that, as expected, S-Slate was the biggest bomb. After a while, the foursome was in the academic dining hall, where, picking at their food with a spoon, the hero had something to say to his companions. The young man said that if they continued like this, they wouldn't be treated well at the academy, and a testy light asked if he was really saying that. The angry hero immediately reminded his friend that he wasn't going to fight the professor, and even made an official statement about his sparring. The bewildered youngster replied that he thought he could improve the situation, and Bon Yu said that he almost caused a lot of trouble in the end. Dokon, in turn, silently enjoyed her ice cream while S-Slate listened to the criticism of her. Looking at S-Slate's crying face, the protagonist wondered if he was going crazy. The young man realized that if this was his friend's normal state of mind, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. It felt as if the guy had suddenly changed, as if someone had flicked a switch, so there was also a flaming sword involved. A tense Ban Yu-wan told Light that he wanted him to be honest with him, and asked if he could control the power shown earlier. The impulsive youngster slapped the table and exclaimed that if he couldn't, he wouldn't have been able to pass the entrance exam. And then he was just angry at the teacher. The smirking hero asked if the professor's lies were the reason for all of this, and the boy's running eyes replied that they were. Brave asked if we could trust that Light was in control of all of this, and he promised he wouldn't cause any more trouble and asked us to trust him. Dokoan said she was pleased that he had promised not to cause trouble, but seeing that divine object smearing him was entertaining. The blonde then got his nose poked by the table, and Ban Yu won, and suggested that he just move on, trying to forget about what had happened. The completely calm girl turned to the headman, who immediately turned his attention to her and was ready to listen. She said she was beginning to understand the advice the professor gave them a couple days ago, urging them to be careful of student envy and hostility. Dokuyan added that if they continue like this, student life will become even noisier for them. The maiden recalled the furious faces of the students in the special class, who made no secret of their hatred for them. The nice lady said that if Bang Yu-wan is thinking of something for their future, she would like him to tell her now. She told the discouraged headman that she wanted to know what he was thinking because it was important to all of them. The hero said in thought that he had definitely recognized the cause of the worry in the past few days at the university for sure. The way of thinking of those around him based on inner strength and superiority and an incomprehensible contempt for the lower dimensions were involved. In addition, an important role was played by the tendencies formed over the years to consider it the norm. Ban Yu-wan wondered what strangers could do together where such things were considered the norm. He turned to the associates and asked what they thought was needed to establish a mutual understanding. Not expecting such a question, the students froze and began to look among themselves, deep in thought. S-Light suggested that talking was needed, and Dokoyan preferred force, but Ban Yu-wan said they already had that. Then he used his fingers to show a strange gesture, looking through the prism of which the companions were in a kind of frame. The young man told the perplexed boys that all that mattered was how they looked, but no one still didn't understand anything. Bang Yu-wan stated that they will create an image of themselves that they will show to the people around them to attract attention. He added that the image will be remembered in the minds of others and make them easily recognizable, which in turn can translate into honor and respect. A bewildered S-Lite asked why they needed to spar like this if the most important thing before them was the admiration and respect of others. The guy replied that it was just sparring by the rules, not showing off, and asked his buddy to take it seriously. After that, the blue-eyed blonde rushed to attack Dokoan, waiting for action on his part. The maiden who kept her cold judgment dodged the blow, telling the protagonist that he had nothing to worry about. Grabbing S-Late by the collar, the fighting lady confidently said that one becomes much more serious in sparring, missing a couple of punches. Then Dokoan threw her opponent over her hip, and he was falling like a sack of potatoes and couldn't do anything about it. A smiling Bang Yu-won was videotaping what was happening, while a surprised Rochelle watched with her mouth open. Looking at the boy lying on the floor, the battle maiden mockingly asked if that was all he could do in battle. Now it made sense to her why the youngster was so obsessed with this strange artifact, and she said he could get it if he wanted it. The blue-eyed man was wary of what he heard, and the confident madam continued to incite him into a duel. She expressed doubt that the artifact would help S-Late close the gap in their abilities, which infuriated him. An action-hungry Bang Yu-won continued filming, realizing that everything was going according to plan, and a wary Rochelle turned to him. Looking at the duel, she asked if he really thought something like this would make their lives easier, and the young man replied that some effect it would have. The hero said that if the bullies who were harassing them had known in advance what they were, they would have thought 1,000 times before going near them. Meanwhile, S-Late, who was off the chain, was throwing powerful blows, but he missed because his opponent was dodging smartly. Banyu said that Rochelle's beauty was too valuable for her to worry about, and the discouraged girl looked at the arena with her mouth open. The young man said her cute, pretty face looks even better with a smile, and that's what she's all about. He said that wherever she was, she could win anyone over with her face, and it would be an unforgivable waste if the little girl frowned. The hero then suggested that they leave the worrying for later and enjoy the moment, and Rochelle smiled, and there was peace within her. Meanwhile, a crying S-Lite ran to them, begging Ban Yu-won to save him, calling Dokoeon a non-human. After a while, a disgruntled Rochelle exclaimed that the noodle soup tasted like soap and was impossible to eat. Following what Banyu suggested, the 11th grade class began uploading videos of their daily lives. On the created channel with the name Uprising, new videos were uploaded every day, and thus, the foursome simply exploded social networks. Each video garnered a huge amount of views and activity, which couldn't be more gratifying. The surprised spectators marveled at the incredible fight between S-Lite and Dokoeon, who were freshmen, but fought very honorably. Also interesting was a video of the foursome playing a traditional board game where you had to move the chips around the board according to the rules. The displeasure and ridicule was caused by the fact that they were playing with square pebbles on paper, and the bewildered S-Lite did not understand the simple rules. Many felt sympathy for Yumina, who was featured in the Tea Party video, which also garnered a lot of activity. Many people looked at the crying cute Rochelle, who wanted to hug her, as she was very gentle in appearance. Students suddenly turned their attention to the upcoming live broadcast that had been announced on the Uprising channel. It was written that the first broadcast would be at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, which surprised the students. A joyful Ban Yu-won, looking at the statistics, was very surprised and exclaimed that he couldn't believe it. He exclaimed that they already have over 1,000 subscribers on their channel. And S-Late was unhappy that the video of him getting beaten up by Dokoeon is the most popular. Suddenly Yumina came in and said that in a world where miracles are taken for granted, no one thought to create content on it. With a laugh, she said the channel and the content the guys make cleverly fit the concept of a common wonder. The supervisor said today would be the first day they would enter the tower and asked if everyone understood that. The students listened attentively to the professor, who asked if everyone had prepared well for this. Yumina also asked if everyone was dressed up today, and a slightly nervous Bang Yu-won realized he was the only one in a student uniform. The guys said they were dressed just for comfort since they were going to fight, after which the hero said he understood. The place where the young man lived was peaceful, so they had no special clothing for any battles. But this is the life the brave man has chosen, and he has to go to a place where he will fight, putting his own life on the line. Adjusting his tie, the confident daredevil confidently said that he was satisfied with everything and was ready to go to the tower. Supervisor Yumina was convinced that everyone was ready, whereupon they gathered in a circle and the teleportation process began. The bright teleportation beam at that moment could be seen from anywhere in the huge unified academy. In just a few seconds, traces of teleportation were already visible near the huge tower where many students had already gathered. The astonished people immediately noticed the 5 people who had appeared and were standing awkwardly in place. 3 stunned students nearby immediately realized it was the guys who were making the videos for the Uprising channel. Cutie Rochelle's eyes ran in different directions, and Yumina told the students that they were standing in front of the main entrance of the tower. She said the tower has been open since dawn, but they go in according to grade level and added that they are in the sophomore line. Eslaith noticed the real troublemakers in the neighborhood, who'd been bothering them earlier and interfering with their lives in every possible way. He wondered why it seemed as if they were looking at them differently, and Ban Yu mockingly said that they were also subscribers to the channel. A wary Dok Goeun, on the other hand, said that it wasn't all fun, because there was still someone here looking at them with a clear desire to straighten them out. This willing participant was the fierce big man Erecto, with whom the protagonist was scheduled to spar. The girl approached the young man about it, and he didn't even let her finish and calmly said that he knew everything. The boy remembered that today was the day they would conquer the tower, and in just 4 days he would have a duel with the Ambo. The protagonist was sure that in that time he would reach a level that Erecto couldn't even touch. Yumina said she would like the students to finish early and return before the weekend, but that is up to those who will be conquering the tower. The leader asked the students how many days they thought the conquest would take, but they were all thinking the same thing. Clenching his fist tightly, the confident headman Ban Yuan said that it would take 2 nights and 3 days. Spreading the palm of his hand that held the recording device, he smiled and promised they'd be back in time. With peace of mind, the professor smiled sweetly at her favorite students, asking them one last time to take care of themselves. After that, the 4 silently headed towards the huge gate leading inside the huge tower. The determined Ban Yuan was confident, and in his mind he asked his ancestors to watch and wait, believing that they would succeed in capturing the Tower of Babel. A little earlier, the foursome sat in the office with Yumina, who asked if it was true that the hero was going to be filming inside the tower. Brave said he wants to capture what will take place there, and will do so with an artifact with a personality created similar to Eve and Lilith. The supervisor said that the tower was primarily distinguished by its continuously changing structure, but the youngster didn't care. Eslate said that the manual said that the interior of the tower is constantly changing, and Ban Yu's equipment deteriorates very quickly. The young man didn't understand what it all meant, and the professor said it meant exactly what it said in the manual. She said that when they defeat the monster, the space takes the group to the next room, and it's called a shift. The lady added that other monsters stronger than the previous ones were appearing in the new room, and Dokoan sipped her tea in silence. Still, she decided to wonder what would happen if someone died while climbing the tower, which sounded alarming. The perplexed Eslate and Ban Yuan looked at the maiden who had asked such a harsh and firm question. The bewildered protagonist, after hearing this, wondered what would happen if a man simply died in battle. The flustered blonde had admitted to himself with sweat on his face that he had almost forgotten the most important thing. But now the thought kept him on his toes. The absolutely calm Professor Yumina chuckled slightly and said that Dokoyan had asked an important question. She calmed the guys down by telling them that in most areas of the tower, test subjects don't really die, even if they do. Suddenly, Madame said that if one dies, he is thrown back to the entrance of the tower, which made Ban Yuan tense up. Yumina added that the student card records shifts, so when they come in again, they will continue where they left off. She explained that this is why a student ID is required to climb the tower and asked that we never forget it. Eslate was happy that after being resurrected, he could keep trying as long as he wanted, and Ban Yuan looked at the ticket with a smile. Dokoan, on the other hand, thought about the fact that in most areas of the tower, the test subjects were not dying, as the professor had said earlier. The wary damsel asked if there were places where test subjects could die. She asked if it was true that the tower didn't guarantee their complete safety, and Yumina was silent for a while after that question. The smile disappeared from the lady's face, and she emphasized that Dokoan was as attentive as ever, which was very important for planning. It has been said that in some exceptional cases, subjects may indeed lose their lives in the tower. Currently, the 4 mighty fighters were in the middle of the very thick of it, where Eslite was swinging his sword left and right. Their opponent was a Cloudsitter, an infamous monster that devoured all of the explorer's gear. A single swing of the blade was enough to destroy the vile green creature, but there were plenty of them around. The sturdy light didn't stop in front of the enemy's numbers and continued to crush him while holding his sword firmly in his hands. Meanwhile, the cold-blooded and mysterious Dok Goyan showed an incomprehensible gesture with her right hand, displaying some sort of ring. With a gesture, she activated an ability that did a pretty good job of destroying the green monster. Ban Yuan in turn froze in place, trying to concentrate as much as possible to avoid any missteps. Stretching his arm out in front of him, the tense young man once again noticed that the ability still wasn't working. The concept of fire was clearly present, but there was no way to extract it. And he didn't understand the reason why, since it wasn't a problem in the dungeons. The hero suggested that understanding the reason might be the key to unlocking his abilities, and Dokoan pointed out that he had just frozen. The damsel asked if he understood anything, to which the young man replied that he had tried to put out the flames, but it had not worked. And S-Late, on the other hand, had suddenly been wounded. The lady said that if he succeeded, they could use the features of each tower location. The Cloudsitter took the opportunity and attacked them unexpectedly, increasing in size. A steel chain suddenly flew into the monster, preventing it from accomplishing its treacherous intentions. The girl now understood how artifacts with personality behaved in battle, as she had seen with Eve's snake. Ban Yu-wan, who was using the artifact's abilities, smiled, confirming that it was indeed true. Suddenly, Eve went off the chain and started attacking the remaining opponents, which was the order of the protagonist. The thick steel chain flew apart in different directions, destroying the Cloudsitter who couldn't resist. The nasty green monsters were dying one by one, with no chance of survival, and Dogoan recognized that it wasn't bad, and fast at that. Suddenly, Rochelle, who possessed sharp claws that could scratch her face very badly, rushed into the fight. The sweet-looking girl was furious and bloodthirsty at that moment, eager to tear apart any Cloudsitter in her path. Dogoyan called it ridiculous, because the basis of dungeon combat is stealthy movement, avoiding detection by the enemy. The fierce S-Late, in turn, finished off the rest of the vile green slugs, only pressing on them with the tip of his blade. The young man said that the first room only had Cloudsayers, against whom they should have no trouble. The judicious Dogoyan was very serious at that moment and analyzed the situation in detail. She asked the youngster not to relax, because as soon as he said that, energy began to gather, and a stronger enemy was about to appear. S-Late asked if it was possible that an elite monster had already appeared, and the maiden said that it looked like just that. The worried kid turned to Ban Yu-wan standing next to him, who only said softly that he knew everything perfectly well. With a sly smile, the hero used his all-seeing eyes and said he was just about to do that. The agitated Rochelle paid attention to the strange phenomena ahead, and even shook with fear. On the huge wall ahead, the boys saw a pink drawing with incomprehensible symbols on it, with a strange obelisk on it. Leaving behind only a huge layer of raised dust, the frightened girl rushed forward, which was unlike her. Enraged, the cutie ran brokenly towards the obelisk, eager to strike to destroy it. Screaming loudly, the enraged girl swung her fist, realizing that this was her finest hour to prove herself. A short moment later, an incredibly powerful blow was struck, causing the wall with the obelisk to collapse. Covering her face, the surprised Ban Yu-wan, along with her companions, looked at the aftermath. Not expecting such a thing from little Rochelle, the bewildered S-Late only called it unbelievable, and froze in place as he continued to watch the scene. What was admirable was that the little girl didn't even let the elite monster appear, and yet an improved core fell off the monster. The tired beauty was trying to catch her breath after the spectacular number she managed to do alone. In her hand at that moment, she was holding a pink magic orb that seemed to endow her with powerful energy. What was happening was noticed by a wary Ban Yu-wan, who found Rochelle's behavior rather strange. The wary young man looked closer and saw that there was something wrong with the girl's hair. The surprised girl continued to hold the heart forge, not understanding what her comrade-in-arms was talking about. The main character said that her hair suddenly turned darker, which was not the best news for the lovely lady. Ban Yu-wan understood that the horn was a concept using emotions as fuel, burning them to gain strength. In other words, it is a berserk. Smirking, he said in thought, a scene from the past beginning to make sense after what he had seen. His circle of thought was suddenly interrupted by a gentle hand that touched the young man's cuff. The puzzled boy looked into the eyes of the excited Rochelle, who was showing with all her looks that she wanted to say something. The worried lady asked if she had just been scary, and the young man didn't even know what to say. Then he smiled, realizing that there was nothing serious about the matter, and tried to formulate a sentence. The youngster said she wasn't scary at all and looked trustworthy, but the little girl was still worried about something. She said that if things got worse, there was no telling how it would end, and Dogoan listened silently, standing nearby. The stern maiden asked Rochelle why she was so worried if she had already been told everything was fine. Madame dumbfounded everyone by saying she would kill the girl before she did any harm, if she lost control of herself. Banyu said that if someone dies, they'll have to start exploring again, while Dogoyan said that it would be nice to conquer the tower with the three of them. She stunned everyone again by saying that she would prefer to be in a group with just the main character, and S-Late asked why he wasn't counted. After hearing the dramatic statement, Yu-wan shifted his gaze to the flustered Rochelle, who realized that no one wanted to see her. Suddenly, the young man put his hand on her shoulder and promised his companions to work something out, which surprised the little girl. Smiling, the hero said he now understood why she was so timid and added that the concern of the headman was to find a solution. The enraptured damsel looked open-mouthed at the guy, who in her eyes was a man capable of anything. She began to thank him, and an angry Dogoyan called the guy a common idiot, since he was so easily fooled by his appearance. Soon the shift was past, and the foursome teleported to where S-Light had said the second room began. The boy looked under his feet and squatted down to take a closer look and draw some conclusions. The surprised youngster said that other than the moss and weeds growing here, he couldn't find much difference from the previous room. Ban Yuan, on the other hand, studied the elite monster core that Rochelle had given him before, but he couldn't understand what other characteristics the system was showing. The nervous hero realized he had gotten as many concepts from one room as if he had rewalked the Goblin Cave 10 times. Acid and fusion were attributes that had the properties of dissolving substances. So the young man decided to impregnate his sword with fusion. Acid, on the other hand, he used it on the cute snake Eve, who deserved it after demonstrating her skills in the first room. A surprised Dokgoyen watched the process and asked if it was true that the little girl instantly became stronger. A frightened Banyu asked if she could stop sneaking around, and the maiden advised him to better train his instincts. A wary S-Light reminded the boys that the monsters of the second room would be here soon, and they were wasting time with idle chatter. He asked them to at least look collected, but suddenly someone was hit with an ability strike which tensed the kid up. As it turned out, it was Dokgoyen who said it felt like the second room wasn't much different from the first. After just a few seconds, an evil spirit that was a malicious entity that targeted magic within living beings had already appeared. An angry S-Light told the lady that surprise is taken when least expected, and she asked to be allowed to make a suggestion. Bang Yu-won was stunned because Dokgoyen offered to let him conquer the second room alone. The stunned young man did not understand what she was saying or why it was necessary, and there were these words very unexpected to him. A nervous S-Light and Rushel said it was too dangerous, but the damsel smiled and said that on the contrary, it was a great idea. She added that Banu needs to unleash his abilities quickly, especially have a sparring session coming up next week. Smiling, she looked at the protagonist and asked if her words weren't obvious in his opinion. The young man smiled and admitted that Dokgoyen was indeed something, and added, and that she had started making weird jokes since some time ago. Squaring his shoulders, the brave man asked to be allowed to deal with it all, and a flustered light said it was too dangerous. The blonde tried every possible way to stop his buddy, but the daredevil asked him to shut up and said it was okay. He said he needed to get the characteristics up quickly, and it would be a waste if they spent their energy here. Extending his arm out in front of him, the hero asked his companions if they would help him cut the difference as soon as possible. A worried Rochelle said she'd trust him since the guy was asking for it, and S-Light said that if it got dangerous even for a second, he'd intervene immediately. The venturesome young man then turned to the silent Dokgoyen behind him to say something to her. The guy with a smile on his face asked if she would help him if he ran out of steam in this fight. The girl smiled, and sarcastically promised that at least the kid wouldn't die from overexertion. With a serious expression on his face, the main character exclaimed that this was what he wanted to hear. After which the summoning of abilities began. The first thing the young man did was summon the snake Eve, who could reincarnate into the weapons he needed in battle. The snake immediately transformed into a weapon, which the focused young man began pointing towards his opponents. Pointing the machine gun in the direction of the evil spirits, the concentrated kid said that the performance would start right away. One by one, the evil creatures were being killed by the bullets of a guy who showed them not a bit of mercy. Concerned S-Light immediately wondered what it was, for he had never seen such a weapon anywhere before. The young man wondered if this was an ordinary weapon from Ban Yu-won's world, the strength of which was unknown to him. That said, the speed at which the protagonist was striking the monsters amazed the blonde man, who hadn't clashed with such a thing before. With a serious face and thought, S-Light said that if only the soldiers of their countries were armed with these weapons, things would be different. He noticed that the brave man's weapon continued to fire metal pellets already, which was startling. Dokgoyen, on the other hand, realized that Ban could handle third-class assassins, and possibly even second-class assassins, as the subject was useful even in the martial arts world. But at the same time, something did not please the judicious madam, who was looking for a catch everywhere, and this time, she found one too. The huge downside, in her opinion, was that the attack style was too direct, but it was good to see that the weapon worked in ranged combat. The girl realized there were a bunch of options in such a tight space, such as an insidious enemy. One of the evil spirits attempted to attack Ban Yu-won from the back, which slightly alarmed the companions watching the battle. The wary protagonist immediately sensed that there was a huge creature behind him, eager to devour him. A disheveled Rushel and S-Light immediately rushed to his aid, realizing that the situation was a stalemate. The young man, however, tried to remain calm, and turned around bewildered to see an evil spirit with sharp teeth behind him. The brave man was not confused and immediately grabbed his sword, which he began to swing, scaring the monster away. Smiling nervously, the kid told his frightened buddies that they had scared him, but it wasn't really that scary. The bewildered Eslite didn't understand how he had gotten a sword that looked very unusual so suddenly. It was a long sword endowed with magic that had pretty good characteristics. The dumbfounded blonde asked Ban Yu-won how he was so good with a sword, and Rochelle added that she didn't know that either. Smiling, the protagonist replied that that wasn't exactly true, and tried to formulate a sentence to give an answer. Standing up in a fighting stance, the young man said that he wasn't as good as Light or Dokgoon, and that needed to be understood. The mysterious white-haired lady listened to him with a smile on her face, and what she heard was a compliment to her. She recalled how some time ago she had given an introductory lesson to Ban Yu-won, where he was learning stabbing. A few seconds later, there was another barrage of gunfire from the main character's assault rifle, who clenched his teeth as he fired. In the process of firing, the guy was thrown back slightly, but he was firmly on his feet and resisted it. The confused evil spirits continued to die one by one, unable to resist such a weapon. Each of them came under fire and there was no way for anyone to escape, which created panic among the enemy. Ban Yu-won continued to advance, clamping the monsters in a vice, and gradually taking over the second room of the tower. The young man exclaimed that he wasn't as good as his peers, but he was studying hard and performing well. After a short period of time, the protracted fight ended, after which the hero stuck his sword straight into the ground. He said he didn't notice anyone else showing up and assumed the last evil spirit had been captured. The brave then summoned the serpent Eve to punish the captured monster, and she immediately appeared. Ban Yu-won suggested that his companions take a break, saying that after they finished off the evil spirit, the next shift would happen. Dokgoon in turn walked over to the remains of one of the evil spirits to examine and analyze them. The girl noticed that the severed part was melting and disintegrating, and realized that the hero was already using skills he had only learned in the previous room. Considering what had happened recently and the way the young man was now wielding his sword, it was clear that he didn't live for battles. Rochelle and Eslate called the hero an accomplished student, for to think that one could control the shift in such a way was not for everyone. Dokgoon said that the work was good, and the last punch was excellent, which made Bang Yu-won admire it. She added that if he wasn't so focused on quick strikes, it would be better. But still, it was better than being a fool who only had a sword. Angry Eslate began to work things out with her because he realized that she thought he was a fool after he learned fencing. The protagonist, meanwhile, took out a can of soda from his inventory and opened it to savor the flavor and relax a bit. Laughing with the guys, he said they were really something, and added that despite that, it was time for them all to rest. The bewildered companions looked at the guy in horror, while he couldn't understand what had happened to them in the moment. Dokgoon asked what it was he was eating there in one, and the nervous guy replied that the thing could be bought in town. Rochelle said that they, unlike him, could not go outside the academy, and the young man immediately began apologizing for drinking alone. He added that even if he wanted to share, he couldn't because he didn't procure much. Plus, this stuff is only effective if the person is tired. The smiling Dokgoon confidently said that the third room was taking over, which made Ban Yu-won displeased. The young man reminded her that according to her, he should mend everything alone to become stronger, and the maiden mentioned the miraculous drink again. The protagonist said they had rested enough, and it was time to move on to the next room, and the weeping spirit tried to break free of the chain. The four took their seats, whereupon Eslite said that the shift had begun and everyone needed to get ready. Ban Yu-won in turn tried to concentrate, to busy himself studying some information. Closing his eyes, the young man busied himself with reviewing the internal code, where all his characteristics and levels were spelled out. In his thoughts, the young man called it unbelievable, and realized that with such characteristics, he was already at an average level in the academy. In the time the hero had been here, he had only swung his sword a little, and the swordsmanship and piercing that he had just begun to learn had already improved. The guy decided that with that kind of efficiency, he should concentrate on fencing, and remembered that he had a sparring session next Tuesday. It all depended on how much Ban Yu-won could increase his martial arts score. The difference between him and the Ambala Recto was over 200 points, which couldn't help but make one tense up. Frankly, there's no way the kid can close that ability gap in a weekend, no matter what he does. But while learning a martial art from Dokyoung, the shrewd young man picked up a clue. Acquiring abilities was an important point, but improving them was also important, which is what the kid had learned. Concentrated Ban Yu-won deepened his thoughts and thought about the development of martial arts. The young man realized that if Dokgoon could teach him one more thing, things would be a little different. But after realizing the train of thought in his head, it suddenly hit the guy, and he realized that it was all pure nonsense. After knocking himself on the head, the protagonist realized very quickly that after that it would depend on the damsel. He thought it didn't matter how strong a fighting lady was, because it was wrong, and told himself not to upset the balance of the relationship. The boy realized that he should take his time and think further, for he still had time. But suddenly, an excited S-Late turned to him. The restless blonde man yelled and asked the hero what he was doing and told him to get out of there immediately. The agitated Ban Yu-wan didn't understand what his comrade in arms was talking about and looked at him in surprise. Suddenly there was a strong jolt, which very abruptly threw the protagonist of his companions upwards. The tense young man didn't realize what was happening and began pouring sweat, trying to remain calm. What was happening was quite incomprehensible to the brave man who, along with his crew, continued to plummet rapidly into it. The fearful little girl Rochelle immediately burst into tears, and Ban Yu-wan couldn't believe that the floor had just disappeared. With a shudder in his heart, he was falling after the girl who had already lost all hope of survival. The agitated protagonist realized that this was the end, and there was no saving anyone, which caused even more panic. There were a huge number of iron bayonets sticking out below that were capable of going through human bodies. A panicked Ban Yu-wan called out to Ava in the last few seconds to try to save himself somehow. At the last moment, a terrified little Rochelle was swept up by the chains, unharmed. Overwhelmed, the girl stared wide-eyed at the bayonets from which she was a few centimeters away. The tense young man exhaled in relief, realizing that doom was near. But still, he managed to save his companion. With a hand sweaty and trembling with nerves, he held the chain, and the frightened little girl thanked him. Ban Yu immediately wondered if this was an unplanned shift, and why the room was so large, and even with a trap at the bottom. Suddenly, the puzzle in his head began to take shape, but the pondering was interrupted by Dokgon turning to the hanging guy. The maiden said in a calm tone that the young man had better hurry up, and that alerted him even more. The excited young man asked how she got there, for she was standing upside down, and the lady frighteningly said that if he stayed there, he would die. Hearing this caused Ban Yu-wan, who didn't understand at all what the companion was talking about, to tense up even more. Suddenly, two huge hatches opened, from which flew out many sharp spears, heading towards the brave. The maximally stressed young man began to panic and realized the hopelessness of the situation, but he was not going to give up. At the same time, he realized that he couldn't just let go of Rochelle, who panicked even more when she saw what was happening. The hero very quickly found a way to solve it, and called again the lovely Eve, who has already helped him out more than once. Since the situation was a stalemate, Lilith, who was no less capable than her sister, was also summoned. The gnarled beauty Rochelle cried out in fear at the top of her voice, realizing that no one would save her this time. Ban Yu-wan wasn't going to abandon the girl, and while dodging the arrows, he began to gradually pull the chain on himself. Eventually, the spears started crashing into each other, and the frightened girl was successfully rescued by the hero. Losing all hope of survival, Rochelle fell right into the arms of the young man who was her savior. In a gentle tone, the guy inquired if the girl, who was shocked by the events that had happened to her, was okay. The youngster apologized for the rough treatment, saying he had no choice, and the little girl said in a trembling voice that it was okay. Sitting on the mighty Lilith, the young man asked Rochelle to hold him tighter so he wouldn't fall during the flight. At that moment, a huge number of arrows flew towards them once again, creating a panicked mood. The protagonist's defensive reaction was to smile, while realizing that he needed to get his feet away as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone nearby threw a sharp axe that should have prevented the flying arrows from reaching their target. As it turned out, a blonde S-Lite came to the aid of his companions, who tried with all his might to save them. The kid then used his magical wings, which helped him fly closer to increase his range of action. The axes he had thrown moments ago were shattered to shreds and scattered, while the young man remained calm. The pensive blue-eyed blonde wondered what was going on, for everything around him was very strange. He recalled that at the briefing, the professor had explicitly said that the traps wouldn't appear until room 20. The four, however, were only in the third room, and the falsehood was completely different. But it didn't work out as expected. The youngster then turned his attention to Ban Yu-wan, who, along with Rochelle, was rushing at high speed on a hoverbike. The protagonist realized he couldn't stop for a second, while S-Lite on the other hand was trying to figure out what he had summoned this time. The tense brave could not understand what had happened, for they were being showered with traps wherever they went. Little Rochelle in turn looked at the guy's belt, which she wanted to put her hands on but was afraid to. She remembered how Ban Yu-wan had gently held her against him when he saved her, after which she felt lighter in her heart. With a sweet smile on her face, the girl gently hugged the guy, who continued to drive the bike, remaining nervous. The strained protagonist panicked even more, because he felt a strong warmth in his back that he hadn't expected at all. Suddenly an arrow from the trap hit the hoverbike's wing, making the youngster panic even more. A multitude of sharp arrows continued to fly on the tail of the bike, and the focused kid tried not to get distracted. The guy put a tremendous amount of effort into not making mistakes that would not be forgiven. The excited Rochelle hugged the manager tightly, while the hero himself looked forward in surprise, as if he had seen something. S-Light was nearby and asked his friend what he was doing and emphasized that he was good at dodging. At that moment, Banyu-wan was very happy to see Light, who appeared before them with a sword in his hands and yellow wings on his back. He asked his buddy what those wings were, and the blonde man said before answering. He had something to ask too. The kid asked what they were riding, and the hero said it was a hoverbike and asked if this was the first time he'd seen one. The brave then inquired where Dakun, who had been nowhere to be seen for quite some time, had gone. A wary S-Laith suggested that she might have fallen into a trap, and the damsel meanwhile was running away from the arrows. She performed cool maneuvers, and Banyu-wan told a buddy at the time that he couldn't believe a fighting lady could get caught so easily. The young man was sure she was somewhere watching what was going on and scoffing slightly, but that was fundamentally not the case. Madame spun in the air and butted heads in different directions, deftly dodging flying arrows. At the same time, she tried to keep restraint and not to panic, so as not to get hit by an arrow because of a rush of emotion. S-Late asked how this trap would end, and Banyu said they should be able to hold out for a while, according to the manual. Daredevil asked Light to just run to the other side, which he immediately began to do, while he gathered himself to analyze the traps. Once again, the trap was activated and a huge number of arrows flew towards the guys again. The wary protagonist meanwhile began to think of a pattern for activating the pesky trap. He noticed that all the arrows were appreciated in S-Light, who was moving much faster with the help of his wings. The hero realized that the shot prioritized moving objects, which was no small detail. After that, the young man began to remember how he had rescued Rochelle some time ago, using a chain in the process. The brave also recalled traveling on a hoverbike as arrows flew relentlessly in their direction. After realizing that they didn't need to twitch at all, Banyu-wan called himself an idiot, and a surprised Rochelle asked him to pay attention. With a sudden movement, the hero plucked the old woman from Lilith's wing, realizing that one of the arrows had still managed to wound her. The leader realized that he needed to tell everyone right now to stop moving unnecessarily. The situation came to a standstill when the hero remembered that if they stopped moving, there would be no way into that room. An excited Banyu-wan turned his attention to the arrow that began to split and realized that he seemed to have briefly studied the concept. The brave man didn't understand what was wrong, for he couldn't read anything in the first room and wondered if life had changed since then. He was well aware that there was bound to be a reason and went deep in thought to find the answer to the question. Looking at the steel sword sticking out of the ground, the discouraged kid assumed it was just a coincidence. Reaching for the hilt of his sword, in his mind the daredevil told himself that he wouldn't know anything until he checked. Little Rochelle was very interested in watching the actions of the brave man who was doing his duty. The sword suddenly flashed in Banyu-wan's hands, who was relentlessly repeating in his mind that this couldn't be. He quickly realized that he had acquired the concept of decapitation, but he didn't understand why it wasn't the sword, but her. The hero realized he saw something different from what he had seen before, and a worried Rochelle asked him to look ahead. The already nervous headman panicked even more when he saw the fool S-Laith in trouble. The blonde man fell into the purple water from which he tried with all his might to get out, but at first only failed miserably. He let himself let his guard down, thinking it was only the traps to be wary of, but he never imagined that there would be water pouring out of them as well. The boy assumed something had been put in the water, as his senses were dulled and his vision blurred. Another batch of arrows flew again from the open hatches and were aimed at the confused youngster. A tense S-Late looked at the situation soberly and realized he couldn't react to the next trap. Suddenly, a hoverbike flew up in time for Banyu-wan, who was trying not to waste any time. He told his buddy that it was time for them to get out of here while they were both still in one piece, and had the opportunity. Somewhere nearby, the young man had left the defenseless Rochelle, who was trembling inside, breathing dust. It was very painful for the hero to leave the little girl, who put great hopes on him and believed only in him, but he had no choice. He had earlier told the girl that what he was going to do was a lottery and asked her to wait, and she didn't argue. Sweet Rochelle was very worried about the young man, and asked him to hang in there and take care of himself. The system notified Banyu-wan that learning the concept increased the acid and wave value by 10 points. As before, the focused protagonist touched the water, but acquired not water at all, but a wave. Now the young man understood why the previously absorbed concept was a beheading and not a sword. Meanwhile, the cold-blooded Dokgoyon jumped from one figurine to another, moving faithfully toward her goal. Landing on one of the tops, the maiden began to look around, trying to figure out what was going on around her. Suddenly, down below, the wary lady saw Banyu-wan, who sped away at breakneck speed on a hoverbike. The guy was tearing up the bike's engine, flying toward the bondage-stricken S-Late, and the girl was trying to pick up on what he was up to. The hero considered that the state of matter in any particular form, In the moment, conditions what concept can be acquired. He recalled that those flying projectiles were aimed at his neck, so they carried the concept of decapitation rather than a sword. Meanwhile, a huge number of sharp projectiles continued to fly toward the bike-driving brave. A worried S-Light realized that his end was imminent, but Ban Yu-wan shouted to him that he would sort it all out. The protagonist at full speed rushed forward, trying to repel the onslaught of flying shells and let them reach the target. The blonde man anxiously held his sword in his hands, and Yu-wan realized that the deeper his omniscient gaze became, the further beyond the essence he could penetrate. Concerned, S-Light was very worried about his comrade in arms who was in the very epicenter of danger. The tense brave gritted his teeth, looking sternly ahead and realizing he had no margin for error. Concentrating as much as possible, the daredevil stretched his arm out in front of him, believing he could understand the intentions of the projectiles. He created some sort of barrier around himself that allowed him to move towards his target, stopping the flying cold weapon. Eventually, all the flying shells were stopped and frozen in midair, which spoke of the success of the youngster's actions. After a few more seconds, they changed color, and Ban Yu-wan was in no hurry to rejoice and still remained tense. Sitting on the bike, the young man began to soberly survey the fruits of his efforts, being prepared for anything at that moment. A bewildered S-Light asked his buddy if he was heading straight into a trap. The nervous hero was saying in his mind that he didn't need to absorb everything, but the case for not quite working out the way he wanted. Ban Yu-wan was well aware that as long as he could combine them together and split them apart, it would be enough. The process was in full swing, and the brave man didn't have a second of time to distract himself and relax in any way. At the very epicenter of the trap where he was, a bright yellow light began to spread, and even a fever appeared. Daredevil smiled confidently, saying that the deed was done and all the efforts made were not in vain. Standing nearby, Rochelle watched in awe, worried for her comrade in arms. The cute girl spread her palms, on which golden dust began to crumble, causing her great surprise. The maiden smiled gently as she realized that Ban Yu-wan had succeeded, and yet remained unharmed. The protagonist meanwhile stopped a hoverbike that was flying at breakneck speed into a safe zone. A concerned S-Light immediately came running over to him, asking if everything was all right, and the guy exhaled in relief. The brave man said he was very glad his comrade was okay, and the surprised blonde asked what it was in his hand. Daredevil replied that it looked like everything that flew at them had come together into one, and he felt like he had gotten something amazing. An associate asked if he had awakened a new ability, and called the hero special, for he had the ability to interact directly with traps. The sudden activation of the trap took them by surprise again, and projectiles flew at a tremendous speed at them. The agitated young fighters immediately heard strange sounds, and turned their attention to the flying cold weapons. Dokoan and Rushel, who were not about to abandon their comrades in distress, rushed to their aid at that moment. The jumpers and the girls really surprised the guys, who didn't expect their sudden intervention at all. Pretty Rochelle was very worried about her comrades who risked death due to her loss of vigilance. Dak Goyong told the guys that if they didn't correct this ridiculous habit, they would get into serious trouble one day. The stunned S-Light didn't expect her appearance, but Ban Yu-wan on the contrary was very happy to see a female comrade in arms. Soon, the foursome began to expect a shift, and the protagonist exhaled in relief and thanked the girls for saving him. The angry blonde asked Dokwayan if she was being too rough on him, and she told him he was too stupid for falling into the trap. The main character remarked that the guys were getting along well, and yet they kept figuring things out, doing it in a very funny way. Smiling, Yu-won wondered if this wasn't a direct proof of well-coordinated teamwork. Ban hoped that this sense of camaraderie wasn't just an illusion, and Dokoan had said that once acquired a debtor would ask him for his debt. Within minutes, the foursome found themselves in the fourth room of the huge tower, where new challenges awaited them. The pedantic band leader immediately noticed that the ceiling in this room was lower than usual. The young man said that here at least they wouldn't be attacked from above like they had been before, which was already a bit reassuring. Taking advantage of the machine, the protagonist smiled and said that at least he hoped so. He immediately opened fire at the spider a few meters away, which began to make scary and very nasty noises. Daredevil was immediately curious about the nasty creatures that filled the fourth room. They were tower spiders, unique monsters that could appear on any floor of the tower, regardless of level. The hero was discouraged by the fact that the spiders repelled all of Eve's attacks, and S-Light said that the characteristics in spiders are random, and not floor-dependent. He told Dokoyan that in all likelihood she needed to intervene this time, and she replied without further ado that she understood. Ban Yu-won in turn got upset because his weapon was ineffective against the spiders, and this was noticed by the girl standing next to him. The tense young man couldn't believe that there were already monsters so strong that he had become useless to his companions. the prostrate boy and his buddy were approached by the mysterious Doc Goen standing next to them, who wanted to give them orders. She asked her comrades to stand behind her, and Ban Yu-wan separately advised her to watch her actions carefully. Gaining strength with magical energy, the battle lady said that this was exactly what the protagonist was looking for. At that moment, a gust of wind that possessed indestructible power was used by her against the tower spiders. The powerful charge flew straight into the crowd of spiders, who were quite strong and didn't take their opponents seriously. To their great surprise, a powerful gust of wind scattered them in different directions, taking away their lives and not giving them the slightest chance to dodge. With great admiration, Ban Yu-wan looked at what was happening and was convinced that it really was a gust of wind. He admitted that it looked stronger than Eve's bullets, as most of the spiders were knocked out. Unexpectedly, Doc Goen suggested that the associates leave the knocked-out entities to the guy to deal with. After these words, the maiden laughed and asked if there was a more merciful ruler than she. The slightly anxious hero laughed in response, satisfied that he had been given the opportunity to participate. The young man asked Eslaith to cover the rear, and Rushel to keep an eye on the top just in case. He stood firmly on his feet, ready to do battle with the remnants of the spiders that were aggressive. Ban Yu-wan didn't consider Doc Goen as his ruler, but at the same time he didn't expect her to be so considerate at all. One of the bloodthirsty spiders looked insidiously at the kid he wanted to attack and dispose of as soon as possible. With a sharp start, the brave man rushed to attack a whole pack of vile entities without showing the slightest bit of fear. Without mercy, the daredevil swung his sword at one of the spiders that annoyed him more than the others. The excited Eslaith and Rushel watched in awe, while Doc Goen remained perfectly calm. The protagonist was trembling and sweating with his hand holding the sword because he felt a lot of pain during the strike. The brave man was very tense, because the spiders proved to be very hard and it was far from easy to penetrate them. The attacked monster became enraged after his opponent tried to hit him, and prepared to massacre him. Very abruptly, the spider rushed to attack the kid, who lost his guard for a while. The bewildered Ban Yu-wan almost dropped his sword from his hands when he saw the huge monster that jumped at him. That said, the wispy youngster quickly coordinated his actions and spread his legs wide, intending to fight back powerfully. Striking a powerful blow at the enemy right in flight, the hero showed great courage, not even taking a step back. Eslaith and Doc Goen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the spider had been defeated and they had succeeded. Yu-wan, on the other hand, realized that he couldn't just keep striking back when there were so many spiders around. With a sly grin, he realized that the tower spiders were still too strong for him, but he wasn't about to give up. Brave remembered that he had something cool in the previous room, and he hadn't even considered using it. The guy confidently said that now was the best opportunity, and decided to connect the core with his sword. The artifact evolved through excellent compatibility with the wielder, resulting in a long executioner's sword in his young. The spiders didn't realize it at first, and rushed into the attack without a second thought, confident that they would defeat the boy. The confident Ban Yu-wan was ready to hold the onslaught and swung his huge sword sharply. The young man grabbed the hilt of the sword endowed with powerful energy with both hands, saying that he was about to try something interesting. With a single swing of the sword, several vile entities that stood in the way were chopped in two. The companions watching could not believe what they were seeing, and they did not expect such actions from Ban Yu-wan at all. A flustered Eslaith didn't understand how his buddy did it, but Rochelle was very happy for him. Even the less emotional Doc Goen was surprised, but she didn't let her companions know about it. The wary Ban Yu-wan realized in an instant that he had thrown a clean punch, but it felt completely different. A strange sensation overwhelmed the boy, and he wondered if he had swung harder than necessary. Not thinking long, the brave man decided to try again, and do it right this time, while taking his time. A worried Eslaith exclaimed that they would help, for there were too many spiders, and Rochelle supported him in this. The observant Doc Goen remembered Ban Yu-wan's sly smirk, and realized that he had done something with the sword in that brief moment. She couldn't understand how someone was capable of such intuitive abilities. After all, he managed to get through enemies he couldn't even hurt. The main character, meanwhile, swung his blade, eager to destroy one of the fat spiders. With a sharp swing of his sword, the brave man managed to overrun the plan and destroy several of the vile creatures. For her part, Doc Goen had picked up on the fact that her honed her skills beyond relying on her strength, which was fine. Usually when someone strengthened their weapon or found a better one, they would end up waving it around like a fool. But Yu-wan didn't have this flaw. Meanwhile, the fierce Eslaith, along with Rushel, fought against the tower spiders, helping a comrade. Their calculating companion, on the other hand, was confident that if not now, then one day the protagonist would comprehend the true essence of the chopping blow on his own. Doc Goen saw no point in interfering with what was going on, however. She felt as if it would be a waste if she left it like that. After overcoming 3 disasters, the mysterious lady was proud to be called the greatest genius of the martial arts world. And yet, she stood looking at the man whose talent made her past look pathetic, which couldn't be denied. At one point, the damsel told herself firmly that this would not do, for she considered only herself the greatest. Cunningly looking at the fighting Bang Yu-won, she decided that she should definitely make him hers. The bewildered young man, meanwhile, froze in place, because he felt something strange and hard to explain. Slate asked his friend if something was wrong, and the anxious youngster replied that he got goosebumps running down his back and thought the elite were about to show up. After that, Yu-won started running away from Dogoyun, saying that he wouldn't share the sweet drink with her, and the blonde suddenly received an external message. The young men stopped fooling around because they too had gotten a message from the system, which was a bit alarming. The silent little girl Rochelle, standing apart from everyone else who was anxious, also received the notice. Dokgon didn't understand why the message came now, and the pretty girl noticed the strange phenomenon nearby. A worried Slate read that they were being asked to leave the tower, and Ban Yuan wondered what had suddenly happened. They also read that the message came from the rector, and Rochelle meanwhile began to breathe more frequently with excitement. A disgruntled Dokgoyan said that until they gave an explanation, she wouldn't believe it, and her companions suddenly shouted. The trio turned to see Rochelle, who yelled loudly that something was coming towards them, but no one could make out what she was talking about. Already soon, everyone was very wary, because at that moment a huge number of spiders that had come out of the portal were approaching them. It was now clear to everyone why the notice had come that they needed to go back as soon as possible. Light asked if that was what they were told at the meeting, and the hero called it unsurprising that complexity was not defined. Dokgoyan used the student ticket that was issued at the academy, but it had absolutely no signal. She said this to her companions, and Ban Yu-won mumbled that they were completely trapped in that room, and now Yumina's words became clear. The abominable tower spiders meanwhile continued to come out of the portals in huge numbers, moving towards the opponents. The students realized very quickly that they were facing a phenomenon where even students can die. The brave Eslaith and Rushel rushed with anger to attack the entire clutch of vile creatures. Ban Yu-won realized that they had encountered a spatial inhomogeneity and was extremely nervous, but he did not give in to panic. Earlier, Yumina had told the students that there was a high chance of a space pirate invasion when newcomers climbed the tower. The professor explained that the problem is that their anomalous intrusion leads to an unpredictable phenomenon, irregularity. Normally, in a normal playthrough, students won't die. But once things become unusual, the rules inside the tower are turned upside down. It was said that safe zones become dangerous in this case, much to the dismay of the young fighters. The executive also added that the number of monsters grows uncontrollably, and the difficulty level of the rooms jumps unpredictably. Also, a lot of other problems start to arise at the same time, which really stressed the guys, whose desire began to fade. Madam said that the tower cannot guarantee safety, so you have to keep such things in mind. Currently, the guys were continuing the prolonged battle against the many monsters, remembering Yumina's words that it was a very dangerous situation. Bike manager Ban Yu-won moved to another location, exclaimed that things are going great and it will be much more spacious here. Slate said they didn't know how long these spiders would stay, so lingering in the cramped quarters would be too risky. The angry Rochelle in turn said nothing but growled as she looked at the pack of vile creatures. Somewhere nearby, a bright yellow light appeared, illuminating a multitude of nasty spiders that seemed to be endless in number. Looking at them, the cold-blooded Dokgoyan said that no matter how it was, the Kodlo seemed endless. Suddenly, a blue energy was activated that attracted a lot of spiders, and they couldn't resist it. As it turned out, a mysterious damsel was behind it, determined to thin the herd and make it easier for her companions. A multitude of abominable creatures were losing limbs right in the air, with no chance of survival. A stern Slate asked his companion to keep going, while she defiantly asked him to worry about herself. A nervous Ban Yu watched silently, noticing that Dokgon had fought off a dozen by getting this far. At that moment, the girl didn't show an ounce of mercy and continued to persistently massacre her opponents. The hero also noticed that the blue-eyed blonde was acting the same way, and both of them were decently exhausted. Then the boy turned his attention to the lovely-looking Rochelle, who was out of her mind with rage, and was dealing with spiders as well as anyone else. The maiden waved her sharp-clawed hands left and right, scattering the vile monsters in different directions. Yu-won noticed that her hair had already become more than half black, and she was no longer saying a word, which alarmed him a lot. The kid realized that if her hair changed completely, it would be a nightmare scenario, but tried to ward off the bad thoughts. At one point, Dokgoyan said the beast had gone completely insane and asked who would have thought it would end up like this. She said she could no longer continue at this pace, and if she didn't take a break soon, the situation would become dangerous. To the girl's surprise, Ban Yu-won suddenly held out a blue can of energy drink to her and asked her to drink it. Grinning gamblingly, the kid said confidently that he would hold off the spiders, but in the meantime, she needed to get some rest and drink her drink. Smiling slightly, Daki-yeon didn't bother to trade face and started opening a can of soda, enjoying the short rest. In a gentle tone, the battle lady asked the young man if he was sure he could handle such a horde of opponents. Suddenly, the kid pulled the pin from the grenade and said, laughing slightly, that he didn't even doubt it. He then swung around to make a sharp throw and asked his companion to watch carefully. The grenade increased in size in the air, and the hero called for a hoverbike very sharply, which stunned his comrades. In space, the explosive weapon began to emit a red color, which was noticed by Rochelle standing nearby. Suddenly, the grenade took on the shape of a disc of a ball and lit up just as well, which alerted the spiders below. Panic began to set in among them, and everyone froze in place, realizing that death was imminent. Just a few moments later, there was an incredibly powerful explosion that took the lives of many nasty creatures. The dumbfounded S-Light meanwhile grasped the hilt of his sword firmly, trying to figure out what had happened. He asked what kind of power it was, and Ban Yu-won replied with a smile that he had put a lot of effort into crafting such an awesome thing. After that, the protagonist cranked the hoverbike's throttle handle all the way up and roared forward, holding the sword firmly in his hands. The young man realized that Rochelle still had powers, but right now she was too unpredictable to rely on. No one knew how much they would have enough with all the monsters coming in, so giving Light and Dok-Goen a rest was his best brave man's decision. Ban Yu-won realized that if he could destroy as much as he could, he would buy his comrades some time to rest. A system notification suddenly appeared, which the wary fellow immediately noticed. After reading it, he was greatly surprised. Then, as the system wrote, he weakly grasped the concept of a chopping blow and acquired it. The young man also noticed the executioner's long sword, whose blood poison had increased to 15 points. The only thing that was alarming was that the sword had suddenly turned red, which was very strange. The tense Ban Yu-won didn't know how this blood poison worked, but he only knew that he would only find out through trial and error. There were already a few annoying spiders ahead of him, which were the perfect opportunity for checks. The guy roared forward at full speed on his bike, swinging his long sword and dealing with the spiders. The surprised brave immediately noticed that the trajectory of the sword strike had suddenly changed, something he hadn't expected at all. What was unexpected was that the sword's trajectory had widened, and it was now much easier and more effective to strike. Yu-won realized that while the destructive strike enhanced the power of the dissection, the blood poison extended the range of the attack by sucking his blood. At that moment, he held the sword stained with spider blood tightly, deep in his own thoughts. The agitated hero realized that he couldn't use it too often, as it felt like he was giving blood with each swing. Suddenly, S-Light was behind him, standing with Dok-Goen, who wondered what the aura of the kid's sword was. Bang Yu-won asked where Rochelle was, and his friend said that she was mercilessly killing spiders, and it was best to stay away from her. The worried brave said they needed more rest, but the blonde said he had rested enough and asked the headman to look around. The guy said that the swarm of spiders had visibly shrunk, and the surprised hero only noticed it after he said it. Dok-Goen said it didn't look like the flow of monsters had stopped, and the blonde man said there were two reasons for the wave subsiding. The wave subsided because the battle was over, or because something stronger was about to show itself, after which a loud rustle was heard. The frightening gaze of the enraged maiden gave me goosebumps, and she continued to make strange noises. The companions standing aside meanwhile observed the girl's behavior, and made predictions based on that. Looking at Rochelle's agitated demeanor, it wasn't hard for Dok-Goen to guess that something strong was about to appear. The tense young fighters saw a huge spider, but S-Light said it was certainly the last one. A panicked Ban Yu-won asked, hadn't they been told that such big guys appeared on the 50th room? A worried Light suddenly turned to the protagonist, but he only asked him to focus on the elite in front of them. The guy asked if there was supposed to be more, and a perplexed Yu-won asked what he was even saying. With a frightening look, the huge monster behind him looked at the guys, who were confused at the sight of him, but tried not to panic. From fear, the young men turned blue, because they realized that it could not be worse, because the elite were both in front and behind. Two huge spiders surrounded the young fighters, and it was impossible to escape from them, causing even more tension. A flustered S-Light asked if the manual said anything that matched reality, while Dok-Goen calmly sipped her soda. Rochelle, who had come to an unbelievable rage, meanwhile clenched her jaw tightly as if she was breaking free from her chains. Suddenly, the fierce maiden rushed forward, shouting loudly, which scared Bang Yu-won very much. Her targets at that moment were huge spiders, and a flustered S-Light called it reckless, but the hero said maybe it was for the best. Brave ordered his buddy to stay close to Rochelle, saying they'd take one spider each from the front and back. The confident leader added that he and Dokgoyan would take care of the one in the back and assumed that somehow they would manage. The blue-eyed blonde understood and ran headlong to carry out the order, ready for a protracted fight. The puzzled Banyu Won in turn remained standing still and began to think about what he really needed to do to win. He realized that just to start getting through the monsters, he would need blood poison and a chopping blow, and wondered if the attacks would work on such a huge thing. A completely composed Dokgoyan continued to sip the gifted drink while looking at the tense kid. The lady suddenly says the kid won't pull in a solo, yet refuses to ask for her help. Smiling, she asked if it was pride or stubbornness, but the shy youngster understood nothing. The girl tossed the can of unfinished soda to the kid and said it was a pretty unusual flavor. She then immediately used the summoning of her mighty blade to demonstrate the skill. Madame confidently declared that from now on, Banyu Won would pay his debt with this delicious treat, which amazed the young man. Approaching the spider, the lady said that perhaps the fee seemed excessive, but asked not to think of it as a debt. The knocked-out kid froze in place, not expecting Dokgoyan to draw his sword so abruptly and decide to get involved in the game. He wondered why on earth she would use a sword if she was able to handle the monster even with her bare hands. The young man began to suspect that the mysterious companion wanted to show him something, and she looked at him sharply at that moment. The damsel asked him not to think anything unnecessary and said she just didn't want to get her hands dirty, which confused the young man. She smirked imperceptibly, saying in her thoughts that the potential fighter was just one action short of a potential fighter. Dokgoyan was only going to show it once, but she was sure that it would be enough for Banyu Won to figure it out. Looking into the eyes of the huge, nasty spider, the girl used the ability and asked the protagonist to look closely. After saying those words, the battle lady stood in a fighting stance, looking sternly at her opponent and being completely focused. The surprised young man was momentarily distracted and noticed strange shouts nearby. He was shocked to see an enraged Rushel attack Eslaith, who was holding back her onslaught with all his might and trying to reason with her. The maddened girl could not distinguish anyone and screamed frighteningly, which alarmed the companion greatly. The insidious spider took his chance and attacked the boys with poison gas, seeing their loss of vigilance as the best opportunity to do so. The young fighters were immediately wary and took notice of the gas hovering in the space, which was incredibly dangerous. The werewolf-like Rochelle immediately bounced to the side, and the confused Eslate was thrown to the side. The maiden abruptly jumped onto one of the paws of a huge monster that tried to poison them, but failed. Being enraged, she longed to claw at the spider's throat, and meanwhile, her companion began to lose consciousness. The young man turned blue and became delirious, realizing that his demise was imminent and no one would come to his aid. The multi-eyed spider made frightening noises at the sight of its opponent, who showed its hatred with all its appearance. Rochelle, who was eager for his destruction, looked many times more intimidating and let out more frightening screams. The confusion going on, and still watched by the agitated Banyu Won, who couldn't intervene. Dokgoyan asked what he was focused on and told him to look at her, and the anxious young man said there was one thing. The concerned kid said that nearby, a spider was clamping down on their companions who were in the middle of danger. Being stunned, the young man looked at the skillful actions of his companion, who displayed something he didn't expect to see. With a wave of her blade, Dokgoyan said that everything was fine, and added that there was now only one nasty spider left. After saying that, the monster standing in her way was cut in two, which was an incredible shock to Banyu Won. The young man was surprised that she used a simple swing of the sword, which was a simple movement, cutting from bottom to top. The focused maiden did so with a special equanimity, and her hand didn't even flinch once. In this extremely simple movement, the alarmed Yu Won saw death dividing the world. Frozen in place, he watched in awe as his cold-blooded companion Dokgoyan delivered merciless blows. One of the spiders was stripped of its life, having never brought any harm to a young maiden capable of such actions. The hero, on the other hand, was experiencing a headache, being surrounded by a multitude of system notifications that appeared out of the blue. A lot of concepts and the rest of the skills increased many times over, but at that moment, it didn't cause any joy for the guy. Just by noticing a piece of Dokgoyan's martial art, Banyu Won's internal code began to rise, which was incredible. The protagonist assumed at this point that a better version of this movement was released, one that breaks through the power of death. Experiencing a severe headache, he wondered how a person could put such a will into his sword. The concept of death he had studied was such a vivid and clear concept that it gave him goosebumps. And Dokgoyan was addressing the guy. As she got too close, she asked if the kid was watching her closely and said she wouldn't point twice. The girl then tossed the boy a lilac magical sphere, which glowed brightly and caused him to be extremely interested. The shocked youngster immediately realized that it was a core from an elite spider they had killed, one he had never even considered getting. Soon, the young man wondered if it would be right for him to take the core if he defeated the spider Dakoyan. The lady said it was his reward, and with a smile asked him not to show off and take it, which embarrassed the kid. A disheveled S-Light interrupted their moment of romance and asked them to stop flirting and help him, for he was still in danger. The guy was still shrouded in a poisonous web, while Rochelle, on the other hand, climbed onto the head of a huge spider. With her rage, the maiden frightened even her companions, and her eyes were incredibly red and intimidating. With every appearance, she showed that she was ready to pounce on anyone and tear them to shreds, without showing the slightest bit of mercy. A slightly worried Ban Yuan couldn't recognize the shy girl who was always the most quiet and calm. He said S-Light looked completely useless, which dumbfounded the blonde man who was trapped in the web. Rochelle, who had gotten off her chain, suddenly rushed to attack the hero, who set up his sword and tried to remain calm. Brave said that in a situation like this, the only one who can stop all of this is the mighty Dakoan. The guy immediately turned to the companion standing behind him, who was not burning with the desire to do anything at that moment. She said her part of the job was done, and the young man said that for some reason he thought she wouldn't like it. Bang Yuan asked her not to be like that, because it's a standard situation, and if one of them dies, no one knows what will happen. The bloodthirsty spider, meanwhile, had risen to his feet, intent on finishing off the humans once and for all. Gathering her strength, Dakoan came to the conclusion that the young man was right, and she could indeed help her companions. She confidently said that she would entertain this monster, which made Bang Yuan very happy, who didn't doubt her. The maiden said she would do this in exchange for the hero finishing off anything that seemed to be under the beast's feet, which discouraged him. After saying that, the battle lady began to eliminate the maddened Rochelle who was standing in the way, and only getting in the way. Madame told the girl to go downstairs and not to stand on the spider's head. The agitated Ban Yuan couldn't believe it was all real. Smiling, the white-haired girl said, "Really having fun with the fierce little girl." Bloodthirsty Rochelle wanted to tear her apart at that moment, and she wasn't about to go down, but it was hard to resist. With Doc Goyen's skillful actions, the girl was thrown off and began to fall face down, causing the battle lady to laugh. A few seconds later, there was an explosion, triggering a powerful wave, and the white-haired woman said that the beast here was only her. The enraged Rochelle tried to attack the cold-blooded maiden, but she didn't care about that. The restrained Dokoyan grabbed the little girl's wrist in a sharp motion, not letting her escape any further. The red-haired girl then fell to the ground, and the battle maiden once again told her to stay here and not go anywhere. The fury from the frightened little girl's eyes vanished in a moment, and she cried out in fear as she dragged herself along the ground. The madam standing next to her laughed, and told Rochelle that it was very foolish to pounce on someone strong like that blindly and without looking. Sarcastically calling the girl a beast, the lady asked if she was still full of strength to continue fighting. The werewolf's eyes filled with rage again, and she was eager to massacre Dakoan, who had said she would entertain her until she came to her senses. An anxious Bang Yuan was watching the whole thing and was under a lot of stress, but he didn't get involved in the showdown. His companion told him that now was not the time to be distracted, and the guy holding his sword replied that he understood what she meant, but there was one but. The stressed young man shouted to the teacher that this task was a bit difficult, and the huge spider made him shake with excitement. Dakoan said that if he should thus see her first strike, he could do so, and the young man asked what she was basing her saying so on. The huge monster tried to attack, which bounced off during one of the blows, not realizing what had happened. A disheveled Yuan exclaimed that the spider had pounced as they both backed away, while a tangled-up S-Light asked her friend if he was okay. The nasty creature meanwhile continued to attack, and the protagonist wondered if the spider thought it could handle him. Gritting his teeth, he smiled as if a plan to destroy the pesky creature was brewing in his mind. The angered Ban Yuan exclaimed that they were going to do it now and immediately summoned Eva, after which a chain flew out. Several thick steel chains immediately flew out, ready to attack the nasty spider. At the same moment, the huge monster's paws were shackled with iron chains, making him even more nervous. The protagonist in turn held him back with all his might so that he could soon deliver a mighty blow. A dumbfounded S-Light couldn't believe his buddy had tied up the spider, and even the silent Dakoan took notice. The brave daredevil in turn wasted no time in idle talk, and rushed to the attack with sword in hand. The spider wasn't going to give up and kept throwing punches in every way possible to push him away in any way, but it was all in vain. The brave decided to first disarm the enemy as much as possible with Eve's help to make it easier to proceed. He then planned to use a chopping blow with a blood poison that would poison the vile creature. After all, the hero was going to hit his opponents the moment he reached the limits of his reach. The young man was struck with his sword, which provoked the monster to scream, but did no significant damage to it. The tense Bang Yu-won didn't understand what was wrong. After all, he tried to calculate everything to the last detail, but it didn't work out. S-Slate, who had been caught in the web's embrace, was also paying attention to what was happening and was discouraged by the failure. The knocked-out young man couldn't figure out if this was good or bad, yet he continued to watch intently. The observant Dokoan realized that if he wanted to kill, he needed to be beheaded by the ear, and the enraged Rochelle continued to growl at her. The damsel didn't understand what Ban Yu-won was doing, and the hero on the other hand couldn't understand why the chopping blow was too short. He then shifted his gaze to the sword because of the nervousness, because the blood poison wasn't activating properly, which was the problem. Looking into the eyes of the bloodthirsty spider, the brave realized that with that in mind, it made sense to use the two abilities sequentially. Meanwhile, the huge creature did not slumber and broke free of its steel shackles, which was another cause for nerves. The tense hero realized that he had almost never done something like this before, and it was very hard for him to concentrate. The huge monster wasted no time and began to attack the boy, who in turn pondered. A surprised Dogoan was distracted by what was happening, but at that moment the chance was taken by Rochelle, who rushed at her. There were huge columns of thick smoke all around, with a bloodthirsty spider in the thick of it. The rays of the sun illuminated the blood-stained and remaining sword of Ban Yu-won, who was exhausted by what was happening. The young man who had fallen to his knees continued to hold the hilt of his sword tightly, trying to gather his strength. Still, he dropped his sword and immediately grabbed the wounded spot on his left arm, where he was in severe pain. Breathing heavily, the guy said in thought, thinking for a second that he couldn't block the spider's attack. As soon as it touched the blade of his sword, he changed the angle with a sudden movement and deflected the blow. If the brave man had taken this attack head-on, both sword and arm would definitely be blown to pieces. But still, he was concerned about another matter. Being discouraged, the hero wondered how he was able to sense it, since it required certain skills. It was only an instant, but at that moment, it seemed to the young man that it had turned into an eternity. Ban Yu-won couldn't believe that this was happening, because he had seen the Dokgoyan sword technique before. Suddenly, a notification arrived that said that in the process of repelling the enemy's attack, the hero had realized and mastered the concept of flow. The guy realized that that punch had really affected him, and called the actions of the co-ed really awesome. The youngster never thought that what he had seen could awaken the dark essence of martial arts slumbering somewhere deep within him. Something he didn't even know he had. Although the protagonist couldn't exactly replicate the sword technique of Dokgoyan, but he already had a perfect plan matured in his mind. The huge spider was alarmed by his behavior, and Yu-won in turn gripped his sword tightly. Raising his sword upwards, the young man told the vile creature that now they would try again, and he was not going to make the same mistakes as before. With a stern look at the huge monster, the young man motioned for it to attack, being ready to repel attacks. The enraged monster didn't waste any time and shouted loudly, waving its paws with sharp claws. The web-bound S-Light in turn had nothing left to do but watch the spectacular fight. Looking at what was happening, he remembered that there was a certain concept called parrying. A movement that blocks or throws an opponent aside, capable of thwarting an attack or preventing a fatal wound. If you excel at parrying, you can even counterattack your opponent. But this is just a tactical concept, not a reality. It's actually quite easy to die before mastering this skill. So S-Light felt that Yu-won had better find another way. After all, he only had one life. The blonde was very worried about his buddy, but he calmed himself with the phrase that what is to be is not to be avoided. The protagonist in turn worked hard, swinging his sword and trying to anticipate the spider's every move. He showed rage in combat, and Light didn't understand how an associate could try to master a technique in such a critical situation. The young man was curious if it was possible to master it under such conditions, and he continued to watch the fight closely. Looking at the face of fear, Ban Yu-won swung his sword, which was aimed at the huge spider. The protagonist realized that a crushing blow would be dealt right now, and there was no more time to lose. Brave was sticking to tactics and attacking head-on, which was far more dangerous than other options. The next item in the plan was to repel the blow of the huge spider, which was struck without any delay. The guy prepared himself for the actions of a big opponent, who was not slumbering either, and tried to ruin his plans. In midair, he tossed his sword and gripped its hilt tightly again, waiting for the right moment to repel the attack. The young man began to redirect his side attack in another direction, which he successfully did. Considering the results of the actions, Ban Yu-won considered them good, realizing that little by little he would dispose of the monster. The tough-looking kid was starting to see progress, and decided he should try one more time, believing there would be results. The evil werewolf Rochelle meanwhile kept throwing herself at Dokoan, who wasn't intimidated by it at all. The enraged maiden growled loudly, spreading her arms out to the sides and eager to pounce on her companion. The little girl wasn't herself and continued to growl viciously, trying to intimidate Doc Owen and make her run away. The mysterious madame was not at all frightened by her antics, and she only tripped up, which caused Rochelle to stumble and fall. After that, the white-haired lady continued to watch the spectacular duel between Ban Yuan and the big spider. The werewolf, meanwhile, was trying to recover, and Doc Owen was marveling at the actions of the protagonist. She knew he would be able to draw some conclusions from the first strike, but she had no idea the youngster would show something so unexpected. Few people attempted to master the martial technique that embodied the essence of the flux that existed in the Central Plains. What was surprising was that Ban Yuan had the tactic of redirecting the opponent's attack in 100,000th of a second. It was an astounding technique requiring incredible reaction speed, something that had to be honed. At one point, there was a loud explosion that was triggered by the main character. The huge, vile creature was even more angry because the boy dared to do that to him. Doc Owen remembered that mastering the technique involved too much risk, and many, such as S-Light, preferred easier ways. Someone like her, who had always specialized in martial arts, Ban Yuan made her look at things in a new way. What was astonishing was that a minor pointless thing, thought to be commonplace trickery, turned out to be unaccustomedly profound. The girl would never have thought it would look so impressive before, and continued to watch. Then she turned her attention to the reel again beside Rochelle, who still had no way of calming down. Doc Owen realized that just redirecting the attacks would not end the battle, and to win, it was necessary to go out of bounds. In her thoughts, the girl said that since brave Yuan had gotten this far, let him show her more. The lady was sure that if the guy mastered the flow to reflect the opponent's power, then he could use that power to counterattack. She loved the stern and very angry face of the young man, who was putting great effort into the battle. Making a sudden dash, the protagonist rushed to attack the huge spider, realizing that now would be the turning point. Impressed, Doc Owen continued to watch the guy's actions carefully, analyzing each swing of the sword. Daredevil used the power of piercing and spinning at that moment, skillfully maneuvering and confident. The executioner's longsword was endowed with tremendous energy power, and the guy's second ability was also used. Making a high jump, Ban Yuan swung his sword sharply, severely injuring the vile monster that hadn't expected such a thing. The seriously wounded spider cried out at the top of his voice in incredible pain, which spoke of the daredevil's victory. The shocked S-Light's jaw nearly dropped from surprise, and at first he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Doc Owen, in turn, was very happy, because the main character did well and didn't disappoint her. The imposing Yuan, meanwhile, looked sternly at the monster whose life was fading away right before his eyes. Blood was gushing from the deep wound of the vile spider, and it no longer had the slightest chance of survival. After only a few seconds, the creature collapsed to the ground with a clatter, and the hero had a chance to catch his breath. The young man was notified that he had temporarily combined his inner and outer power, realizing how to create a more powerful concept. With a relieved exhale, he realized that a major change was taking place in his inner self. Caught in a spiderweb, S-Light asked his friend for help, and Doc Owen added that she wouldn't mind helping Rochelle with the beast. She said she wished she could just stand tied up like a fool Light, who was really hurt by her words. Smiling, Ban Yuan said that sounded like a great idea. Snake Eva, meanwhile, coiled around his arm. The guy said he would absorb the concept of the web the blonde had gotten himself into and set about doing so. He then fed the concept to Eve, causing the depth of comprehension of the spirit beast to reach 25 points. Eventually, after a few seconds, a chain net appeared, which was made successful by the hero's actions. With a sudden movement, the chain was thrown up, and the maddened Rochelle was alert, for it flew at her. The maiden got tangled in the chains and couldn't get out, and Ban Yuan said with a sneer that resistance was futile. He explained that it was the chain coiling around and sucking out the magic, much to the anger of the little girl who wanted to get out. Rochelle didn't listen to him and tried with all her might to break free, growling angrily and eager to take revenge on her companions. The little girl's clothes began to tear due to her sudden movements, which stunned S-Light and Ban Yuan, who were watching this. The worried blonde covered his mate's eyes, asking him not to look at it, while the girl continued to growl angrily. Then they noticed that the chains were working, as Rochelle never managed to get out and she fell desperately to the floor. The hero noticed that even the student ID was glowing again, and wondered if they should leave the tower for now. Doc Owen called it a good idea. But suddenly, an intimidating voice out of nowhere called them children who had overcome the challenge. The wary foursome froze in place, and each listened silently, not realizing where the voice was coming from. The worried Yuan didn't understand what the sound was, and the mysterious voice said it was giving the guys a reward. A gentle female voice continued to say something, and the silhouette of a young maiden became visible in the red ball. She said she would give the boys a chance to make a pact with a thousand-eyed watcher they had never heard of before. Deep in the night, a worried Professor Yumina stood in front of the tower gate, faithfully waiting for the students who were still missing. She was very worried about the young fighters and began to assume that something had happened to them. But she also tried to ward off bad thoughts. Suddenly, Madame heard strange sounds coming from the tower gate, and there was hope in her eyes. The woman began to cover her face because the gate in front of the gate abruptly appeared teleporting blue rays, blinding her eyes. Slowly removing her hand from her face, Yumina saw ahead the 4 young fighters she had been waiting for so long. Ban Yuan asked if everyone had gotten out safely, and when Eslate asked what this place was, Dak Goyun replied that they were going to the tower from here. The boys then turned their attention to a shaking professor who asked if anyone was hurt. The hero began to calm her down, telling her that everything was fine and everyone was safe, and the people around them were surprised that the fighters from the group had successfully uprising got out. Yumina said she was really worried because a notice was posted to leave the towers, but no one showed up. The concerned lady began to wonder what had happened inside and whether they had managed to do a sweep. Feeling uncomfortable, Yu-Wan scratched the back of his head, trying to somehow formulate a sentence for a reply. He offered the professor a walk, and after a while on the walk he asked her what had happened. The young man said that after the 4th shift, they were caught off guard by the irregular room, but it hadn't been long since they'd entered. With trepidation in his voice, the boy wondered what had happened on the other side, while Dak Goyun standing around the corner listened silently to the conversation. A sad Professor Yumina lowered her head, trying to string words together to answer the question. She dumbfounded the students by suddenly saying that one of the students had been killed by an intruder in the tower, something no one could have predicted. Lady added that at the moment the Merged Academy is trying to resolve the situation, but it's not that simple. She said the students who were victimized in the group handle it very hard, hence the breakdown. The woman asked the listening students if they remembered a previous conversation about external intruders. It was said that the space pirates were targeting newcomers, and if they killed a student and took his ticket, the outcome would be terrible. Losing a ticket means one can never be revived, and the tower is stuck forever. And a tense Yu-Wan asked what became of the intruder. Yumina said the attacker's trail was lost because the students at the site did not seem to have had a chance to stop him. A silent Dak Goyun suddenly intervened in the conversation, asking if they agreed that it looked like something planned. The girl said that even if the person is not an academy student, there are plenty of intruders intending to climb the Tower of Babel. She added that for them, newcomers entering the tower is a great opportunity, which made sense. The damsel explained that by taking the academy exam, killing an incoming freshman, one undermines the reputation of the academy, but gets a spot as a tower conqueror. Dak Goyun realized that by calling it an attack by intruders, the academy was completely absolving itself of responsibility, and asked if the guys agreed with her. A saddened Professor Yumina looked at the intelligent girl, but it was painful to agree with her. The insightful girl said that the United Academy was exactly that kind of place, so it wasn't surprising at all. She asked to imagine that there are people who brazenly invade a tower that defines the existence of students, but fails to protect them from being killed. The girl asked if this wasn't ridiculous for such an institution claiming to be the greatest, but none of the associates said anything. In turn, the puzzled professor replied to the student that there is a reason for everything and it must be understood. The woman said the academy has an obligation to protect its students, but once they are inside the tower, it cannot do so. Furthermore, if the tower chose an intruder over a student, the unified academy cannot intervene. A worried supervisor said that the problem here is that it is the will of the tower, so no one here is in a position to do anything. Exhaling incredulously, Dogowan asked if this incident was supposed to be the will of the tower. After these words, the girl took off her student ID card from around her neck and clutched the chain tightly in her hand, about to make a statement. She said that if that was the case, she liked it more and more, whereupon the teleportation process began, while the professor on the other hand tried to stop her. Ban Yuan intervened in the conversation, asking in a calm tone to try to understand him, and said that there was something disturbing inside the tower. Concerned, Yumina asked to tell what really happened inside, whereupon the young man tried to find the words to do so. Stammering slightly, he began to tell me that right before going back, they had met something. The frustrated Rushel and Eslaith put their heads down in silence, and the professor asked with a tremor in his voice what they had encountered. A tense Yu-Wan scratched the back of his head, not knowing how to tell the woman everything, but he realized that it would have to be done. He astonished her by telling her that they had met constellations, which the lovely woman had not expected to hear at all. The constellations were transcendent patrons or observers watching over countless dimensions. When they found someone they wished to show favor to, without a backward thought they made a contract with that person, They were transcendent beings with great influence over an entire dimension. Constellations gave powerful magic, special abilities, artifacts, and more to make others follow them. Few people refused such offers, considering them precious and thinking that such a thing would never happen again. First of all, in a world where power is prized, nothing is sweeter than an extraordinary supply of observers. These mysterious creatures were undeniably attractive partners that were pleasing to many. Ban Yuan said it was the observer of all sights that they met, and added that a strange voice spoke to him. The hero said that the lady promised power in exchange for fulfilling her demands, which caused Yumina to be shocked. An enthusiastic woman exclaimed that the boys would make constellation contact on their first day in the tower, and said it was the first time ever. She added that the talents of the young fighters have already been recognized, because one constellation contact happened so soon. The bewildered young man asked if she was being serious, and the delighted lady added that she was. Yuan didn't share her joy and asked what the Academy's stance was on constellation contracts. The professor replied, "Officially, the Academy declares its neutrality, but if an opportunity arises, they are encouraged to take it." Yunets realized that the Academy encouraged contracting, and Yumina said there was no more attractive candidate for ascension than a contract worker. The hero found it incredible that the Academy has no defense against intruders, yet they are friendly to unknown creatures. The delighted supervisor began to wonder what exactly the observer had asked him to do. The thoughtful boy was distracted from his thoughts and decided to tell her what she was eager to know. Yumina's joy and admiration were shattered in an instant when she learned that Bang Yuan had been asked to be killed. The stunned lady didn't understand a thing, and the guy said the Watcher had promised to contract with two of them, but for a reason. The contract she was going to make was with one of the students who would kill the other two sooner, which dumbfounded the teacher. That was the constellation's demand, and little Rochelle almost cried as she recalled the events that had happened earlier. In the tower, the Watcher told the boys in a frightening voice that only warm, blood-filled veins would deliver songs and praise to her. The maiden said that they, children of awesome potential, would take the life of their mate and give her his blood, and she would accept them as if they were direct descendants of her branch. She said that until they reached the top of that tower and got what they wanted, her love would never leave them. Then the frightening lady held out her palm and announced the beginning, and the students who were frozen in place listened to her with trepidation in their hearts. None of them dared to drop a single word in response to the maiden in the red dress who wanted to make a contract with them. A tense Ban Yuan said in his mind that she was talking complete nonsense and wasn't going to agree to anything. He thought she was crazy for demanding to kill a friend just to gain power, and he was sure he would never agree to it. The guy then shifted his gaze to Dokgoen standing next to him, hoping that she too would never make such a stupid decision. The girl's strange behavior was very alarming to the protagonist, who noticed her pupils glowing blue. It was as if an otherworldly energy was flowing into her at that moment. But the damsel herself asked to be left alone. A worried Yumina suggested that Dogoyan released her energy, and Yuan said that by doing so, she made the constellation and disappear. He said it was a creature they couldn't even realize, and added that it was disgusting to be subjected to such an ordeal. The hero realized that with the duel with Erecto coming up on Tuesday, it would be inconvenient to not be able to climb the tower. The boy realized that now the remaining time could be spent only on training, because the entrance to the tower was temporarily closed, and turned to the professor. The kid said he was thinking of writing a report on what happened in the tower, and asked if she was okay with him using the camera footage. Yumina said that she would like to hear it after having a snack with everyone, but after paying attention to Russell, she realized that it was impossible, and Yuan confirmed it. The headman said that the boys were mentally and physically exhausted, so having dinner together wouldn't be possible now. The professor felt sorry for the young fighters who were so tired, and she didn't bother them anymore. The woman said they all did well, and Ban Yuan accepted the praise and expressed great gratitude. The lady promised to try to make sure nothing like that happened next week, and hoped that none of them thought badly of the Academy. She then asked them to have a good rest today, and a tired Easelite said they would be on their way and wished Yumina a good weekend. Russell and the blonde man began to teleport to the common room, with Ban Yuan walking as the last of them. Suddenly, the headman was approached by the professor standing behind him, who asked him to hold on for a second. The slightly flustered woman said she had one question and added that she would tell her directly. With a tremor in her voice, she asked if it was true that the observer had not simply promised a contract to two of the four. The shocked hero seemed to swallow his tongue when the lady asked if she was wrong that the marvelous creature had chosen him and Dokgoyan. He confirmed that it was, and Yumina said that it wasn't just an attempt to pit them against each other, but more like sifting gold from sand. At that moment, the Watcher said that the two of them would surely reach the top, and was confident in her words. but she added that they would only achieve this if they got rid of the useless burden in the form of Rochelle and Eslate. The already tense blonde nearly fainted after hearing that, and his heart began to pound harder. Stunned little Rochelle couldn't believe her ears and didn't expect to be called unnecessary at all. The divine being told his children, Dokuyon and Yuwon, to kill the boys, but they, being stunned, had no intention of doing so. Essence promised that the two of them would be ahead of everyone else, and added that only those with the brightest potential would remain. She was again ordered to capture and kill Rochelle and Eslate, who prepared to resist. Thinking about all of this, Ban Yuwon was glad that they had finally returned and there was a chance to rest. He turned his attention to the blonde man sitting in the chair, who hadn't even bothered to shower first. Smiling, the hero asked the unusually seated guy if it wasn't uncomfortable to sit in a position that Rochelle was very fond of. Eslate asked if the youngster was teasing him for sitting in an unmanly manner, and added that he was very tired. An angry Ban Yuwon immediately replied that he didn't even think about it, but his buddy accused him of it. A saddened Light apologized and said he really just wanted to blow off steam, and added that he could berate him for it. The hero replied that he wasn't going to do that, and the blonde chuckled slightly and asked if it wasn't even worth the insults, which sounded very strange. The perplexed young man didn't understand why his buddy was acting like this, and where his pride that had been showing earlier had gone. Eslate raised his head and said he kind of hated the guy, but he listened to him silently and attentively. Hearing this caused only a slight laugh, and Ban Yuwon didn't say anything about it, and just agreed with his friend's opinion. Still, with a smile on his face, he said he hated the blonde man too, and was glad that now they were finally on the same page. The young man really wanted to say it, but decided to hold back, because it was very stupid to call an idiot, and yet it made him laugh. He then sat back in his chair and turned to a sad-looking Light, who still wasn't even smirking. Being serious, the young man asked his friend to speak up if he had something to say, and added that he would listen, even if it was just a complaint. The blue-eyed young man was very much troubled by something at that moment, but sharing it was not at all easy. Still, he told his comrade in arms that he too would be willing to listen to him at any time, which strengthened their friendship a bit. The kid started telling me that in the world he came from, he was one of the greatest talents. Eslate also said that it wasn't an exaggeration at all, and Ban Yuwon, who was silently listening to him, assumed that it really was. The distraught blonde was at pains to tell him that his family and everyone else recognized and praised his talent. He was entrusted with the sacred sword, and it wasn't just flattery. And because everyone believed in him, he was able to make a pact with the sacred sword. The main character listened to the story with awe, and the guy told that he came to the academy with a load of expectation from everyone. But everything turned out quite differently. Barely holding back tears of heartache, he asked Yuwon why he was treating him like a burden. The boy recalled here the horrible moment when the Watcher had ordered him and little Rochelle to be killed. Then he felt like his heart would leap out of his ribcage or explode inside from the loudly pounding fear. A flustered Ban Yuwon said that he didn't need to take the divine being's words seriously. Light reminded him that he, unlike the hero, was not the chosen one, but a mere bystander for the two chosen ones. The young man was the first to mention the constellations, and said that the transcendent beings were much stronger and skillful than humans. Clenching his jaw with tension, he wondered how the hero and Dokuon could so easily refuse such an offer. The guy's words discouraged Bang Yuwon, who froze in place with sweat on his face, not knowing what to say. Grieved, he replied that they did so because this kind of suggestion obviously made no sense. The youngster said that there were many ways to become strong without someone else's death, and reminded them that they didn't come here to hear such a thing. A saddened Eslate immediately said that he only says that because he has unrivaled talent. The kid said that if something had to be sacrificed to be chosen by a constellation, maybe they didn't hesitate. The protagonist felt sorry for his buddy, who said he couldn't have refused as strongly as they did. He added that he probably wouldn't have made the same choice and tried to say something else, though he struggled to do so. The frustrated little boy felt annoyed, very scared, and could not forgive himself. After a while, the young men finished talking, and Ban Yuwon entered the bedroom after taking a shower. The kid immediately turned his attention to Eslate lying in bed, who was lying on his side and clearly awake. The protagonist looked at his buddy but didn't bother him, and decided to just leave the room in silence. As he was leaving, he was suddenly approached by a blonde man who was awake and had something to tell him. Smiling, the youngster apologized to his companion for the whining that had come out of his mouth a few moments earlier. He added that Ban Yuwon's duina was not involved in everything that happened, and admitted that he was just jealous. The guy apologized for burdening the hero with his uncomfortable stories, and he started smiling. The blue-eyed man felt lousy at that moment, and the headman reminded him that they were friends after all. Hero poured hot chocolate into his cup and said he could listen to his stories anytime, then added that he would be out for a while. Putting it in a mug on the table, He said that things one dislikes are forgotten when one eats some goodies. Lying on his side, S-Light thanked his friend, which brought a smile to his face and a calmness to his soul. After a little dramatic etude, the young man left the room, closing the door behind him, and leaving his buddy alone with his thoughts. He noticed that the blonde man had specifically changed since their first meeting, and there was Dok Goyeon walking down the hallway at that moment, who noticed him. She snuck up on him discreetly and told him that at least she wouldn't have to come in, which was already a relief. The dumbfounded young man asked what she was doing in the men's dormitory, and the smiling girl asked him to be quieter. Smiling, the charming maiden said that whoever is not caught is not a thief, so it was no big deal. Dok Goyeon then abruptly grabbed a discouraged Bang Yu-won by the towel and started running, saying that they needed a change of scenery. Soon they were sitting on a bench, where the lad asked if she had come because the cafe was too crowded, but the maiden replied that she had just wandered around. She said she was curious and decided to stop by and inquired about his dead weight, but the young man understood nothing. Dok Goyeon said that S-Light is pathetic and has no talent, but the hero said that's not true, as he is skilled in swordsmanship and has many other abilities. The nice lady said the problem is that it's all coming from the sword, and asked if Yu-won realizes that too. The girl said that S-Light's strong body, sharp fighting instincts, and special abilities came from the sword. The frustrated hero listened to her in silence, and she said you couldn't tell the blonde from the useless fool without it. The damsel continued, saying he couldn't even understand the situation and wasn't confident, and the young man asked her to stop. After that, the fighting lady mentioned a serious situation, which interested the kid, who started to listen more attentively. She said that if S-Light lost her temper it would be over than to put those around her. Dok Goyeon said that even without it, Rochelle's beast already felt weak, something to consider. A pensive Bang Yu-won exhaled heavily, and in doing so, he couldn't tell if she wanted to insult the blonde man, or if she was still worried. He was getting very bored of hearing his buddy's endless discussions, so he decided to redirect the situation a bit in another direction. Suddenly, the young man asked Dok Goyeon what she had to say about herself, something the damsel didn't expect to hear at all. Yu-won said that she too had been acting strange since she met the constellation and was annoyed by the professor's presence. The young man asked if she was okay, and the blushing girl excitedly asked if he was worried about her. Dok Goyeon then asked if the guy had figured it out with his ability, and he was getting bored. The hero, pouring hot chocolate into a cup, said he didn't need to use anything to understand, because she had it all written on her face, holding out a cup with a hot drink. The young man said he was just asking if Dok Goyeon was okay. Bang Yu-won's calmness and gentle tone caused the girl to be surprised at the sudden harmony. Without any sudden movements, the lady took the cup with hot chocolate from the hands of her companion, and in doing so, realized everything for herself. The cute girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and she realized that the kid was comforting her by making such cute presents. She said the drink was sweeter than expected, and the perplexed kid said it was hot chocolate and no wonder it was sweet. The girl thanked him for his concern and said she was just really annoyed at the time, and he asked what had made her angry. The companion replied that it was the Watcher and her words that irritated her, as if they had touched her soul. The maiden remembered well the moment when the mysterious creature had told the Chosen Ones to kill their comrades. Dok Goyeon suggested that maybe she was thinking the same thing that the young man sitting next to her didn't expect to hear at all. The boy's face turned blue with exasperation, and he once again questioned what the intimidating companion meant. Holding a cup of hot chocolate in her hands, the lady admitted that she had been thinking about getting rid of S-Light and Rochelle. A perplexed Bang Yu-won asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about, and the girl assumed that was why she was even more disappointed. She said that if she had been more determined and overly self-absorbed, she might have let them die differently. In the girl's mind was a picture of an occupying S-Light lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. She also represented the beast Rochelle, who had caused a lot of nerves while going through the rooms of the tower. A slightly disturbed Dok Goyeon said, of course angry at herself for possibly agreeing to such a proposal. A pensive Bang Yu-won sipped hot chocolate from his mug, listening intently to the maiden's tales. Leaning forward, the young man asked if she was serious in her statement, and the girl immediately confirmed it. Smiling, the hero asked if it was true that she could be considered stupid as well, which immediately made the lady angry. She immediately turned away, saying in her mind that she was telling him her deepest feelings, and all she got in response was laughter. Yu-won thought it didn't matter how incredible the artifact was, because if he didn't have the talent, he wouldn't have been able to get this far. The young man said that S-Light undoubtedly had a natural talent because he could wield such a sword. The thing was that because of his habit of relying too much on his sword, the youngster can't react to the situation in a timely manner. The blue-eyed blonde, meanwhile, was in the bedroom, alone with his musings, sipping hot chocolate. The character, however, said it was the same with Rochelle, who has incredible physical abilities and potential. In his opinion, the use of a girl's gifts is hindered only by her inner contradictions, which she is unable to cope with. Bang Yu-won said that it wouldn't be easy, but if they could supplement and solve their own problems, things would fundamentally change. The headman was sure that the boy's talent would far surpass anything he or Dokgoen could imagine. The white-haired maiden was somewhat surprised by his amazing speech, which really gave hope. After hearing those words, she thought about it and didn't argue about it anymore, deciding to rely on chance. The girl said that she would believe the protagonist, and got up from the bench, while he got a little happy, realizing that he had managed to convince her. The nice lady said that if the guys practiced, sooner or later the result would speak for itself, and Yu-won asked if she was willing to help them. Dokgoen said that if, as the young man had said, those two would overcome their difficulties and grow up, she would admit that he was right. But there was one but. The blonde madam stated that if the result was not to her liking, the kid would have to take responsibility. The dumbfounded headman couldn't believe what he had heard, and realized he risked getting into trouble. The girl said it was for making him waste her time on these fools, and started to walk away, asking him to think hard about it. She galloped off into the distance, saying she would see them tomorrow morning, and asked the boy to remember to bring Rochelle and Eslaith. Left alone with his thoughts, Ban Yu-won realized that the situation was not the most pleasant, but there was nothing left for him to do but accept it. The next morning, Dokgoen had a training session and sparred with Eslaith, who needed practice. The tense protagonist watched it with sweat on his face, because it was not a pleasant sight. The sweating blonde tried with all his might to resist the fighting lady, but all his attempts were futile. Suddenly, the maiden grabbed the boy and tossed him aside, showing no mercy. The trembling Eslaith landed with a clatter from the pain in his voice turned to Ban Yu-won, who was very worried about him. Unable to hold back the tears, the kid asked why it was only him who was being snatched if his buddy said he would teach him something. The unruly battle lady loudly stepped on the floor, calling everything that was happening stupid, which horrified the already terrified youngster. The girl told Light that it was training his body, so it was natural to go through it this way. She added that he's not someone who can change just by seeing something once, like Yu-won, so she asked him to stop whining and stand up. The crying boy asked to be given his sword, but the stern mentor said she would never do that. The maiden said that until he learned to fight without it, there was no going back, which made Eslaith hysterical, but she didn't care. The confused kid immediately told Ban Yu-won that he couldn't do anything without the sword, and the hero began to calm his buddy down. The headman said it was a training session for him to get stronger, and added that he and Dokgoen had agreed on it beforehand. He asked the blonde to trust them for once and practice without his sword. The sad-looking kid realized that he had no other choice and agreed to do it, gradually gathering his thoughts. Resting on the floor, Light began to rise, realizing that if Yu-won had a plan, it really meant something. Gaining confidence, he exclaimed that he would trust them and try, which brought cheers from the cheering hero. The enthusiastic boy said that now they could start again. But suddenly, a kick came flying into his face. With a kick of her foot, the stern and ruthless Dokgoen swiped at Eslaith's face, too open and not at all vigilant. Continuing to pound, the damsel asked if the kid was going to defend himself, for his stance was broken. The mentor yelled that he had to rely on more than just his eyes to see the attacks, and asked how long he was going to get punched in the face. The girl also wondered if the boy's fighting instincts were really that dulled without a sword. Watching the fight closely, Ban Yu-won was tense, but realized that this was indeed the case. In his thoughts, he said that right now Eslaith's characteristics were unnaturally dropping in real time. It was usually a monster that could easily handle an erecto that it matched with. Ban Yu-won was surprised that for some reason, now that the blonde man was without a sword, his abilities seemed to be flowing away somewhere. Light crawled on his hands and knees, trying to do something, but every attempt he made was futile. The excited protagonist was very worried about his friend, but could not understand in any way what was happening to him. The young man realized that if these changes were really due to the sword, then Eslaith's condition was worse than he thought. The merciless Dokgoen kept attacking the guy, saying that he was getting weaker and weaker, but he wasn't about to give up. The kid denied his weakness, but the mentor exclaimed that he was completely useless without his sword. The sweaty and very tense blonde tried his best to dodge the attacks, but he had no opportunity to counterattack. The angry girl told him to stop looking at the sword, which was even and in his hands, and look her in the eye. A terrified Eslaith cried out, realizing that he was going to have to suffer a blow of immense power. Suddenly, the guy's fist was charged with an incredibly powerful energy that could be used to kill in combat conditions. The bewildered Dokgoen froze in place in surprise, and stared at her opponent with her mouth ajar. After many attempts, Light managed to go from defense to offense, and now he wasn't just enduring her blows, The tense Bang Yu-won and Rushel did not expect such a drastic turn of events at all and continued to watch in awe. The pretty pink-haired girl turned her attention to the blonde man's appearance, which had changed very dramatically. Unexpectedly, Slate was reincarnated as a cute, long-haired blonde with adorable blue eyes. The puzzled protagonist assumed that the buddy was tired of hiding, and wondered what, if anything, made it break out. The protracted duel stopped, and Dogoen began to silently regard the long-haired blonde standing in front of her. At that moment, the white-haired lady didn't know what to say about it, yet there was no particular surprise in her eyes. Slaith felt extremely unusual and energy was coursing through his body, which was not a good feeling. A white cross appeared in the center of her ribcage, glowing and bringing pain to the blue-eyed blonde. Experiencing severe pain, Slate fell to his knees, and the worried Ban Yu-won immediately rushed to run to him. He was stopped by Doc Goyen, who kept these closer, and said it was okay, watching the process closely. The girl didn't take her eyes off the blonde man, who at that moment was in agony and couldn't do anything about it. The desperate kid was sweating and back to his old self, and the fighting lady told the hero that it wasn't something that could be solved easily. She then asked the kneeling light if he knew what the problem was, and he answered without any hesitation that he did. The heartbroken kid said that Doc Goyen along with Bang Yu-won were absolutely right. He said he too thought he couldn't take it anymore and asked his mentor if they could spar one more time. The associate replied that before they start, she should apologize and admit that she was wrong about him. The shy boy said no apology was needed, but the girl said she thought he was an ignorant idiot. The impulsive lady arose that he was an idiot for carrying a bomb and expressed hope that it wouldn't go off inside the tower. Malek exclaimed that he really didn't like her, and Rochelle told Ban Yu-won that it wouldn't hurt for them to do the same. But at that moment the hero was very tense, which the girl noticed, and wondered what had just happened. He was curious how such opposing concepts, in the form of holy and demonic spirits, could exist in the same body. The hero wondered if Slate understood all of this, and decided to talk to him in the dorm a little later. He then asked Rochelle what she wanted, and the girl, though feeling awkward, offered to spar. Remembering her werewolf appearance, the young man asked if it would be okay, but the little girl said he had a chance to hold her. After that, the lad used the Serpent Ava's summoning, carefully considering his companion's suggestions. A concerned Rochelle stated that she wanted to control her power and also be useful in battle to her comrades. A stunned Ban Yu-won said that he understood everything and decided not to refuse her since her intentions were serious. The hero wondered if yesterday had shocked the girl so much, since she seemed strangely motivated today. Without thinking long, the guy threw the wooden sword that he had planned to spar with to his companion. The little girl was surprised to see a wooden sword, as she had envisioned a duel in a very different way. Ban said they needed to set their own pace, so there was no need to be as loud as their comrades. He added that they would build up the intensity gradually, and the slightly agitated damsel said she understood. Spreading apart, the protagonist offered to start, and Rochelle promised that she would try her best during the sparring. The surprised young man noticed a strange sensation that only came to him after he thought about all of this. Holding the wooden sword in his hands, the headman wondered if this was the life he had dreamed of at the university. The stretch of youth that Yu-won had envisioned it to be was not a chaotic brawl full of aimless punches and gnashing of teeth. Rather, he envisioned a young boy and girl encouraging each other, honing skills together and enjoying life. Plunged into dreams, the hero realized that thanks to the beautiful Rochelle, his dreams are gradually becoming a reality. The worried girl asked if she should start, but her rival was at that moment drowning in his own fantasies. Ban Yu-won's dreams were shattered the moment the little girl's eyes filled with rage again. Already 5 minutes later, the terrified lad had summoned Eve and ordered her to stop Rochelle from breaking free of her shackles no matter what. The infuriated girl began to gradually come to her senses, and the frenzy was rapidly eroding from her mind. Coming to her senses, the excited little girl began to look around, trying to figure out what had happened. She immediately asked Ban Yu-won if he was hurt, and the guy replied that his arms and legs were still there. He was very surprised when desperate little Rochelle lowered her gaze to the floor and began to apologize. The sad girl said that she made Bun look so tortured, and tears started to come to her eyes. With a relieved exhale, the young man stroked the baby's head and assured her that everything was indeed fine. Smiling, the brave man said that he had promised Rochelle that he would help her, so he was prepared for such an outcome. He continued to stroke her head, asking her not to get too upset, and her companion's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Their romantic etude was suddenly interrupted by the loud stomping of a foot behind the standing Doc Goyen, who startled Rochelle with her appearance. Being stern, the lady asked if while she was practicing hard, Ban Yu-won was quietly flirting with the beast. The hero exclaimed that he almost died, and the pink-haired maiden said he was genuinely worried about her, and it wasn't what the mentor thought. Abruptly approaching Rochelle, a suspicious Dokoan asked if the beast had ulterior motives. She told the girl that practicing and thinking in the clouds was rude to her opponent. The mentor also added that she should put those thoughts aside, and the pink-haired little girl only silently lowered her frustrated gaze. A stunned Ban Yu-won noticed that Rochelle, who was so motivated, was getting embarrassed again, and realized that she was too soft for Dokoan. It was amazing that she got motivated at all, and the hero realized that if it had been him, he would have been very upset the whole thing, and the day would have just been gone. The young man doubted the little girl had time to correct her mental state, but she tried her best. The protagonist decided to move away from the topic, and Dokoan, standing next to him, immediately asked what he wanted. He said he had recently asked a professor leaving the academy campus if he could take any of them, and he had just gotten permission. The proud gray-haired woman immediately struck a pose, saying that she felt confined here. But unexpectedly, Ban Yu-won turned to Rochelle. Yu-won stunned the other two associates by telling the girl that she would be going outside the academy with him from now on. Rising to his feet, the young man motioned for the little girl to follow him, and the discouraged S-Light and Dokoan couldn't believe it. Suddenly, the young man asked Rochelle out in front of everyone, which really surprised her and made her freeze in place. While at the mall, Ban Yu-won said that before he left, he said they wouldn't stay overnight and would just walk around. Dokoan and S-Light gave him advice on living digitally, telling him that there should be order in everything, but he didn't want to hear it. The beautiful Rochelle emerged from the locker room at one point and apologized for distracting him. The toddler said she tried on an outfit that the main character advised her and asked if it looked okay. Charming was dressed in a lovely pink plaid skirt that emphasized her narrow waist. Being embarrassed, she didn't feel good at the moment, as a shocked Ban Yu-won looked at her. Blushing with shyness, the girl said that she felt like the outfit emphasized her figure too much. But the guy almost fainted from the beauty, and said it was very beautiful, and fellow travelers complained that they wanted to hang out too. Soon the young ones went for a walk, and a delighted Rochelle could not believe that there was such a large city outside the academy. The hero said that even he had only been to outlying towns a couple times and suggested a walk, saying there was a shopping district nearby. Beauty immediately ran after him, struggling to make her way through the large crowd of people. The girl was a little flustered as before she knew it, there were already a lot of people around. She realized that she would lose sight of Bana at this rate, but she tried with all her might to move forward. Suddenly, little Rochelle was grabbed by someone's wrist, which scared her even more at that moment. Luckily, it was in a worried Bang Yu-won who asked her coworker if she was okay. The young man apologized for forgetting that it was the girl's first time in a place like this, and she replied that it was fine. She was very confused by the fact that the hero was holding her hand gently, and the kid himself said that the shopping district was crowded. Being confident, the young man offered to hold hands so as not to get lost, and the embarrassed maiden did not refuse. After that, they began to slowly stroll through the shopping district, passing by many people. Soon, Ban Yu-won purchased 2 shawarmas from a shawarma shop that drove him crazy with its incredible flavor. After that, the caring boy bought a plush penguin for beautiful Rochelle, which brought her great joy. At one point, a huge crowd of white pigeons gathered nearby, to which the young men turned their attention. They immediately rushed out to run at them, and were greatly amused when a large number of birds scattered in different directions. In those precious moments, the faces and emotions of the youngsters were very genuine, and they were truly good together. After a while, the couple sat at a restaurant where Yu-won said that all the ingredients from the store are made from monster meat, and Rochelle said she liked it. The little girl was carefully chewing pieces of the incredibly delicious red steak that she really enjoyed. She was delighted with the amazing flavor. And Bang Yu-won said that this dish tasted even better than he thought it would. A satisfied Rochelle was amazed and couldn't believe she was eating Elon meat after coming to town. In an instant, she became very tense, telling herself in her mind that it was all thanks to Ban Yu-won. The kid immediately noticed her odd behavior and delayed the consumption of another piece of steak. He asked the suddenly upset little girl what was wrong, and she couldn't find the words at first. The girl felt overly excited, for it was the first time in a long time that Bun had brought her to town. The babe also added that her buddy gave her some beautiful outfits, and even treated her to such delicious food. At the same time, it worried her that she could do nothing for him, and these words surprised the protagonist very much. Rochelle didn't know if her being here would help her control her abilities better, and wasn't at all sure of anything. Her vis-a-vis became slightly upset, and cast a saddened look downward, while understanding the maiden perfectly. Suddenly, Yu-won opened the palm that contained the core and asked if the little girl could look at it for a second. They were told that the emotion my lady was feeling was forming over his hand, but she said she couldn't see anything. The young man said that until recently his abilities had only caught anger from her, but it was different now. In this short time together, Ban had managed to read even these brief emotions of Rochelle's. Confident in his words, the young man said that if they got closer and understood each other better, they could find a solution to the beauty's problems. Still concerned, the little girl asked if his ability could see her emotions. Joining hands, Ban Yu-won confirmed that this was indeed the case, and the maiden's face changed in a moment. The guy then spread his hands with a smile on his face, saying that there were no emotions now, which surprised my lady even more. The bewildered Rochelle stared wide-eyed at her vis-a-vis, who continued to assure her of something. The kid promised to make sure her problems were resolved, and hoped she would enjoy herself today. The little girl was fascinated by the fact that everything the character said felt like magic, which soon became true. Yu-won said that it might become too burdensome if they were to force it like this. But the girl immediately exclaimed that it wasn't like that at all. Very shyly, the pretty girl said that she really wanted to be closer to Banu, but first, she wanted to get to know him better like her. At first, the young man didn't understand who he was talking about, but the little girl said I meant Dokowon. Afterward, he exclaimed that there was nothing friendly about this maiden. Rochelle said that in comparison, yes, as the gray-haired woman could scare her and others, but there was one but. The maiden's cheeks turned pink again, and, feeling embarrassed, she said that the main character seemed to really like Dogoyon. But the agitated hero said she wanted to wield it as if she wanted to wield a sharpened weapon or blade. After hearing this, the slightly blushing little girl smiled, because the kid's words sounded funny. She asked if the kid really thought so, and he, being discouraged, asked what made her laugh. The girl said at one point that she felt much better, and the surprised hero didn't quite know what she meant. Charming said she thought Ban was an omniscient wizard or something, but apparently not. Smiling sweetly, Rochelle admitted that she felt she could try harder because of it. Suddenly, the young lady gently took the young man's hands in hers, suggesting that he leave the establishment if he had finished his meal. Continuing to smile, she said that Yu-won had already bought her a lot of gifts and clothes, and she decided to pick out an outfit for him as a thank you. The touching moment really appealed to the main character, who didn't argue with her girlfriend and let her do what she wanted. After a while, the young ones came out of a clothing store, where Rochelle suddenly said that dating such a capable man seemed like a luxury. Meanwhile, the charming Professor Yumina was in her office, accompanied by her colleagues, discussing important things. On her shoulder sat a cute artifact that acted as a video camera, and was not happy about something at that moment. The woman asked him to freeze for a second, telling him that it would be over very quickly, and he just needed to be patient for a little while. Some of the colleagues loudly called the results of recent events unbelievable, to which the lady pointed out. A disgruntled man asked who allowed it to happen that the tower climbing chronicles were released. A member of the academy said that precious information was recklessly disseminated, and there was no way to stop it. The man sitting in the chair opposite Professor Yumina turned to her, and Madame was all attention. He said that this student's independence had gone too far, and added that it was a clear attack on the authority of the academy. A co-worker asked if a woman isn't going to take responsibility for letting this guy do what he wants. The supervisor, who was absolutely calm at that moment, was well aware that she was talking about Bang Yu-won, whom she had high hopes for. After the meeting, Yumina started to get a headache because she was thinking a lot about what was going on. The woman realized that the protagonist had actually gone so far as to film inside the Great Tower. When the student first said he was going to conquer the tower and take a video, the professor didn't pay attention or object, thinking it wouldn't work. The lady knew that outside devices could not function in the tower, as magical devices would be incapacitated by the power of the magic it emitted. She was surprised, for Ban Yu had shattered this obviousness, while realizing that he might not even know about it. It wasn't about the protagonist bringing the tower recording, it was about creating a device that could work inside the tower. And it was ridiculous. The occasions for laughter didn't end there, and Yumina remembered an earlier conversation with the young man about publishing the tower video on the channel. At the time, he was sure that this approach would help get more attention, since their group was a way to gain favor with other students. The excited lady asked if the young man would regret it, for the information about the tower left so heavy would be spread so carelessly. The student said that other students are also suffering, and from now on, there is no other way to make a record except for the kid, so it's like he's monopolizing the information. Young added that some points need to be edited before publishing, and added that the more information they share, the better it will be. In her thoughts, the professor said that she had told him once before about the unfairness of the reality of academia, but she didn't think he would resolve it this way. She only asked the caster to keep in mind that there could be consequences, and he said he was taking that into consideration. Ban Yu-won said it's really unclear what changes, big or small, this will bring. He said they needed to be reinforced quickly, and added that the professor would feel more comfortable looking after them knowing they were okay. This brought a smile to the lovely woman, who had no idea that one of the lad's intentions would be so unusual and beautiful. The supervisor told the guy that if he wanted to be safe, he should avoid accidents too. It seemed that what Ban Yu-won had created would lead to something grandiose, capable of bridging the gap between dimensions. One of the men at the meeting asked Yumina if she was going to take responsibility for letting this guy do what he wanted. Milady felt like trusting the hero and helping the young man, and then stood up to say a few words. She asked if it wasn't Ban Yu's personal business to film and publish a video from the tower. A seemingly serious woman told her co-worker that she didn't understand his question at all, which she thought was silly. Professor Alex Canton was slightly discouraged by Madame's words, but it was no great surprise. The man then gleamed his white teeth, showing a smile and as if preparing to make a statement. He said that even Yumina's lies were fine, and asked if he was the only one who felt that this student was being treated special. A disgruntled Professor Talia Liliana Campanella turned to her colleague and asked her to answer honestly who this guy Ban Yu-won was. The woman replied that he was just a regular freshman, but another man intervened in the conversation and said that since he was just a student, it was unacceptable. It was Professor Ryu Cheolmyong who said there is a limit to selfishness, and asked how one can spread information so irresponsibly. The man added that it was a violation of the Academy's rules, and an angry Yumina said he was saying strange things. She said that they needed to talk about how to use Ban Yu's ability, because there were no such students before, so no one had ever taken it off. Alex Canton asked what the ability was and how it worked, and asked that it be explained in a way that those present would understand. The lovely lady remained perfectly calm, and yet remained silent and said nothing in response. Suddenly sitting nearby, Talia Liliana told the silent woman that she had been working here for 200 years. She added that the artifacts created outside the tower don't work inside, and especially the precision equipment needed for filming. The woman said that the longer she studied, the more convinced she became that no circuit could resist the wave of mana emitted by the tower. It was said that it was an inevitable law that couldn't be denied, but Yumina said that Ban Yu-won somehow managed to do it. An angry Talia asked if the young man wasn't from a lower dimension and without mana, and wondered if her colleague thought it made any sense. The woman exclaimed that he wasn't the only special student, with sweat breaking out on her face from the emotional outburst. Professor Yumina was very alarmed because suddenly the woman asked to give her the artifact that captured the video in the tower. Liliana said she would take the artifact apart and find out what kind of technology the protagonist was using. The girl firmly stated that it was an achievement created by the student, and she could not allow anyone to do anything with it. All the professors present were shocked that the lady refusing to cooperate was very stubborn. Suddenly, a hand was raised by a man who had been silent throughout, not intervening in the conflict. The man said in a gentle voice as the discussion remained too heated, silencing everyone present. It was the vice-rector, Professor Zenon Union, who with a smile on his face urged his colleague to calm down immediately. He asked his colleagues to refrain from speaking out, so as not to say too much to each other in a fit of emotion. The professors calmed down and agreed with the provost, who remained neutral and calm. The head of the Constellation Department then turned to the flustered Professor Talia to say something to her. The leader thanked her for her research and efforts, which made the woman very uncomfortable, and she even blushed, outgoing afterward. He asked if it was true that Ban Yu-won's artifact seemed special to her, to which the professor replied that it was, but she didn't know why that was so. Zeno Unanon realized that it was too hard for the professors to accept this fact, and his nearby seated colleague didn't know what he was talking about. The rector explained that the protagonist is the only one in the entire world to be recognized as the Tower of Babel. His statement displeased those present, who exclaimed that this student had only entered the tower for the first time the day before yesterday. One of the men considered the statement reckless, even though it was made by the provost of the academy. Zeno said they were free to believe him or not, but there was another reason to think the kid was special. He turned to the seated Yumina, asking if the professors could be persuaded if they shared facts that the video didn't have. The provost suggested that the woman might not know Yuan and asked to be allowed to tell him. At that moment, the alarmed lady tensed even more, and the head of the Constellation Department began his story. Union said the hero and his classmates are the only ones, among the Tower Conquerors, who were chosen by the constellations. The dumbfounded Talia Livian exclaimed that this kid had just entered the tower for the first time yesterday. She, like the rest of her colleagues, was shocked that the boy had already been chosen by the Great Constellation. Yumina said that contact with the constellation is a student's personal achievement, and asked the PR rector to be careful what he says. Zenon asked her to answer honestly, and asked if Ban Yu-won and her classmates had made a constellation contract. The girl didn't understand why he was going so far, and replied that neither the protagonist nor the other students had entered into any contract. The provost realized that they had refused and suggested that it was hard for them to show their intentions because of the pressure of the constellation's presence. Striking his palm with his fist, the man concluded and decided to make a statement among his coworkers that very minute. He surprised the audience very much by saying that he would invite Yu Wan and all the students from the 11th grade to attend his lecture. Alarmed colleagues recalled that none of these students had been contracted by Constellation, and asked why then they were receiving such a service. Zenon told the professors that what matters is not whether the guys contracted the Constellation, but that they were chosen by it. He added that being selected already proves their exclusivity, and from the moment of rejection, other constellations will clearly show interest in them. Union reminded him that he is a professor teaching students who have been selected by the Constellation, and that is why students should get help at his lecture. With a sly smile, the man told the professors that if Ban Yu Wan was chosen, then he was also his student. Everyone present, who until a few minutes ago had been arguing, now said they understood everything. Zenon went on to say that for their part, they could not impose anything on the hero regarding the information that had recently circulated. The thoughtful Yumina realized at that moment that this meeting was not about how to hound Yu Wan at all. The vice-rector's words expressed the rector's intentions, which was both clear to a fool and slightly upsetting to the girl. Union warned that if any of the professors and students inconvenienced Ban Yu Wan, would be expelled from the academy. He asked everyone to keep this in mind, and the colleagues present reeled off his words, and there were no further questions. The courteous provost then declared the meeting over, and began to depart, wishing everyone a good rest of the week. Yumina exhaled, saying in her thoughts that she never thought the main character could win such a strong favor from the rector. She was approached by Alex Canton, who asked how about going to the bar and knocking back a few cocktails. The slightly flirtatious man said he wanted to toast her student's success, which sounded quite unexpected. Without giving any response, the lady silently teleported away, and the slightly confused man realized that she had stood him up. Ryu Chulmyong decided to support Alex by suggesting that he go out for a drink with them so he wouldn't have to think about it. The next day, there were many students gathered around Ban Yu Wan in the dining hall, admiring him. They really wanted to get to know him and ask a bunch of questions, and the slightly confused young man didn't know where to start. He was discouraged because no one cared about him before. But now a whole bunch of people were asking him questions. Dogoen didn't understand where such a crowd had come from, and Eslaith asked if she knew about the channel they had created earlier. Young said the channel went viral the moment they posted the Tower Conquest, and has already crossed the 2 million subscriber mark. The youngster also said that now it would be hard to find anyone who didn't know about their channel, because everyone was following it with admiration. A lot of young girls were looking at the handsome Bang Yu Wan with admiration, which didn't please Dokoyun very much. She didn't think at all that the filming would be so impressive when compared to the hero's other abilities. In her thoughts, the girl said that watching people's reactions could make sure that the guy's ideas and abilities were really outstanding. Rochelle, who was sitting at the table, remained silent, and looked at her companion who was walking with a tray in her hands. Her reaction struck her as slightly odd, though the gray-haired woman showed no particular emotion. The associates were delighted with the work of Ban Yu, who said it was better than getting into arguments with everyone just to defend himself. The guys advised the guy to be nice to the fans, as long as they themselves approach in good faith. Suddenly, the hero heard someone's disgruntled voice calling all the noise over the edited video nonsense. The bullies laughed at the senselessness of going through 4 rooms in such a short time, still being from the lower dimensions. One of them thought it was a montage, and the other asked why it was allowed to spread so easily. The third bully said that all these lies would be revealed tomorrow, and Eslaith couldn't figure out what the day held in store. With a calm tone, Ban Yu Wan said that tomorrow would be the day when he would have to fight the big guy, Erecto. The young man was nervously shifting his spoon in his hand, thinking about tomorrow's fight, which promised to be spectacular. The character was sure that those who doubted the video, or still disliked it, were looking forward to being smeared tomorrow. Eslaith asked if that was possible, and a worried Rochelle asked her companion to fight to the last man. In turn, the mysterious Dokgoyan wiped her mouth with a towel, about to say something, which got the attention of her buddies. She asked if it was true that Ban Yu could just meet those expectations to the best of his ability and maintain them. Smiling sincerely, the kid chuckled slightly and acknowledged her rightness, saying in his mind that tomorrow would be the best event to get subscribers. The following morning, Professor Farrell asked if the opponents agreed that the duel would be broadcast on the Academy's official channel. Hearing the agreement, the man asked them to sign the document, and the hero didn't realize what other precautions they were taking before a duel. After reading the rules, the young man realized that they must fight until they were crippled, and at that moment Erecto approached him, calling him a negotiator. A surprised Ban Yu Wan asked if he really subscribed to their channel, and the big guy asked if the boy was afraid. Ambal added that if the guy was afraid, he could give up, and he, being confused, didn't know what to say. In a furious tone, Erecto said that if the hero crawled between his legs and barked like a dog, then he would accept his defeat. The main character was completely bewildered by the words of his opponent, who was talking nonsense. At that moment, there were only a few people in the small dueling arena as spectators. The big guy's minions were eager for him to tear apart Ban Yu-won, a creature from the lower dimension that had caused them trouble recently. Also sitting in the arena was Ortama, with whom the fighting lady Dok Goeyeon had fought as an equal some time ago. He stared at her with his foot on her leg and remembered the fight when she had taken him down in front of everyone. The girl in turn asked the seated S-late how people reacted to what was going on. He began to look at the digital it was. The guy said that the number of spectators exceeded 10,000, but most of them were cursing at Ban Yu-won. Dok Goeyeon said that the people who liked them your best video can be counted on the fingers of one hand at best. At that moment, even Vice-Chancellor Zenon Union was watching the live broadcast, who had huge hopes for the protagonist. The damsel said that at this point, with so many people watching, there was no other option but to prove their competence. Looking at Ban Yu, she said that they should do it regardless of whether he was talented enough to reach the top. The hero, barely containing his laughter, said in thought that he never thought he'd hear something that sounded like a third-rate novelist showing off. The brave then turned to the proud Erecto standing in front, who immediately turned his gaze to him. Daredevil asked if he'd learned the phrases beforehand, because what he'd just said sounded good, which couldn't be denied. With a gleam of teeth, the big man said he wondered how much longer the kid could pretend to be so calm. The kid began to spread his hands and walk back and forth, but the ambalist listened to him attentively and did not interfere. After a few seconds, Ban Yu-won took out his mighty sword from his inventory, showing his intentions. Beckoning to his opponent, the kid said he should come over to see if he was faking it or not. His opponent's insolent behavior made Erecto incredibly angry, as he clenched his jaw tightly and prepared to rush into attack. The fierce Ambo loomed over the little guy, and asked Pharrell to declare a fight soon so he could tear this upstart apart. The professor announced that the duel would pit Erecto from 1st grade against Ban Yu-won from 11th grade. The ruthless Hulk immediately rushed into action, swinging his fist, for the sparring was declared to have begun. An incredibly powerful blow was struck, but the completely restrained hero managed to dodge it, remaining unharmed. Erecto's eyes burned with rage, and he longed for the death of the kid who irritated him even more with his calmness. Still, what was happening was beginning to strain Ban Yu-won because a huge fist was flying past him every few seconds. At the same time, he did not panic and immediately thought out a plan of his further actions and began to fulfill it. Daredevil made sharp maneuvers, moving from side to side and gradually getting closer to his opponent. At that moment, the young man clutched the hilt of the steel sword tightly, intending to strike an incredibly strong blow. In his thoughts, the brave man recognized that Erecto had started off quite briskly, but he wondered what he would do with his speed. From the incredibly strong sword strike, the ambalist's face flattened and even had a few teeth come out, which was unexpected. The judicious hero then landed unharmed, while his opponent collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Ban Yu-won began to contemplate after sparring, wondering how best to fight face-to-face with that cobblestone. He realized that it was most effective to use the method he had recently learned, and began to think back to the night after his date with Rochelle. Dok Goeyeon said there were quite a few mistakes before using this technique, but the point is that it's good for the inexperienced user. The girl added that when facing a new opponent, Ban Yu should be able to use his attack against him, and then he would be able to say that he had mastered the theory. She said he had to practice all the time, and added that she would attack him at different speeds with the baton, alternating attacks and their strength each time. Swinging her baton, the fighting lady really scared the protagonist, who really didn't want to feel pain. Dok Goeyeon said that if her no can resist that even an image, the clump wouldn't even be able to touch it, and so it did. A bewildered Erecto, who hadn't even touched the guy once, began to question what had just happened. Ban Yu didn't give any answer to their question, coldly gave another blow to his head with his sword, which confused the monster completely. The furious Ambo didn't have time to realize anything and began to lose coordination trying to stay on his feet, and the young man said the effect was excellent. He said he imbued the sword with the energy of the wave before striking, and Erecto's stone-hard face seemed to transmit it well. Suffering from incredible pain, the bulky man shrieked and asked how the little guy dared to damage his body. The kid apologized and asked if the enemy could stop an attack already, which sounded a bit odd. Ban Yu-won said that if Erecto doesn't want to get punched in the face anymore, they should end their sparring there. The words and his opponent's cocky demeanor made the Ambo very angry, who twitched his nose in fury. He abruptly tried to attack the protagonist, who immediately bounced aside, saying he wouldn't succeed. The angry thug called the kid a mongrel from the lower dimension who dared to humiliate him. An angry Erecto asked how the scumbag Ban Yu dared to look down on him while doing so in full view of everyone. The enemy began to rampage and shout furiously, which alarmed the lad, who froze in place. The stone monster's huge hand increased in size, and it frighteningly said that it would definitely kill the opponent. A punch followed, and Erecto's hand landed just a few centimeters away from the youngster, who managed to bounce away. The bewildered Ban Yu Wan called his opponent a fool, for he was following the same tactic. The young man was curious if he should have tried something else after the big guy had already been hit once. Brave began to run in different directions while his enraged opponent tried to hit him with his paw. The protagonist was well aware of the consequences of the same attacks without retaliating. At that moment, the guy was as focused as possible and endowed his mighty sword with fire energy. With a sharp swing, he managed to fend off another attack from Erecto, who was slightly confused by it at that moment. Ban Yu Wan was well aware that he had no choice but to confront his opponent in the same manner. In turn, the angry stone big man shouted at the top of his voice, suffering from unbearable pain. Provost Xenon Union, meanwhile, continued to watch the live broadcast, being surprised by what was happening. Smiling, the man called the match meaningless, but the stern expression on Ban Yu's face appealed to him. A lot of dumbfounded onlookers couldn't believe that some kid from the lower dimension had defeated Erecto. An enthusiastic Eslaith said that it must be hard for the audience to believe it, even after seeing it with their own eyes, and Rochelle agreed with him. The protagonist, meanwhile, looked into the eyes of his defeated opponent, who was feeling very uncomfortable. Light said that compared to when Ban first entered the academy, he had become many times stronger. Erecto's fans couldn't believe that he was knocked down right after the fight started, and even by a youngster from the lower dimension. Viewers were surprised that the abilities shown in the video on the Uprising channel turned out to be true. Nervous Professor Farrell did not understand what was going on here, as he was fully convinced of the victory of the stone block. He didn't understand what had happened behind this for a few days, because just a week ago, it didn't even feel close to Ban Yu Wan being this strong. The tense man then turned his attention to the message of the professor's meeting, which alarmed him even more. Brave, meanwhile, looked at his defeated opponent, wondering what to do next. The guy realized that attacking someone who wasn't even able to move due to injuries would look pathetic. He wanted Erecto to rise up, to fight again, for there were no other options at that moment. But suddenly, a hand was raised by Professor Farrell, who was the referee, and declared the sparring over. The man exclaimed loudly that by the decision of the observers of this match, the duel was declared over. Erecto was declared unable to continue the fight, whereupon the embittered big man interjected what he had just said. The professor said that in order to protect both participants, the duel ends now, and the tense Ban Yu did not understand what was being talked about. The young man decided to address the man, but he immediately said no objection was accepted and reiterated once again that the duel was over. The referee asked the participants to leave the circle, and the hero nervously clenched his teeth, realizing that there was nothing he could do. The brave man did not interrupt any longer and left the circle, while Farrell rushed to the wounded Erecto, who was still lying on the floor. Ban Yu Wan didn't understand what was even happening, because the duel had ended without allowing the winner to be determined. Even though the situation was unpleasant, the daredevil didn't look like a loser at all, so he couldn't accept it. Suddenly, the wary kid stopped, because he heard the excited voice of the professor, who turned to Erecto. The man told them Ball he recognized a way for us to keep fighting, but he didn't care about any of that. The enraged thug angrily clenched his fist and asked if Ban Yu Wan thought he would kneel before being thrown out of the lower dimension. The ignoramus continued to sling mud at the guy in front of everyone, and he in turn gave him a stern look while maintaining his restraint. After that, the bulky man rushed into battle, eager to finish off the upstart who had humiliated him. At full steam, the big man rushed to the attack, shouting furiously, much to the consternation of Farrell standing behind him. The man, tearing his throat out, started yelling at Ban Yu Wan to dodge because he risked losing his life. The absolutely calm protagonist didn't understand why the professor was urging him to hold back and grabbed his sword. Looking at Erecto screaming, the young man wondered if he was trying to kill him if he was so angry. Preparing magical energy, the brave man was sure his opponent heard the order to stop. He realized that the Ambo felt he might not follow the rules if the opponent was from a lower dimension. It was clear to the lad now that the instructors who encouraged sparring and then stopped it on a whim were doing so simply out of pride. The same went for those who were dissatisfied with the result. And now Ban Yu Wan was convinced that it was all the methods of this academy. With a stern look in the eyes of the thug, in his thoughts, the brave man said that all these worthless methods were beginning to seriously annoy him. Being embittered, with a sharp swing of his sword, the protagonist repelled the attack of Erecto, who gathered all his strength in his fist. The stone big man cried out in pain, and the cold-blooded young man only lowered his gaze, remaining silent. From the incredible pain, the stone block nearly went mad, and it seemed that his eyes were about to burst because he was deprived of his arm. Amble shrieked and fell to his knees and clutched at his wounded spot, and Professor Farrell immediately ran to him. Erecto's dumbfounded minions couldn't believe what they were seeing, and Eslight and Dogoyan were very worried about Ban Yu. A concerned Farrell told the ambassador that his arm could be repaired, and asked him to calm down. The tense Brave, meanwhile, turned his attention to the suddenly appearing digital signage, but didn't realize what it was. System asked if he wanted to take the monster's life, body, and power from Erecto's hand to be very unexpected. The alarmed referee, meanwhile, exclaimed that he would send the stone-faced big man to the infirmary right away and asked him not to move. The wounded thug felt very bad and was breathing heavily, suffering from unbearable pain. What was happening was noticed by Ban Yu Wan standing nearby, who remained completely calm. A nervous Farrell yelped to ask what that meant, and reminded him that he had asked the kid to dodge earlier. The character apologized, but said that since what happened so suddenly, it was hard for him to react properly. The docent asked with a shout, really calling it an apology, but a voice over the digital link told him to stop. It was Provost Zenon Union who asked to be allowed to look into the situation further. The man introduced himself and congratulated Ban Yu Wan on his victory, that they had seen everything that had happened. He also said that from now on he would ask questions and ask the boy to think hard and answer honestly. The provost asked if the young man would claim that he could not have dodged this reckless attack by Erecto. Union said that with Ban Yu's ability, he could have easily avoided her, and added that the difference in strength was huge, so they decided to end the duel. A daredevil standing on the spot was asked for a response that could clarify the situation. Keeping his wits about him, Zeno asked the guy why he didn't dodge his opponent's attack. Very serious at that moment. The kid froze in place without making any response to the professors. Although Ban Yu had gained the ability to use the language skill, he had never deeply thought about what was meant by it. The tense thought hero said that the question coming from the screen, even from here, can make you feel terrifying pressure. The brave man said softly, as they guessed he hadn't come back from Erecto's attack, and instead counter-attacked him. Young said he believed a student who ignores the authority of professors and acts as he pleases deserves to feel the consequences. After speaking of the professor's authority, Zenon Union questioned interestedly if he had heard everything correctly, and the boy confirmed it. Ban Yu Wan also said that in the official sparring session, he wanted to make sure that no more students would disregard the rules. The provost asked why, and the protagonist reminded him that a lot of students and people from other dimensions were watching this guy. The young man stated despite this, Erecto ignored the announcement of the end of the duel and attempted to kill him. He added that if reacted passively, it could have spread the idea that the rules could be ignored. His loud statements were very surprising to the audience, and the speaker himself said he had little time to make a decision. Guy said he felt his actions were justified and added that he had acted in accordance with the Academy's principles. The provost smiled, realizing that the kid was answering resourcefully, knowing that a lot of people were listening to him at this point. The man realized that the youngster had spread the problem between the two people to the entire Academy, and this situation could not be denied. Suddenly, Union admitted that Ban Yu Wan's words were true, which sounded very unexpected to many. It was said that students who disregard the rules of sparring deserve to be punished accordingly. However, the man said that penalizing students for their mistakes is his and the Academy's job, not something a student like the hero can handle. Looking at the uncomfortable kid, Zeno asked if he agreed with his stance. Smiling, Farrell said in his mind that it didn't matter how much nonsense the young man was spouting, because his opponent was the provost himself. The boy acknowledged the provost's rightness and asked to be excused if he had infringed on the authority of the professors by his actions. He then said that he was willing to take the punishment for what he had done anyway, which caused the man to laugh a little. Union said it was fine and added that he actually didn't want to discuss the penalty at all. The man dumbfounded Farrell by saying that he was just curious what Ban Yu was thinking when he acted this way. Zeno realized that the lad had enough determination and eloquence to win the Constellation's favor, and admitted that the fault lay with Erecto. The delighted Eslate and Rushel began to rejoice because the provost had declared Ban Yu Wan's self-defense as justified. Associate Professor Farrell began to object, but Union asked him to calm down and told him that he should also stop such disgraceful behavior. The Vice-Chancellor added that if the assistant professor had properly stopped the rampaging Erecto, none of this would have happened. The tense Eeyore became even more nervous when the senior said that he would also be held accountable. Zeno said that reattaching Erecto's arm wouldn't be a difficult task and asked to call it a day. He asked the students to return to their seats, which many were very unhappy about and called the whole thing nonsense. Doc Owen said it was over without continuing. and Eslight agreed with her with a smile on his face. The provost said that Bon Yu-won did well in sparring and gave him a free pass to go about his business. The young man bowed respectfully, and Farrell, who was standing in front, couldn't believe it was all really true. After that, the protagonist began to leave with a calm soul, realizing that the long-awaited sparring was left behind. At one point, he became very wary because Xenon Union suddenly said that they would see each other again. Ban Yu didn't understand why they suddenly had to see each other again, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. The headman soon returned to his companions, who were very happy to see him, and thanked them for their support. Eslight asked if the battle with the elites in the tower helped, and added that the swordsmanship he showed at the end was awesome. Dokuyeon said she enjoyed watching it, and swept up that the kid had gotten stronger again. She asked how the protagonist felt about the new power, and if he found it useful. The shy kid said it was because the girl had secretly coached him so diligently, but she said that wasn't the point. As it turned out, she was curious about Erecto's hand, which threw Bon Yu-won off balance at that moment. A companion asked if it was true that the brave had absorbed that hand, and he, being strained, replied that it was. At that instant, after receiving the hand absorption notification, the kid was slightly confused and couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Still, he made a decision, and just to be on the safe side, he took quite a bit of Erecto's hand strength. The monster's life, flesh, strength, and other concepts were extracted from his hand, which was astonishing to the young fighter. Ban Yu-won told his companions that he had not been able to control the concepts of living beings at will until that moment, but it seems the hero could now take specific parts by cutting them off, which was a pretty good trick. Being a bit upset, the young man said that was why he had somehow absorbed the power of Erecto's right hand. Dokuyeon said that was good, and asked why he looked so glum, but she didn't get an answer at first. The headman said that at first he was glad that he was stronger, but when he came to his senses, he realized that he had taken away the hand of a human, not a monster. Remembering the joy of gaining strength, Ban felt abnormally uncomfortable, and there was no way to fight it. The gray-haired woman asked what he was saying and asked him to raise his head, which surprised the sour-faced boy a little. The girl recalled that Erecto was the one who tried to kill the protagonist, and the payment was just a hand. The companion surprised Bon Yu-won even more by saying that he had won, and his opponent had lost, and there was nothing more to say. A smile appeared on the boy's face when she said he shouldn't consider the circumstances of those who had attempted his life. The young man apologized, saying that he had started to sink in and admitted that worrying about something like that was ridiculous. Dokuyeon said she could easily take limbs away from the rude special class members, and the hero said that's exactly the kind of thoughts that scare him. Eslight said that compared to the gray-haired woman, Ban Yu is more human, which made her angry, and the hero on the other hand was looking through the notifications. The three companions immediately turned around as their shocked headman read the notice with great shock. The tense young man read something about a mandatory additional course with no right to withdraw, to be taught by Professor Xenon Union. The course will include ways to effectively attract constellation support, as well as knowledge on how to negotiate with them intelligently. The Vice-Chancellor said they sincerely welcomed the 11th grade into their ranks, remembering that it is where the protagonist studies. Meanwhile, Ban Yu-won and his companions were heading somewhere, and the people around them were paying attention to them. One of the students in the hallway said softly to an associate that it was the same little people from the lower dimension coming. The student said that this peddler talks too much and turns up his nose and looks very annoying. His associate, on the other hand, said that for a guy from the lower dimension, Ban Yu looked decent, but no one understood what they were forgetting on the floor for fourth-year students. The headman walking ahead slowed his step in an instant and turned to his companions who were not feeling well. The young man said that there was a rumor in his world that the more often a person was cursed, the longer he lived, and Dogoan said that he was then bound to become immortal. An excited little Rachel pulled the young man by the cuff and asked if he was okay, which was unexpected. The girl said that after what happened yesterday, she's worried that more people are starting to dislike the character. Alarmed, she said people say what they want without even knowing who he really is. Ban Yu tells Rachel that it's okay, and although it's a little frustrating, it's better than being underestimated. Patting the lovely maiden on the head, the headman asked her not to worry too much, therefore. He thanked his companion for her work, and the shy girl smiled sweetly and felt calmer at heart. But in an instant, the young people froze in place as Dokuyeon decided to speak her mind. The disgruntled lady asked if the two of them had gone out together over the weekend, and now they were on the same page. She asked if Rochelle liked the clothes Ban had pelted her with and asked her to do her courting somewhere else. The silent girl stunned the hero by sharply asking Dokuyeon if she was jealous, but the companion only laughed in response. The gray-haired woman asked if she didn't get enough during the duel, and the worried Ban Yu covered Rochelle by saying that the first lecture was about to start. Standing outside the lecture room on the constellations of Babylon, the headman wondered if they were late. And at the same moment, Light approached him. The guy said he was sure there was a class last week too, so if newbies like them suddenly showed up there, there's no telling what would happen. He was curious what the upperclassmen would think, and the hero asked with a smile on his face why his buddy was bothering with this. Pulling the door handle of the auditorium, the confident leader opened it, entering the room first. He said confidently that the upperclassmen will think the talented underclassmen have joined them. Walking inside, Ban Yu-won was very surprised at the incredible scale of the auditorium where many students were seated. Everyone present immediately turned around, and did not look kindly at the newly arrived guys. Dakwon assumed it was all because they were seniors, since even she couldn't ignore their abilities. The shy Rochelle felt very ill at ease feeling the stares, while Eslaith, who was standing next to her, was more reserved. The tense Ban Yu-won in turn showed caution, and began to analyze everything around him. Professor Zenon Union was delighted to welcome the 11th grade class, and said he was pleased to see them at his lecture. He said he was their supervising professor, and the hero, on the other hand, was receiving notifications of unknown concepts, which alarmed him. The provost asked the boys to take in any available seats, and the headman, on the other hand, recognized the voice he had heard at the duel. The man said that the purpose of this lecture is to understand the origin of the tower and the constellations. The professor then suggested that we talk about the tower first, since the junior class kids had joined today. Zeno said that the tower looks like a huge structure that has no beginning or end, but in fact it is indistinguishable from a living organism. Ban Yu was bored, but the teacher told him that by climbing the tower, students would overcome challenges and find hidden treasures and secrets within it. He said it looked like they were getting an award because they cleaned the rooms, but that was completely untrue. With a chuckle, Union said that the tower had prepared rewards for the disciples to get to, so that they could choose the most outstanding conquerors among them. It has been said that with exceptional treasures, thanks to an incredible miracle, the Tower of the Self seeks those who seek to know themselves. The hero thought it didn't make sense, and the teacher said it was best to reveal secrets to someone who could understand them. It made no sense to the young man that just because of one intruder, the system was turned upside down. It brought a smile to his face to hear the professor talk about how the tower chose its own conquerors. But suddenly something made Ban Yu-won think deeply, which he did that very minute. The youngster remembered that the moment there was a mass mailing of the rector's letter was shortly after the intruder entered the tower. So the boys assumed that the spider swarm phenomenon in the fourth room was caused by an uninvited guest. However, the hero took into account that the complexity felt strange, and from the first room, remembering the thing that killed Louis instantly, he realized that if the tower only started acting strange after they got to that room, then the complexity of the first three rooms was inexplicable. The young man vividly remembered the many sharp projectiles that flew out every time the trap was activated. A very nervous young man wondered what was even going on, and the thought lingered with him for a long time. Recalling Zeno Union's words that the tower was indistinguishable from a living organism, in thought the hero said that it might be a wild guess. Brave suggested that if you change the conditions by imagining that the complexity of the tower changed not because of the intruder, it makes a difference. He wondered if it was possible to imagine that everything was to blame as they began to climb the tower. The thoughtful fellow assumed that this difficulty in escape was due to the tower thinking on its own and deliberately putting them there. A multitude of hypotheses were eating away at Ban Yu-won's head, and the perplexed Eslaith, who was paying attention, asked what was wrong. Still smiling, Zenon Union fell silent for a few seconds to listen to the students. Then he smirked insidiously, as if he was plotting something at that moment, but didn't tell anyone. Still, the hero decided not to think too much into it, because if the tower itself thinks, as the professor said, it makes a lot of difference. The kid realized that there wouldn't be a better moment. Because after all, their class faces hardships and situations incomparable to others. As said, high risk comes with high reward, and the rewards the tower has cooked up must be on a whole other level. A tense Ban Yu wondered what was wrong with this audience, for he still couldn't master the concept. Suddenly, Zenon Union said, "There's a barrier around here that some students don't notice even years later." With a slight laugh, the man said that the headman's intuition was quite accurate, for he had discovered this orb on the first day. He added that even as first-year students, 11th grade students fully meet the requirements to take this lecture. The cheerful professor then extended his arm in front of him, which was not entirely clear to the students present. After a few seconds, everyone saw a purple magic sphere that was shrouded on the outside with iron hoops. The provost turned to Ban Yu-won, saying that he had a not insignificant question to ask. With a smile on his face, the curious professor asked the protagonist what he saw in the field. The tense young man began to look at the purple sphere, but the system only wrote that the concepts were immeasurable. Being nervous, he said he couldn't see anything at all, no matter how hard he tried to focus on it. Zenon Union asked the young man to concentrate a little better and try again. The kid said he still wasn't getting anywhere, but the pushy man asked him to do it again, saying he had to see something. No matter how hard the determined young man tried, he could not discern any concept at all. His teacher asked him to try to unlock the secret of the sphere, but the system still sent notifications of immeasurability. The maximally concentrated Ban Yuan wasn't going to give up and continued trying to see anything. After only a few seconds, the sphere glowed even stronger, and a very surprised young man noticed the change. Among the things the young man saw, he noticed the barrier, the gap, and the defense. Beyond that, the tense guy said he still looks like he can't absorb the concepts. Zeno Union said he understood and asked his apprentice to close his eyes and rest, which the little boy did. The professor realized that Ban Yu was truly extraordinary, for he had managed to unleash the three main abilities of the sphere. Now the man began to understand why the rector was so attentive to the able student, who was very exhausted at the moment. The provost then asked the lad if he understood what it was, and he, being puzzled, remained silent. Still, the discouraged student said he didn't understand at all, and the teacher recognized that he was being extremely honest. The man wanted to emphasize the importance of thinking and developing imagination, and added that expanding this is directly related to increasing strength. He told his disciples that they should be sure to develop the power of thought, and even if the answer is not immediately visible, one should not stop thinking about it. Ban Yu asked if students with high cognitive abilities could control the sphere. After listening to the 11th grade student's question, Zenon Union immediately said that his words were correct. The provost said that one day, if the hero understands the structure of all things and develops the ability to think big, a lot of things will change. With a smile on his face, the teacher said that in that case, this orb would turn the guy into a pseudo-god. His abrupt statement sounded wild to the upperclassmen, who looked at the instructor with bewilderment. Ban Yu-won also didn't understand anything, and Zenon said that maybe it was hard to understand now. He then promised that understanding would come as the lecture progressed, and added that this was the main material of his lecture. The professor then declared the lecture over, and asked the students to try to imagine possible applications of this. The man said they would see each other in a week, and the tired hero said in his mind that it was all very complicated. The kid was curious about what a pseudo-god was, and he began to speculate that it was a being similar to God but false. The course of lectures seemed too difficult for him, and Eslaith suggested that his comrade just go back and rest. In the hallway, Ban Yu asked if someone could explain this lecture to him, and ahead of him stood Ortima of Kedius. The dumbfounded headman pointed to the fellow standing behind him, who asked if the lecture was over. With a shout, the young man asked what he was doing here, but the horned man called him a lowlife and asked him to keep quiet, saying that he was the one asking the questions here. The blonde asked where she was, and a worried Eslaith immediately realized that he was interested in Dogon, whom he had fought earlier. After these words, a gray-haired woman appeared and asked her companions why they were standing there in a huddle. A very excited Bang Yu-won watched in awe at the reaction of the girl, who was not at all frightened when she saw her former rival. With a smile on her face, the girl said she thought something serious had happened. But as it turned out, she was wrong. The bewildered headman froze in place, and Ortima took a sharp step toward the fighting lady to discuss something. The Kedius kid asked if it was correct that her name was Dokgoyon, and the girl boldly asked what's in it for him if it was. Suddenly, the horny man said he had business with her, but no emotion was evoked from the visage. Exhaling, the maiden asked if the young man wanted to duel, and said that if he wanted to die, she wouldn't stop him. Milady added that it looked like it would be a bit difficult to conduct a duel within the confines of the academy. Ortima dumbfounded everyone present by getting down on his knee and saying that it was not a desire for a duel at all. From his inventory, the young man took out a bouquet of beautiful roses and held them out to Dokgoyon standing in front of him. He said he wanted to ask her out, which dumbfounded the guys behind him, but the madam herself remained unemotional. The dazed trio froze in place, looking at what was happening with bulging eyes, and none of them got in. In turn, the beautiful gray-haired woman did not show any joyful emotions, which alarmed the cavalier. The headman, who was frozen in place, didn't understand what the hell was going on as everything was too abrupt. The bewildered Ban Yu-won had no idea how one could fall in love with a woman who beat her to a pulp. Eslaith told his friend that he had just answered his own question, but the hero sharply replied that he hadn't, and Rochelle noticed that he was strangely irritable. Dokgoyon said that she was really curious about Ortima's plan and wanted to ask Ban Yu about it. The perplexed young man asked what the plan was, and the damsel asked if he really didn't know. She said that the blonde man obviously had some ulterior motive, for there was no trace of affection in her gaze. But the hero said that it was by no means true, because Dokoyeon is indeed incredibly beautiful, which made the damsel very embarrassed. The nervous lady asked the guy how he could do such a thing so casually, and S-Slate asked her not to fall for the shtick. The angry madam answered impertinently that she needed no advice, and Rochelle wondered whether there was indeed some other motive. The excited little girl thought deeply about what was going on, remembering how her companion had stood the blonde man up. The emotionless Dokoyeon told the kneeling Ortama in no uncertain terms that she wasn't interested in him at all. The damsel then asked him to go ask around somewhere else, which was a surprise to everyone around him. The young man did not beg her to be with him and simply froze in place, while the arrogant lady told her companions that it was time for them to go. At that moment, Rochelle felt very sorry for Ortama, who had been rudely rejected, and even in full view of strangers. With more in her heart, the little girl looked at the guy, who from the looks of it was very sad and upset. The kid lowered his downcast gaze to the bouquet of roses he had purchased especially for the girl he liked. He stayed on one knee for a few more minutes, trying to gather his thoughts and recover from the rejection he'd received. After a while, Ban Yu-won, while at practice with his cohorts, noticed that as soon as he uploaded this week's video to the channel, a new concept opened up. Looking at Rochelle drinking water in his thoughts, the headman said that something had clearly happened, but how it would help the advancement in the tower was unclear. The surprised kid asked his companion if his face looked any different, and she, being perplexed, didn't know what to say. The little girl said Bun was very attractive, but the confused youngster said he wasn't talking about that at all. Hearing the compliments, the young men were again noticed by an angry Dokoon, who was distracted from her training. Stepping firmly to the floor, the battle blade turned to the twosome who were whispering tendrils to each other. With an intimidating tone, she held S-Light by the scruff of his neck and asked them to focus on their training or just rest. Banyu said his face looked somehow unusual, but his mentor asked him to shut his mouth and focus on practicing. After that, the protagonist and little Rochelle battled it out in a training match, and their two companions could rest for a while. Each of the young fighters fought to the last and maneuvered in every possible way, trying to counterattack. The confident headman dodged the strikes of the girl's attacker, trying to feel the ground to strike. The clinking of blades echoed throughout the training room, and a large amount of dust rose up all around. An exhausted Light noticed that Ban had gotten a lot stronger, and asked if now wasn't the time to stop keeping the focus on the dungeons and move on. Dokoon said that the hero had gotten stronger, but still behind him and the beast, and the blonde couldn't believe that was true. The girl said that from the beginning their training together has been fruitful, only because one acts softly towards the other. At the same time, she remembered that no matter what, tomorrow would be the day she would be the day they all went to the tower. The cold-blooded Dokoyeon wondered if Ban Yu had figured out what to do with Rushel, because at this rate, the trek wouldn't be any different from last week. Madam realized that if they didn't find a solution quickly, once again he faced what happened on the last hike. The earnest headman activated his all-seeing eye while making every possible effort to defeat his opponent. Over the past week watching Rochelle, the character Vaughn has discovered a few things, like the fact that her heart makes her crazy. He also realized that any emotion becomes fuel, and its state changes dramatically depending on which emotion serves them. If fed by negative emotions, such as anger or hatred, the damsel burns hotter and hotter and loses control of herself. But when calm, positive emotions are used, the exuberance subsides and emotions stabilize. Currently, the protagonist was firmly holding a steel sword in his hands, swinging it around to prevent his opponent from getting close to him. In turn, Rochelle used sharp claws, which she used to taunt her opponent, and showed good results. Both young fighters put their best foot forward, showing incredible ability and powerful strength. The headman realized that strong emotions naturally intensified in battle, making a state of rage inevitable. The enraged girl was ready to tear the opponent, who tried with all his might to resist. The tense young man bravely dodged the blow, clenching his jaw tightly and feeling very stressed. He increasingly tried to maneuver and move in different directions as Rochelle launched more and more attacks. Still, the youngster managed to get close to her opponent and began to press her with her sword, which made her even angrier. Ban Yu-won was curious if he could change the fuel by changing it to something positive, and threw the maiden back with a sharp push. The bewildered milady flew back a few meters, unable to keep her footing. The astonished Dogoan and S-Light lying on the floor watched silently, not thinking to interfere. Resting on his sword, Ban Yu-won stared at the fallen Rochelle while gradually recovering his breath. Furious, the beast began to rise to its feet, not about to surrender to its opponent for nothing. The wary headman realized that now was the time and prepared to act without wasting a second. For the past week, the protagonist was not just having fun, but was pursuing a clear goal that was very important to him. Spending time with Rochelle, the kid collected bits and pieces of her emotions, when she was happy, when she was having fun, and when she was feeling calm. These were not just artificially created emotions, but copies of the emotions of her very essence. For example, joy, happiness, and laughter. The young fighter jumped high, intending to get close to her opponent. The boy was sure that his plan would definitely work and prepared to act decisively.